You have made an excellent decision to click on this video. Whatever you do, do not skip this video. I realize that it is long. I do realize that it is long. It doesn't matter how long it takes you to go through this video, but do not skip this video. Among countless other amazing things, this is the only video where you will hear the extremely important prophetic significance of Jimmy Carter's funeral. You will also only hear the full, extremely prophetic significance of Hurricane Beryl in this video, among many other things. Do not skip this video. It is predicted that on July 11th, 2024, former President Jimmy Carter will die. I do realize that no skeptic will believe that predicting the date of Jimmy Carter's death will be anything more than luck or coincidence, given his age of 99 years old and him currently being in a hospice. That is why it is also being predicted that on July 19th, 8 days after the predicted death of Jimmy Carter, whose name is also James Earl Carter, will be the death of James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King and the voice of Darth Vader. Jimmy Carter was born in 1924 and will die in 2024 because the 2424th word, 2424th word, in Strong's Greek Concordance is the word Jesus. Jimmy Carter, JC, hints at Jesus Christ. James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King, who also played King Jaffe Jaffer in the movie Coming to America, is king symbolism. JC, Jesus Christ, is the King of Kings. No rational person will be able to conclude that when Jimmy Carter will die on July 11th and James Earl Jones will die on July 19th, as predicted, that it will be a coincidence or random luck. The date that this video is posted proves that these predictions are being made ahead of time, as do these time-stamped emails and forensic notes PDF documents. If you are skeptical for some reason, please email me and I will forward these to you. Hello, welcome. I am predicting that former President Jimmy Carter will die on July 11th. And that his prophetic funeral, in which Trump will sit next to Obama, will be on July 16th. I am predicting that James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King and the voice of Darth Vader, will die on July 19th. I am predicting that Vice President Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis on July 22nd. She will be replaced by Michelle Obama. I am predicting that singer-songwriter Paul Simon will die on July 24th. I am predicting that dirty bombs will explode in Manhattan, New York City, and there will be a large-scale evacuation on July 25th. I am predicting that Israel will bomb Iran on July 26th. I am predicting that on July 27th, 2024, the key will open the bottomless pit and fallen angels will cross over into the earthly realm. July 27th will be a symbolic beginning to the fifth trumpet judgment that is described in Revelation chapter 9, when the demonic realm collides with the earthly realm. July 27th will be a symbolic beginning to demons pretending to be aliens, and it is probable that on July 27th, Pope Francis will announce that aliens have arrived and have made him the ambassador for the world. This will immediately give Pope Francis, the Antichrist, supreme power over governments of the world. At some point, there will be a massive Mary apparition that will deceive the masses, because all Mary apparitions in history have been demons pretending to be Mary. July 27th will be a symbolic beginning to a zombie pandemic and the masses becoming demonically possessed that will be facilitated through the thing, which is the mark of the Antichrist and 5G frequencies. July 27th will be a symbolic beginning to the coming genocide politicide in America. I am predicting that on August 2nd, Joe Biden will step down and make Michelle Obama the 47th president. It is predicted that Michelle Obama will make Barack Obama her vice president on August 18th, 2024, and then it is predicted that she will step down and make Barack Obama the 48th president on August 25th. It is predicted that on August 6th, the historic barge that has been stuck on the rocks of the Niagara River for over 100 years will finally break free and crash over Niagara Falls. I am predicting that on August 10th, Israel will nuke and completely destroy Damascus, Syria. I am predicting that on August 29th, President Trump will die from a heart attack. August 13th will be the date of a catastrophic solar flare from the sun that will knock out the power grid in America that will lead to food shortages. August 15th will be the date of the resurrection rapture, the first of two raptures. The second rapture will be on September 5th. The date that this video is posted proves that these predictions are being made ahead of time, as do these time-stamped emails and forensic notes PDF documents. If you are skeptical for some reason, please email me and I will forward these to you. If you have already watched this essential introductory information in another video, you can skip ahead 39.5 minutes. The information in this video is showing how God was pointing to the date July 1st in regards to the predicted death of James Earl Carter, former President Jimmy Carter. The prediction being made in this video that James Earl Carter or Jimmy Carter would die on July 1st is 100% correct. The information in this video is valid. God was pointing overwhelmingly to July 1st, 2024 with Jimmy Carter connections. Not only is the information in these videos that predicted July 1st valid, it is extremely important and must be watched. Through the connections God used to point to July 1st, God told important stories and revealed essential knowledge. These videos must be watched. July 1st ended up being a step in the trail of signs that is 10 days before Carter's predicted funeral at the National Cathedral on July 11th, 2024. All right, this email here that I'm reading was originally composed the day after July 1st, and God was also pointing to July 6th, and therefore the signs that revealed adding 10 days to July 1st was believed that it was because that would be the day of the funeral, and that July 6th would be the date of Jimmy Carter's death. It turns out that we received amazing prophetic signs on July 6th as well that confirmed all of the analysis for Jimmy Carter, and this will be explained in another video, so make sure you watch all of the Jimmy Carter videos. There will be, for example, a video dedicated to the prophetic signs that God is using to point to the extremely important prophetic sign that will be the funeral. In other words, the biggest part of the signs, the theme that God is using for Jimmy Carter is involving the funeral, and I'll explain why. It has to do with the lineup of the former presidents sitting in the pew at the funeral, okay? And anyway, it is now believed that, well, the signs confirm it as well, including this 10 days. This 10 days that was for adding to July 1st was to get to the date of Jimmy Carter's death, not his funeral, okay? So this is correct, this 10 days, and I, again, will explain how we get this 10 days from the signs that occurred on July 1st. In just a minute, I'll explain that. Okay, and Jimmy Carter's funeral is predicted to be on July 16th, 5 days after. Now, the rest of this paragraph here, I simply speak about how this movie, which was being pointed to on July 1st, this movie named How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, believe it or not, you'll see this is a movie God pointed to, and believe it or not, if you are new to this, even this concept of God using pop culture, well, get used to it because this is how it works. God is highly involved in the world. That's the thing that surprises people. Even Christians will be shocked to learn how involved God has been throughout the years in history. All right, and that's proven with these prophetic signs, including, and again, this movie, How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. It's a movie about do's and don'ts, which is a hint at the 10 commandments. All right, this will be explained. Well, anyway, again, so we received the sign, this movie, it hinted at adding 10 days. We get July 11th. There's far more confirmation than only that. All right, and that's the rest of this paragraph, and I'll just continue on here. The question is, how did God point to this movie, How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days? One of the extremely profound ways in which God pointed to July 1st was that it was 1,290 days after the first Israeli took the thing on December 19th, 2020. This was also the day that the leader of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, took the thing. In the last verses of the prophetic book of Daniel, there is a mention of a period of 1,290 days following the setting up of a spiritual abomination on the Temple Mount. The Al-Aqsa Mosque on the Temple Mount is a spiritual abomination, as is the Dome of the Rock. In fact, this is a typo. I really, in fact, mean to refer to the Dome of the Rock. The Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock are the two mosques on top of the Temple Mount, but I'm specifically referring to the Dome of the Rock, the golden dome in the iconic images of the Temple Mount, the mosque with the golden dome. Okay, so the Dome of the Rock on the Temple Mount is a spiritual abomination, and it was completed in 688 AD. 688 AD plus 1,290 years was 1978, the year of the Camp David Accords that were brokered by President Jimmy Carter. The giving back of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt with the Camp David Accords was an extreme transgression against God. In the prior verse in Daniel, there is a mention of 1,260 days. 688 AD plus 1,260 years was 1948, the year that Israel was reborn after 19 centuries. In other words, the 1,260-day years connection to 1948 is a second witness that confirms the relevance of adding 1,290 years to 688 AD to get 1978, the big year prophetically for Jimmy Carter. And that is why this number 1,290 is relevant with Jimmy Carter and in context of a spiritual abomination, which is why after the first Israeli and the leader of Israel took the spiritual abomination, which is the thing, was July 1st. And this was one, again, of the ways that God was, extremely profound ways in which God pointed to July 1st in regards to Jimmy Carter. Here is the text that I was referring to in Daniel chapter 12, the last chapter of the very prophetic book of Daniel, in the last verses. Here's this 1,290 days I was mentioning. And again, from the prophecy in Ezekiel, where God told Ezekiel to do something for a number of days that it would symbolize a number of years, we know that this can be interpreted as a period of years. And anyway, we are also here in this passage, there is a mention of this abomination, all right? So there's a spiritual abomination happening in this passage in context of the 1,260 days. What I am referring to, of course, is not the primary fulfillment of this prophecy. This is just a symbolic secondary fulfillment that God is using in his big picture of signs. It's very important. We are talking about the mark of the Antichrist, and then 1,290 days later, we get July 1st, but that's a parallel with the abomination, because this is talking about the Temple Mount. It's talking about the regular burnt offering, which is what the ancient Jews used to do on the Temple Mount. It's talking about the temple, the Jewish temple, and it's talking about an abomination. And today, the Dome of the Rock sits directly on top of where the former Jewish temple stood. The Jews would love, or the Orthodox religious Jews would love to rebuild the temple, and they can't because the Dome of the Rock is there, because it is an abomination. And that was completed in 688 AD, and when we add the 1,290 years, we get 1978, which was the year of the abomination orchestrated by Jimmy Carter, with the pressure to have Israel return land for peace, the biggest transgression against God. Here is the 1,260 days I mentioned. It's mentioned 7 times in Bible prophecy. Sometimes it's mentioned as 1,260 days, and sometimes it's mentioned as time, times, and a half time. That's because the time is 1 year, and times is 2 years, and a half time is a half year. So that's a total of 3.5 years. And in biblical prophetic years, year is 12 months of 30 days each, and so 3.5 years is 1,260 days. And if we add this to the Dome of the Rock, just like we added the 1,290 days, we get 1948, the year that Israel was reborn. And you can't get 1948 in the Bible unless it is the inspired word of God. What I meant a minute ago about what Jimmy Carter did with the Camp David Accords, which is when Israel gave back the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt. What I meant by it being the biggest transgression is that this is the biggest transgression that the world collectively will do in the end. The division of Israel and the making of Jerusalem an international city, led by a world body led by the Antichrist, Pope Francis and Barack Obama. There are 2 Antichrists. Now, upon further consideration, I need to be more precise about what I said earlier about this 1,290 days that I'm describing not being the primary fulfillment. What really needs to be said is that, contrary to what most people that are interested in Bible prophecy still believe, is that these numbers of days are actually literal, and they are to have a literal fulfillment. They are only symbolic, and they are used in multiple ways. And this is, again, one way. And I would actually say that this is the primary way, because of what is now known, which is that the 1,290 days before the Day of Atonement, the day of the Lord's return, was in 2021, and there was no symbolic beginning. There was a symbolic 1,260 days beginning on May 2nd, 2021, which is explained in other videos. But this is actually a primary fulfillment. And one thing to add to this is because the next verse speaks of this 1,335 days, and what it is referring to is the date, the event of the resurrection rapture. And that will be 1,335 days after the same starting point that we add the 1,290 days to, which again was December 19th, 2020, the date that the first Israeli and the Israeli leader took the spiritual abomination, the mark of the Antichrist. 1,335 days after that date is August 15th, and that will be the date of the resurrection rapture, the first of 2 raptures, the first fruits rapture. The second rapture will be on September 5th. And the prediction being made in this video will prove this, and this is the purpose of this prediction that is from God. Make no mistake, I know far better than you the reason for this prediction. It is to prove that the resurrection rapture event will be on August 15th, 1,335 days after December 19th, 2020. And anyway, this is how important July 1st is. God pointed to this. You'll see as I will explain. And it is, July 1st was 1,290 days after the spiritual abomination in Israel. And also, this is how creative God is. If we think about it, this is one major reason why God established July 1st as a step in the trails of signs that are leading to the death of Jimmy Carter. Like I said, it was clear God was pointing to July 1st, and you'll see, I'll explain what happened on July 1st, and you will agree. But one reason being for doing that is in order to establish this, what I just mentioned, the extra 45 days. God needed to establish July 1st in order to add the 45 days, which will also be explained, by the way, in these videos. And that could only have come through establishing July 1st and this 1,290 days connection related to Jimmy Carter. In other words, God wanted to establish and prove that the resurrection rapture event will be on August 15th, 1,335 days after the abomination was taken in Israel, the first one. And that needed to be done with this context of the abomination and the 1,290 days getting us to July 1st. So there you have it. That's one reason for what I'm about to be explaining, which is what happened on July 1st. Because of this connection, it was expected that there would be a prophetic sign involving a spiritual abomination and the Antichrist, if Jimmy Carter were to not die on this date. So if Jimmy Carter if it isn't the end of the trail of signs leading to the death of Jimmy Carter, it means that it would be a step, and therefore we would expect a sign involving a spiritual abomination and the Antichrist on this July 1st date. God is demonstrating that Jimmy Carter is symbolic of the first of 7 kings in Bible prophecy. In Revelation chapter 17:11 in the Bible, there is a mention of a series of 7 kings followed by an 8th king. A secondary fulfillment, a secondary symbolic fulfillment of this prophecy, not the primary fulfillment of this prophecy, is Jimmy Carter, who was inaugurated in 77, as in 1977, began a succession of 7 presidents that leads to the identification of the Antichrist, who is the 6th and 8th presidents, and therefore the symbolic 6th and 8th kings in the prophecy. The name Barack Obama is equal to 68 in simple English gematria, which is A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, etc. And therefore, his name in a succession of presidents that begins with Carter, Barack Obama is the 6th president and is predicted to become the 8th president, which is why his name equals 68 in simple English gematria. Trump is the 7th president after Carter was inaugurated in 77, which is why Trump was elected by 77 electoral votes. And on Trump's inauguration day, in the year that ended in the number 7, he was exactly 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. 77 days after his inauguration, Trump launched 59 missiles into Syria. 59 is the 7th super prime number. The 17th prime number is 59, and 17 is the 7th prime number, making 59 the 7th super prime number. Ancient Rome was founded after a period of 7 kings that ended in 509 BC, which is why, incidentally, the reason for the 7 kings in this Bible prophecy is it is because the primary fulfillment of it identifies Rome. Okay, so in ancient Rome, it is widely known in ancient history, or rather, it is widely known that ancient history tells us that ancient Rome was founded after a period of 7 kings that ended in 509 BC. 509 hints at 59, the 7th super prime number. At Carter's funeral, the presidents will be lined up in chronological order, which will point to this prophecy in Revelation about a chronological order of 7 kings, followed by an 8th king. Trump, the 7th king, and Obama, the 8th king, are predicted to sit next to each other at Carter's funeral. In the prophecy, it is said that the 8th king was, is not, and will be again. Obama was the president, is not the president, and it is predicted he will become the president again on August 25th, 2024. The predicted funeral on July 11th will be exactly 509 days after Carter first went into a hospice, and this hints at the succession of kings in Rome that ended in 509 BC. George W. Bush will also be sitting in the row of presidents at Carter's funeral, and Bush will turn 78 years old. In other words, his 78th birthday will be the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die, on July 6th. His age of 78 will hint at the 7th and 8th kings in the prophecy. George W. Bush is the 5th king in this fulfillment of the prophecy, and it's only symbolic, and it's a secondary to the primary one, as I said. But George Bush was the 5th king after Carter in this fulfillment of the prophecy, and the prophecy speaks of the first 5 kings being similar and having left the scene before the 6th through 8th kings. As mentioned, on July 1st, it was expected that either Jimmy Carter would die or there would be prophetic signs that provided king and spiritual abomination symbolism. On July 1st, the Supreme Court ruled that the president is entitled to immunity from prosecution for official acts of his duties as president. President Biden is not the symbolic 8th king in this prophecy because he is a puppet of Obama's people in the permanent government ruling class of Democrats in Washington, otherwise known as the deep state. In response to the Supreme Court's decision, acting President Biden delivered a speech about how America was founded on the notion that it would not have kings, which is ironic and prophetic because, like everything the left claims these days, the opposite is true, and Biden, the puppet of Obama and his people, is America's first king dictator. Also, in the Supreme Court's dissenting opinion, Justice Sotomayor, Obama's first appointee, said that America now has a king. She used the word king for America's leader on the date it was expected there would be a symbolic Antichrist king sign. Prior to July 1st, we also expected a sign with spiritual abomination symbolism. On this date, famous Hollywood screenwriter Robert Towne died at the age of 89. Robert Towne died on July 1st, this date that we were expecting a spiritual abomination. And he died at the age of 89. Robert Towne died at 89, exactly 1,711 days after the death of famous Hollywood movie producer Robert Evans died at the age of 89. So they both died at the age of 89. 89 is the 24th prime number. These two men worked together in Hollywood, and their two deaths at the age of 89, which hints at the 24th prime number, hints at Jimmy Carter, who was born in 24, as in 1924, and will die in 24, as in 2024. Jimmy Carter's initials, JC, hint at Jesus Christ, and G2424 in Strong's Greek Bible Concordance is the word Jesus. Robert Towne's death on 7/1, July 1st, 7/1, 1,711 days after the death of Robert Evans, hints at the prophecy in Revelation 17:11 about the 7 kings followed by an 8th king. All right, so the 1,711 days hints at Revelation 17:11, which is why Robert Towne died on the day the Supreme Court Justice said that America now has a king. This hints at the coming Antichrist king, who will be defeated by the King of Kings at his second coming in 2024. If the starting date is not included in the calculation, this period of 1,711 days in between the deaths of Robert Evans and Robert Towne is also 1,710 days, and 171 is the 18th triangular number, and 18 is equal to 6 plus 6 plus 6, and 666 is the number of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. In Bible prophecy, the period of the Antichrist's rule is symbolized by 7 years. Robert Evans is credited with making Paramount Studios a major success after ruling as its chief for 7 years, as in the Antichrist's period of 7 years. Robert Towne won the Academy Award for Best Screenplay for his movie Chinatown, which Robert Evans produced. The movie starred Jack Nicholson, and during its production, Nicholson learned from a reporter that his deceased sister and mother were in reality his mother and grandmother, which was an eerie coincidence, given that in the movie, which Nicholson was filming at the time of him learning this, Nicholson's character learns the shocking secret that Faye Dunaway's character is both the sister and the mother of another character as a result of incest with her father at the age of 15. The movie was directed by Roman Polanski, who is known for the sexual relationship he had with a 13-year-old girl. Polanski's pregnant wife, Sharon Tate, was murdered by Manson family members. Polanski directed the movie Rosemary's Baby, which Robert Evans also worked on. The horror movie Rosemary's Baby is about a pregnant woman who gives birth to the baby Antichrist. In the movie, the baby has the eyes of his father, Satan, and the baby is an abomination. Robert Evans died exactly 2,620 weeks after the release of Rosemary's Baby, and 262 is the 84th semi-prime number. The name Obama is equal to 84 in Hebrew gematria, and Obama was born, the Antichrist was born, as in Rosemary's Baby's Antichrist birth, on the date 8/4. Therefore, the movie Rosemary's Baby connects to the death of Robert Evans, and his death connects to the death of Robert Towne on the date that it was expected that there would be a prophetic sign involving a spiritual abomination. Robert Evans's last movie that he produced was How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, which is why it is predicted that Jimmy Carter's prophetic funeral, in which the presidents will be lined up in chronological order, will be 10 days after the death of Robert Towne, which was the same day that the Supreme Court Obama appointee said that America now has a king, as in the Antichrist king, Barack Obama. What is also amazing is that on July 1st, the date that we were expecting a sign involving Jimmy Carter and his death, was the day that the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library announced that for Jimmy Carter's 100th birthday celebration, the library is planning to have a film festival, a movie festival, and the festival will be running from 10 a.m. until 10 p.m., which hints at the movies that I just mentioned, including the movie How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. In other words, the 100th birthday celebration with a film festival hints at the movie How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. 100 hints at the number 10. What is also interesting too is that Jimmy Carter set up the Georgia State Film Office after the success of the movie Deliverance during the time that Jimmy Carter was the governor. Georgia went on to become a place where movies are made, And this started when Jimmy Carter was the governor of Georgia. Deliverance hints at the deliverance from the Antichrist of God's faithful through JC, which is why Jimmy Carter's initials, JC, hint at Jesus Christ. Robert Towne got his start in movies through working under Roger Corman. Roger Corman is said to be the Pope of pop cinema, the spiritual godfather of the new Hollywood, and the king of cult. Corman is also known for his Poe cycle of 8 movies. These 8 movies were inspired by 8 different writings of Edgar Poe. Roger Corman hints at how Pope Francis is the 7th king, and how a revived Roman Empire is the 8th king in the primary fulfillment of this prophecy in Revelation regarding the 5th through 8th kings. This is why Roger Corman died 58 days before it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on July 6th, 2024. In the secondary fulfillment of this prophecy, Obama is the 8th king, and 8 movies in the King of Cults Poe cycle also hints at 4+4 and the 44th president. Robert Towne also wrote the screenplay for the Tom Cruise movie Days of Thunder. The name Barak in Hebrew means lightning. In Luke 10:18 in the Bible, Jesus said that he saw Satan falling like lightning from heaven. The name Barack Obama in Hebrew means lightning from heaven. Barak means lightning, Bama means high place, which in the Bible is a metaphor for heaven, as it is said that Lucifer fell from the high place. And O, in the language Jesus would have spoken, Aramaic, is the word from. And so Barack Obama means lightning from heaven. Either Jesus didn't know what he was saying when he said this, or he knew that there would be a famous president named Barack Obama and said this anyway, knowing that it would confuse us, or he was revealing the identity of the Antichrist. Obviously, the latter option is the only one that makes any sense. Days of Thunder was released on June 27th, 1990, exactly 34 years and 1 month before what is predicted to be Seven Thunders Day on July 27th, 2024. July 27th, 2024 will be a symbolic beginning of the 7 thunders of judgment that are mentioned in the book of Revelation. In other words, 7/27 or July 27th, 2024 will be the beginning of the Days of Thunder. The 7 thunders will be supernatural phenomena such as demons pretending to be aliens and the demonic possession of the masses. 34 years and 1 month hints at 341, the 110th semi-prime number, and 110 is symbolic of the walls of security of Jericho that collapsed in God's judgment. Joshua, who led the Israelites before the walls collapsed, died at the age of 110, and this is why the Twin Towers that collapsed on 9/11 were 110 stories high. 34 years and 1 month is also 409 months, and 409 is the 40 plus 40th prime number, which hints at the 44th president, whose name means lightning. And again, this 409 months is a connection from the release of the movie Days of Thunder. To confirm his signs and connections, God pairs the numbers 23 and 44 together, as the 44th president is also the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 in high school. Robert Towne's Days of Thunder cost 2 times 30 million, which hints at 23, to make, and it was released 44 days before the release of Robert Towne's sequel to his Chinatown movie, The Two Jakes. More than a decade after the release of the movie Chinatown, Robert Towne and Robert Evans collaborated again on a sequel named The Two Jakes. It is said that The Two Jakes faced a troubled production and went through several years of development hell. The name The Two Jakes hints at the two Antichrists. The two Roberts that made the two Jakes further confirms this. A sequel movie is symbolic of the second presidency, a sequel for Barack Obama, the second of the two Antichrists in Bible prophecy. The Two Jakes was directed by Jack Nicholson. This hints at the Antichrist directing the persecution of the saints in order for God to purge them of their Nicolaitan doctrine that the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians hold and practice, and that Jesus said would come to make war on with the sword of his mouth, on those that teach and have the works that are a product of this Nicolaitan doctrine. Make sure that you watch the 23 church signs video on this channel and read the links that will be in the description box below this video. The reason for the coincidence in the names of Robert Towne winning the Academy Award for Best Screenplay for the movie Chinatown is that Robert Towne and Chinatown point to China. China is symbolic of the red dragon in Bible prophecy that is a metaphor for Satan and his representative, the Antichrist. There is another prophecy in Revelation in which the second of the two Antichrists, Barack Obama, is said to speak like a dragon. This is because Barack Obama and his allies on the political left constantly speak lies while accusing their opponents of lying and doing the very things that they are doing, which is textbook communist strategy that Barack Obama learned from his days studying radical, subversive, leftist political strategy. The truth is, Barack Obama was a member of the May 19th Communist Organization, which bombed the Capitol building in Washington in 1983. The organization was disbanded in 1985, the year that Obama moved to Chicago to further pursue radical leftist politics. The purpose of this prediction in this video, that is from God, is to prove what I have just said. The reason why the name China is pointed to through Robert Towne and Chinatown is because it hints at the movie The Manchurian Candidate. In the 1962 movie The Manchurian Candidate, the protagonist's name is Marco, and the movie was directed by John Frankenheimer, who was said to be the last of the dictatorial style of directors. The name Frankenheimer hints at Frankenstein, and he also directed Island of Dr. Moreau, about genetic experiments that create half-human, half-animal creatures. The production of the movie Island of Dr. Moreau is said to have been the most cursed movie ever made, and interesting documentaries have been made about this. The name Marco and Frankenheimer from The Manchurian Candidate hints at the mark of the Antichrist that changes a person's chromosomes, making them an Obama nation, as in abomination. The mark of the Antichrist has inserted snake venom chromosomes into people's chromosomes, which is what is alluded to with the half-human, half-animals in Island of Dr. Moreau. This makes these people an abomination, as in Obama nation. The number 22 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, And Frankenheimer's The Manchurian Candidate cost $2.2 million to make. John Frankenheimer died exactly 22 years before it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on July 6, 2024. At Carter's funeral, Joe Biden will sit in the row of presidents, followed by Trump and Obama. Biden and his brain dementia is symbolic of the character in The Manchurian Candidate that is brainwashed by communist operatives within the US government and who isn't fully aware of what he is doing. Obama is symbolic of the communist Manchurian Candidate in the movie The Manchurian Candidate, who is waiting for the death of someone in order to gain the president's office and usher in an authoritarian regime in the US. This awaited death will be the predicted death of Kamala Harris in a plane crash on July 22nd, 2024, which will be 4 times 4 days, which hints at the 44th president, after the predicted death of Jimmy Carter. The movie The Manchurian Candidate was released 446 days after the birth of Barack Obama. 446 hints at the 44th president and the 46th president. And the characters in the movie The Manchurian Candidate point to these presidential candidates. All right, now to explain what happened on July 6th, rather than have it all typed out into a script-like thing, there is no time for that. And so what I'm going to do is just read the thoughts as they came in their order, as the progression of the revelation came about what God was doing with July 6th. It's also a little bit, it's not complicated, but it's a little bit complex. But don't worry, I'm confident in my ability to teach this and explain it simply. All right, so the first thing to know is that it is believed that the day that Jimmy Carter will die, July 11th, is in itself, well, first of all, it's symbolism for 7 times 11, which is 77. And Carter, as I mentioned, was inaugurated in 1977 and began this succession of 7 kings, which culminated with the 7th King Trump, for example, and on, as I explained. So that's one reason why he will die on the date 11/7, or rather 7/11. It will hint at that. It'll hint at the number 77. But also, the date 7/7 hints at this. And the reason why that's relevant today, as I'm speaking, it is actually the early morning, because I'm in a time zone that's ahead of the U.S., so it's actually quite early. It's early morning East Coast time, and today it is expected that later in the day, in the evening, Hurricane Beryl will hit Texas, and including Harris County. And God has been using Harris County in his signs to hint at the coming disaster of Kamala Harris, which is how Barack Obama, the Antichrist, will become the president again through her replacement after her death in a plane crash in St. Louis, which will also be due to weather, turbulence, lightning. It'll bring her plane down. So this is one reason why this Hurricane Beryl. Now, Beryl hints at Barry, and Barry is the name of Barack before he changed it as an adult. He changed his name from Barry to Barack. And who does that? Barack Obama does that. He changed his name from a good American name to something that isn't American. And that wasn't only just for fun or because he didn't like his name Barry. He did it also for strategic reasons. And the strategy was between him and Bill Ayers that he would never really reach very far or climb very high in politics as a African American. He needed to have this multicultural aspect to his identity and his identity to sell to the American people in order to be able to have him rise even as far as the president's office. That was recognized. That's why the whole story of, his autobiography, Dreams from My Father, that was all planned. It was written by Bill Ayers. Bill Ayers even said so. You can even find him saying so in a video. It's not a conspiracy theory. Barack Obama didn't write that book. It was a conspiracy, if you will. The two conspired to concoct this multicultural Barack Obama, which isn't true. Now, don't get me wrong, Barack Obama was born in Kenya, and his supposed father, not his real father, who was pretending to be his father due to, well, it's a long story, so is Barack Obama Sr. And so Barack Obama capitalized on this, knowing that he wasn't his real father, but capitalized on this anyway, changing his name to Barack for strategic reasons, not because he was in pursuit of his real father. It's a big hoax. Anyway, the brilliant documentary that must be watched is the documentary named Dreams from My Real Father. I can't get into it here. I'm going off on a tangent. And the long story short is that Barack Obama's mother got knocked up by the communist organizer Frank Marshall Davis. She was seduced by Frank Marshall Davis at the age of 18 and got pregnant. And Barack Obama's grandfather, his job was threatened because the way in which his daughter came to cross paths with this communist organizer in Hawaii was through him, because Barack Obama's grandfather was an undercover CIA agent sent to Hawaii to monitor the communist movement there. And Barack Obama Sr. was part of a program bringing in students from Kenya in order to combat the communist movement in Kenya. And the idea was that Barack Obama Sr. would play the role of the father and pretend to be the father in return for being able to stay in the country and pursue his doctorate. To make this story believable for immigration, they decided that they would have the birth in Kenya, because besides that, Barack Obama was never around or in even Hawaii for very long with Barack Obama's mother, so the story wasn't believable. They needed to make it believable by traveling to Kenya and having the birth in Kenya. All right, now, so Beryl is going to hit Texas, and that's symbolism for flood. There probably will be some flooding. First of all, actually, just to rewind a little bit, the country of Mexico, its geographic shape resembles a shofar, a trumpet. The mouthpiece of the trumpet is the Yucatan Peninsula, which is why this Hurricane Beryl first hit the Yucatan and did much destruction in the Yucatan. The reason why the nation of Mexico is resembling a shofar and a trumpet, and the reason for the Yucatan Peninsula in this context as well, being the mouthpiece, is that it points to the border wall of security. Because the signs are all about America. America is God's Gentile nation. People sometimes ask, well, why are you always so focused on America? And the reason is, clearly, obviously, because God is. These are the prophetic signs. I'm just reporting them. God is focused on America. He's using America just like he used Israel to bring about the special revelation of his identity into the world. And in the case of God's prophetic signs, America is the center of this form of special revelation, which is God's end times judgment warning signs. And so the reason why the border wall of security is so symbolic with Mexico, and thus its collapse currently is symbolic of what I'm saying, which is that it symbolizes the walls of security of the ancient city of Jericho collapsing in God's judgment after the Israelites blew trumpets. And that's why Trump, which in archaic English means trumpet, why Trump and his presidency and election campaign were synonymous with his border wall of security. He was symbolically, in God's signs, trumpeting the collapse of America's walls of security and its destruction. Okay, so that's why Mexico is shaped like a shofar, and that's why Beryl first hit the Yucatan Peninsula and the mouthpiece of the shofar, the trumpet. Also, as would be expected, the wind speeds of Beryl, when it hit the Yucatan Peninsula, the mouthpiece of the trumpet, were 110 miles per hour. This was so predictable because the number 110 is used frequently in God's big picture of end times warning signs of judgment for America, because Joshua, who led the Israelites around the walls of security of Jericho before they collapsed after blowing trumpets, died at the age of 110. Also, the Israelites, led by Joshua, entered the promised land on the date 110, which hints at 110. Also, on 9/11, the collapsed towers were 110 stories. The reason why there were two of them is that Jesus also had his triumphal entry into Jerusalem officially as the King of the Jews on the date 110, which again hints at 110. Two towers of 110 stories hints at the second coming, the second triumphal entry, if you will. And so that's why the wind speeds that blew into the mouthpiece, and that's another thing, the symbolism here of the hurricane is about its winds, and it's hitting the mouthpiece, which is symbolic of blowing into the trumpet. But the wind speeds were 110 miles per hour. It's amazing. Now, as I'm about to explain, the Beryl hurricane is, well, I recorded what I'm about to explain yesterday, but as we speak, it's hours away from hitting Texas on the other side of the border wall of security on the date 7/7. And that's also by design because of this parallel with the book of Joshua. Because when the walls of security collapsed, the Israelites marched around the walls of security 7 times while blowing 7 trumpets. In fact, it's also 3 sets of 7 because they marched around the walls once per day for 7 days, and then on the 7th day they marched 7 times while blowing 7 trumpets, which is why the Beryl storm, with its 110 miles per hour that hit the mouthpiece of the shofar, will cross over the border wall of security, symbolizing the collapse of walls of security and entering the enemy, entering Jericho, entering America, and destruction coming for America on the date 7/7, because it hints at the marching around 7 times while blowing 7 trumpets. Now, after hitting the Yucatan, it is predicted the meteorologists are saying that it will land on 7/7, which is hinting at God's number, the number 7, but also it's pointing to Carter, who was inaugurated in 77. And again, he will die on the date 7/11 because it also hints at 77. Now, what I'm getting at here is this Noah's flood symbolism, and the flood began in Genesis 7:11. Okay, the destruction of the ancient world began on the date 7/11. The death of Jimmy Carter will be a trumpet, if you will. It will be a signal of the beginning of the destruction. God has been, if you will, patiently waiting for this timing of the death of Jimmy Carter. And the reason for that is because of the importance of what I'm describing in him being the beginning of the 7 kings and identifying the 7th and 8th kings and the Antichrist, the 8th king, who was, is not, and will be. At the funeral, he will be an is not. He was the president. At the funeral, he will be an is not. He will be the 6th president in the lineup in the pew at the funeral, but then he will become the 8th president. He will become the president again, as this prophecy in the book of Revelation speaks. I said that rather quickly, and I want to make sure that that was appreciated and it was understood, because this is really foundational here. I said that fairly quickly because I've just repeated it so many times. in the other videos, but if this is the first video you were watching, I'll just repeat it again just to make it clear here. This is very, very important. This is the significance of Jimmy Carter here, the biggest significance. There is a prophecy in the book of Revelation that speaks of this succession of 7 kings, followed by an 8th king, okay? The 7th and 8th kings, well, so there's the primary fulfillment, and then there's, in God's signs, a secondary symbolic fulfillment. We are not going to be talking about the primary fulfillment in this video. The primary fulfillment is that the 7th king is Pope Francis, and the 8th king is representative, as it says in the prophecy, of a system, of a government, and that's a revived Roman Empire, which did have temporal power, which was stripped from it. Rome was stripped of its temporal powers over Western Europe, and by Napoleon, and Rome will be revived again, and it will be again. So the prophecy in the verse 1711 speaks of the 8th king that was, is not, and will be again. All right. Now, at Carter's funeral, when the presidents are lined up in the pew in succession, the order of presidents, we have an order of presidents beginning with Carter, who was inaugurated in 77, getting us to the 7th king, Trump. And next to Trump will be sitting Obama. And at that moment, he will be the 6th king. He will be the is not. He was the president. At that moment, he will not be the president, but he will again be the president, which is, again, how the text reads in this prophecy. So this is the big significance here. And again, this is another reason why this storm Beryl will hit the U.S. on the date 7/7. It's alluding to this prophecy about 7 kings. And it is about 7 kings too, because ancient Rome was founded after the period of 7 kings, which ended in 509 BC. All right, so that's also why he will die on this date that will symbolize 77. Again, the predicted date that Jimmy Carter will die will be July 11th, 7/11, which hints at 7 times 11 equals 77, because Carter was inaugurated in the year 77. And so the beginning of this destruction will be also hinted at with the date that Jimmy Carter will die, because it'll point to Genesis 7:11. And incidentally, God gave Noah a 7-day warning to load the ark, and the ark was loaded on or in Genesis 7:11 after the 7 days. But the 7-day warning began in Genesis 7:4, which is interesting because it's 7 verses before 7:11. Well, on the date 7/4, we had a prophetic sign in South Texas on the coast. 4 people were bitten by sharks. The sharks biting these people is like a warning. It's a warning of the coming shark, the Antichrist, which, by the way, God literally also used another shark sign, which was the 44 deaths due to being eaten by sharks in the Philippines, which at the time were American U.S. territory. That's another story, though. It's an amazing one, but we want to stay focused here. But so on the date 7/4, which symbolizes America, it was America's birthday, we had this judgment warning for America, which is interesting that the 7-day warning began in Genesis 7:4. And this is a warning for America on the date 7/4, which is symbolic of America. And it was 4 people that were bitten by sharks. Okay, so, and it was in South Padre Island, which is where this hurricane is going to hit. Okay, now Beryl, I did mention it. Beryl, by the way, is the 8th storm in the Atlantic named Beryl in history, which ends at 4 + 4, and the 44th president. So now the flood began at the time of the death of Methuselah. Methuselah was Noah's grandfather. And Methuselah died at the time of the flood. In fact, the name Methuselah means in Hebrew, at the time of death, destruction, or something to that effect. I forget exactly. But it means exactly what I'm saying here. The timing of Methuselah's death timed with the destruction of the flood, and that's what the name Methuselah means, in fact. It means the timing of the destruction with the death. Well, that's exactly what will be the case with the death of Jimmy Carter. His death will be symbolizing, communicating, like Methuselah, the timing of the flood, the judgment, destruction. All right, so that's why he will die on the date 7/11, the date that the flood began. Now, as I just mentioned, Beryl is the 8th storm in history in the Atlantic named Beryl. Okay, actually, I'll just further elaborate. There are also 3 storms named Beryl in history that were in the Indian Ocean, and Barack Obama, the 44th president, grew up in Indonesia for 4 years. And 3 storms in the Indian Ocean named Beryl and 8 storms in the Atlantic in history named Beryl also hints at 3 eights. And 8 is from the Bible the number that symbolizes new beginning. And 888, 888, is the numeric equivalent of the name Jesus in Greek gematria, which is why the use of the 888. Now, Jimmy Carter is predicted to die 8 days before James Earl Jones. James Earl Jones is king symbolism. He was the voice of the Lion King, and Jesus is the Lion King. Prophecy says that the Messiah would be descendant from the tribe of Judah, which is symbolized by the lion. Okay, also, James Earl Jones played the King Jaffe in the Eddie Murphy movies Coming to America. He, in fact, played a dying and dead king. He also read the audiobook. James Earl Jones reads the King James Bible. And he was also the voice of Darth Vader, which is Antichrist king symbolism. And so, James Earl Jones's death will be 8 + 8 + 8 days before the 9th of Av in the Hebrew calendar, which begins at sunset on August 12th, and the day of the predicted solar flare on the surface of the sun, a lion's roar. God is using this as a metaphor, a lion's roar for the coming solar flare, that eruption on the sun, that will send a coronal mass ejection that will knock out the power grid a couple of days later. Well, anyway, that's 8 + 8 + 8 days. That's hinting at Jesus, the King of Kings, and this is from the death of James Earl Jones, who is king symbolism, and furthermore, he's symbolism for the king of the tribe of Judah, Jesus. So, and again, James Earl Jones is predicted to die 8 days after the death of Jimmy Carter, who, as I'm explaining, is also king symbolism. Well, what is fascinating beyond words is that Methuselah, and again, I'm explaining how Jimmy Carter's death will be symbolic of the death of Methuselah, who died at the time of the flood, and that's what the name Methuselah means. In octal counting, so our number system is based on 10, but if we use a system based on 8, okay, so I jumped ahead. Methuselah in the story died at the age of 969. Okay? 969 using the base of 8, the octal counting system, is equal to 1,711 in a base of 10. In other words, our system, the system that we use. Okay? The equivalent of our system, 1,711, would be in the base of 8, 969. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. No, the reason why it didn't make sense to me and why I wanted to reassure is because I got it backwards. So in base 10, 1,711 is equal to 969 in base of 8. Nope, I said it wrong again. Okay, sorry. In the base of 10, 969 is equal to 1,711 in the base of 8. Okay, hopefully that's a little abstract, I know, but there's, because we're so used to counting in sets of 10. But if we count in sets of 8, all right, our system of 969 is equal to 1,711 in the base of 8. Okay, why that's so amazing is because it's the base of 8. And the reason why 1,711 is so significant is because what we are talking about is how Jimmy Carter is pointing to the prophecy of the 7 kings and the 8th king in Revelation 17:11, which is why in the base of 8, Methuselah, who died at the age of 969, in the base of 8, 1,711 is equal to 969 in the base of 10. Hopefully you got that. Just again, Methuselah died at the age of 969. And 969 in equivalent of it in the base of 8 is 1,711. Jimmy Carter is symbolic of Methuselah and Revelation 17:11. That's why it's so amazing. Now, hopefully you got that. Hopefully I had done my job there and taught it well enough for you to be able to appreciate that. Hopefully, if you did, your jaw is dropped because, again, beryl. So also beryl, the instance in which this word occurs in the New Testament is in Revelation chapter 20 in regards to the foundation of New Jerusalem, in which there are, as a metaphor, the use of stones, and the 8th stone, and it even says that the 8th stone in the New Jerusalem is beryl. So beryl is a type of precious stone, and it says in the book of Revelation that it is the 8th stone. So this Hurricane Beryl is the 8th Atlantic storm in history named Beryl. And in octal counting, 1,711 is the equivalent of 969, the age at which Methuselah died. And Methuselah is flood symbolism, as is the Hurricane Beryl. So, and Beryl is hitting on the date 77, which also hints at Carter, who was inaugurated in 77. All right. Now, the thing I also forgot that I was getting at earlier, the reason for bringing up the fact that there are 3 other Beryl storms in the Indian Ocean, is that the first of all of them, all 11, the 3 in the Indian Ocean and the 8 in the Atlantic in history, the first of them all was named in 1961, which was the year that Barry Obama was born. Yeah, so, and just to be clear one more time, the reason for all of this is that it is pointing to the 8th king. It again is all about identifying Barack Obama as the 8th king, because at Jimmy Carter's prophetic funeral, the lineup of the presidents will be hinting at the 8th king, because President Trump is the 7th king. He's the 7th after Jimmy Carter, and that's why President Trump was inaugurated in the year ending in 7 at the age of 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. And 77 days after this was the day that he launched 59 missiles into Syria, and 59 is the 7th super prime number. And the 7 kings' reign in ancient Rome ended in 509 BC, which the number 59 hints at. And so that's why Beryl and Methuselah give us Revelation 17:11 through the age at which Methuselah died, 969, being the equivalent in the octal counting of 1711, which hints at Revelation 17:11, which speaks of the 8th king, the Antichrist, Barack Obama. So, okay. So that we've gotten that now. Let's see. All right. Now I have gone on a little bit about the date 7/7, the date that Beryl will hit the US. But again, at the beginning of this video, I mentioned that the point of this would be to explain the prophetic signs that occurred on July 6th. Okay, so let's now continue with the explanation for what happened on July 6th and how it relates to all that's being talked about here, including Jimmy Carter. This is the beginning of the revelation here regarding how the sign, the big sign, one of them, was George Bush's 78th birthday. So on July 6th, it was George Bush's 78th birthday. Now, we already knew that this would be important because the Carter prophecy here is about the 7th and 8th kings, right? Okay, and God again was pointing to July 6th regarding Carter, and so George Bush's birthday on that day being his 78th, you'd figure, of course, points to this prophecy of the 7th and 8th kings that God is using Carter to point to. All right, so let's see. Now, the thing is, George hints at Georgia, right? The state of Georgia. And one of the ways in which God pointed to July 6th ahead of time was that it was exactly 24 plus 24 months after the Georgia guide stones were demolished. Okay? And also exactly 666 months after Carter's UFO sighting in Georgia. And Carter is from Georgia, for that matter. So this isn't a coincidence that the president's name is George and his 78th birthday is prophetic. In other words, all along since George Bush's birth, the reason why his name is George is because it ultimately points to Georgia and Carter. It's all coming together at the end, right? Okay, so, but the question is, how can we confirm this more? This is the suspicion. Oh, and by the way, also, the date 7/6 is also hinting at the 6th and 7th kings in the chronology here, and them being lined up at the funeral. Obama, again, being the 6th, and Trump being the 7th. And then, so that being the case, on the date, we have it followed by the 7 and 8. So we got 6, 7, and 8. 6th king, 7th king, and 8th king. The 6th king will become the 8th king after the 7th king, which is the purpose of Trump. He's been trumpeting the arrival of the 8th king, God's trumpet. When we think about it, how did Trump rise politically in popularity in the first place? It was through calling out Obama. For one thing, not being born in America. And that's also symbolic too, because he is the foreign enemy, if you will. Okay, so the day that the Hurricane Beryl, which again is about Obama, it was the 4 plus 4th Beryl. Barry is a bear. Beryl hints at Barry, his name, but also it's the 4 plus 4th Atlantic storm ever named Beryl. Okay. Now, from that, from the day that the first American took the abomination, the mark of the Antichrist, the thing, it is 1,301 days to the day that Beryl will land in Harris County in Texas. Barry being a hint at Barry Obama again. Okay. Well, this is relevant because the name Barak in Hebrew, in the concordance, in Strong's Concordance, is the 1,301st word. But also, in God's signs, the way it works is that zeros can be canceled out, and that would make this 131 number. And God also uses this, the 131st word, in his signs, the number 131, to hint at the 131st word in the Greek concordance, which is the word blood disease, which is what a person gets when they take the thing. Okay? So this is amazing. So we have this landfall of Beryl, which is, again, it went through the mouthpiece. It trumpeted the destruction of America through the shofar at the border wall of security, Mexico, right? Land goes through the Yucatan, then hits America this number of days after the first American took the thing, right? And it hints at Barak. And so the 1,300th word is Barak lowercase b, but the 1,301st word is Barak uppercase b, which is a proper noun. They mean the same thing. They both mean lightning, and storms have, these types of storms typically have lightning. That's what the word Barak means, but in this case it's an uppercase, a proper noun. And so it's just confirming the name Barry, or the Beryl hurricane hitting America this exact number of days after the abomination. I should say Obama nation, right? So it's a spiritual abomination, the mark of the Antichrist, but it also hints at the abomination that is the Obama nation. I mean, really literally too, in a way, because the people that follow Obama are also an abomination. Unless they repent, they're on their way to the lake of fire. Okay, so it was also Sylvester Stallone's 70th birthday, and that's important. He, of course, produced the movie Rocky and starred in it. But Rocky, because of this connection to the Georgia Guidestones, the Georgia Guidestones are a granite rock. That's why they're famous, because it's these big pieces of granite rock. It sometimes is nicknamed the Stonehenge of America. This granite rock. And so Rocky also lines up with this date, which again was exactly 24 plus 24 months after the Georgia Guidestones were destroyed. Oh, and by the way, the reason why that was relevant, I didn't explain, is because Carter was born in 1924, and will predicted to die in 24, which hints at 2424, and G 2424, the 2,424th word in Strong's Greek Concordance, is the word Jesus. And JC, Jimmy Carter, hints at Jesus Christ. And so that's the reason for why that's relevant in regards to Jimmy Carter. Oh, and also, I forgot to mention this, the date 76, because Jimmy Carter was the 76th governor of Georgia, and he was elected president in 76. All right? So it's relevant that Sylvester Stallone's 70th birthday is on the same day as George Bush's 70th birthday, which again hints at Georgia, and it also hints at the granite rock Georgia Guidestones, which I'll explain more in a minute here. So we're on the trail here of figuring out what God is doing here. Okay. Well, here's that diagram again. Might as well just show it. So you see here in the top, the 24 plus 24 months to the Georgia Guidestones. And by the way, Carter became, let's just get into it a little bit here. Why not? Carter became the longest living president on the date March 22nd, 2019. The longest living president in history, because it hints at Genesis 3:22. The date March 22nd, 3:22 hints at Genesis 3:22, which is the verse that speaks of the big lie, the first lie ever told from the serpent in the garden to Eve about how she surely will not die. It's this promise of immortality that will come about at the end of the age. It will come full circle. The big lie that is coming, I believe, through the demons that will be pretending to be aliens, will be this promise of immortality through transhumanism technology, which, by the way, is the thing. The thing that people have taken already is transhumanism technology, right? It's not really a thing that they thought it was. It was transhumanism technology presenting itself in a format that they thought could become like the thing that they thought it would be. but the real primary purpose of that sort of technology has all along been this quest for manipulating people's chromosomes and ultimately seeking immortality. Okay, and speaking of which, and the first lie being told in the garden, that was told by the serpent, the symbol of evil in the Bible, and that's why the thing that people took has put snake venom chromosomes into their chromosomes. All right. Well, anyway, this date is exactly 276 weeks, and that's this number 276 is one of three unusually specific numbers in the Bible, and it occurs in the context of a shipwreck, speaking of the coming flood judgment, and Jimmy Carter symbolizing Methuselah. But also, 276 is the 23rd triangular number, which in a triangle of numbers, the last number in the 23rd row is 276. And the number 23 God uses in his signs because it points to Barack Obama, who is the basketball president who wore jersey number 23. It is also the 9th prime number, and then number 9 is the most important number in God's big picture of signs, as from the Bible it symbolizes God's judgment. And the way in which his signs works is that he pairs certain numbers together, such as 9 and 23, because the president who wore jersey number 23 was inaugurated in 2009. And this number here, 45, is the 9th triangular number. So we have these two triangular numbers that confirm each other here, these two connections, okay? But back to the Georgia Guidestones. The day that Carter became the longest living president, which is this hint at immortality, because of the date that he became the longest living president on, which hints at Genesis 3:22, was exactly 39 years, and Carter was the 39th president after the Georgia Guidestones first opened. Okay? Now, the Georgia Guidestones, why are they so important in God's science? Because they symbolize George Bush, George H.W. Bush, actually, and his coining the phrase, if you will, New World Order. He's famous for his speech to Congress toward a New World Order, delivered on 9/11 in 1990. All right, now, much will be said more about this in a minute. It's important. This is what is being hinted at here through George Bush's 78th birthday on this date. Okay, and by the way, speaking of the 78th birthday, in the news 7 months and 8 days earlier was Laura Bush, because she was attending the former First Lady's funeral. Okay, and so that's another sign. I won't get into the details, but that's also a confirmation of the relevance of George W. Bush's 78th birthday, 7 months and 8 days after Laura Bush was in the news in context of Carter. Okay, and again, George, it's a Georgia, and so we got the Georgia Guidestones, we got the two men with the birthdays, their 78th birthdays, which hints at this prophecy regarding Carter and the 7th and 8th kings, and it's hinting at Georgia because of George and because of Rocky, because of the Georgia Granite Rock Guidestones. So this is how important the Georgia Guidestones are. Now, what is that about? Why is this so important? Again, I'm hinting at it. I'm getting to it. It's the New World Order, which involves the Antichrist. Okay? And I'll explain more in a minute. All right, one thing before we move on here is that this 276 weeks connection regarding the date that Jimmy Carter became the longest living president also hints at 276s. And this is related to Carter because he was the 76th governor of Georgia, speaking of Georgia Guidestones, and he was elected as the president in 76. So that's 276s. Now, what I'm going to do for the next couple of minutes is play a clip that I already produced for this video later when I'm explaining this diagram, because again, at the beginning of this video, I mentioned that I would be explaining this diagram at the end of the video. In other words, the explanation for this diagram came prior to July 6th. And I already explained how it ended up being a step in the trail. And so what I'm doing now is explaining first what happened on July 6th, and then I will explain how God was pointing to July 6th ahead of time. Well, part of that explanation that I explained ahead of time regarded the Georgia Guidestones. And so what I'm going to do now is just play a clip of that, just a couple of minutes, in which I explained the Georgia Guidestones. I need to insert this now in order to get to the bigger point, which is how this relates to the New World Order and George H.W. Bush, which is being hinted at through George W. Bush and his birthday on this date, his 78th birthday. Also, this date, 3/22, the day that the 39th president became the longest living president, was exactly 39 years after the Georgia, and Carter was the governor of Georgia, and his funeral will be in Georgia, after the date of the opening of the Georgia Guidestones on 3/22 in 1980. During his presidency, the president from Georgia's presidency, the Georgia Guidestones were officially opened on 3/22 because this is satanic. Satanists use the number 3/22 because of what I mentioned, the lie or the quest for immortality, the first lie ever told, which all comes full circle in the end with the last lie, which will be, again, this promise for immortality for those who will be deceived because they don't trust in the promises of God and eternal life through Jesus Christ, the only way to eternal life. The door, the gate, as Jesus said. The only way to life is through Jesus. Jesus was the one that conquered death through his resurrection, and we need to, as Jesus said, eat his flesh and drink his blood, which was a metaphor for being inside Jesus and having Jesus inside us. The Holy Spirit, not the universal spirit that New Agers talk about, not the collective consciousness, etc. The Holy Spirit, holy is a Hebrew word that means set apart. The set apart spirit that is God, and God will only come into those who him chooses. It isn't in all of us, like the New Agers would have you believe. It was through Christ's death and resurrection that he conquered death, and thereby we can have eternal life and be resurrected in him. And Jesus was crucified on the third hour and then came down off the cross and was buried in the ninth hour, which is why JC, Jimmy Carter, was the 39th president. It hints at the third hour and the ninth hour as described in the Bible. And that's why we have this 39 years connection between these two dates, as I'm explaining, that hint at immortality. Okay, so what are the Georgia Guidestones? They are nicknamed America's Stonehenge. It was this setup of these granite stones erected upright like Stonehenge with the 10 blasphemous anti-commandments. These 10 things on the Guidestones were like the 10 commandments, but the opposite of the commandments, the Antichrist 10 commandments. But if you read them, and I don't think I'll read them here, they are essentially secular progressivism. Jimmy Carter, Barack Obama, especially Barack Obama, okay? But no, not even, I take that back. It's typical, absolutely boilerplate secular progressivism. Maintain humanity under 500,000 in a perpetual balance with nature. Okay, the leftist, lying, wicked media talks about there being a conspiracy theory about the Georgia Guidestones. It's clear, it's right on it. It's talking about depopulation. So whoever put it together was talking about a coming catastrophe that will reduce the world's population, and then the first commandment is to limit the human level of people on earth to 500 million. Okay? So this is the dream of this is satanic. This belief that the world is overpopulated is satanic. It is a lie from Satan. It is not true. The Malthus theory that the earth is running out of resources, etc., is not true. I'm not going to get into why that is. Resources don't run out. They become new things as new technology comes and man creates new uses for things. But the bigger point is that God wouldn't create an environment for man that would, the idea that there is a limited amount of space and that God didn't create enough space and supposed resources for enough people. That's antichrist. It's anti-human. The left is anti-human in so many ways. But this is like the fundamental one. This is the reason for the satanic deception that is climate change, because it is what I just described. It's this belief that the earth can't handle man, and man is bad for the planet, the supposed ecosystem, but God created the planet for man. That's the opposite of what they believe, and in their religion, what I just said is antichrist. It's anti their religion. It's blasphemy for their religion to say that man is the center of God's creation and the earth was created for man. Right? It's like, for example, just as a good anecdote here, I would have debates sometimes with these people protesting in Krakow, Poland, the horse carriages that would carry tourists around the city. But this is perfect because it's clear if you look at a horse that it was designed for man to ride on it. Furthermore, as I tried to explain to these people, there wouldn't be they even would accept it, but it doesn't change their worldview. But there wouldn't be civilization without horses. Horses were an integral part of the development of civilization. There wouldn't have been civilization. They wouldn't have had the paper to create their protest signs on had it not been for horses. Horses were created for man. So this is play. And so if you have a worldview where God is focused on man, you won't be protesting horses like they do, like for example. So anyway, number 2, guide reproduction wisely. Well, the thing most primarily affected people's reproduction. Okay, unite humanity in a living new language. That's the opposite of the Tower of Babel, right? The language symbolism here, when the people came together, united, Jesus said, "Do not think that I have come to unite people. I have come to bring the sword and division." That's what he said. Even many Christians are confused about that, not especially, most Christians, but basically all Catholics are confused about that. Bringing humanity together, right? Jesus said, "Do not think I came to bring peace and unity. I came to bring division and the sword." I'm quoting Jesus, okay? People that don't know the Bible think they know who Jesus was, but they have no idea. They do not know Jesus at all. Okay? They think of him as some loving teddy bear guy that was like a hippie or something. Okay, rule passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason. That's like anti-religion right there. Protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. Well, how can you have that without biblical foundation? The reason why the courts are falling apart right now is because of the corruption of man, because America has turned away from God. It's turning into a third world country where courts are no longer fair and just because it's become corrupt, which is inevitable when people do not have a biblical foundation and culture. And the reason why the Latin American countries don't have the courts and are the third world countries is because Catholicism isn't Christianity. It is a hierarchy-centered religion, just like communism, etc. Anyway. Okay, so let all nations rule internally, resolving external disputes within a world court. Antichrist, coming together, Tower of Babel. A world court to rule over the sovereign nations and dictate rules and laws, which is what Pope Francis desperately wants. And he's made it known that there needs to be a world government with teeth, as he puts it. And he said this when he was extremely upset with America. And that's why leftists hate America. They are socialists, and they dream of a global order in which a world court has teeth and tells America what to do. Avoid petty laws and useless officials. Balance personal rights with social duties. Communism, which inevitably leads to the abuse of human rights. It's evil. This 8th commandment here is satanic, but the left is deceived. The beginning of wisdom, as it says in the Bible, is a fear of God. The left has no wisdom because they do not fear God. That's the bottom line. And that's why they can't recognize that this number 8 is pure evil. Balance personal rights with social duties. That's communism. It's setting aside human rights, personal rights, individualism, freedom for slavery to the system. You just become a cog in the wheel. You just become a number, a product. In communism, your worth, your value is based on how much you can do for the system, for the machine. You aren't an individual. Prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. Okay, that's Eastern philosophy. That's Eastern religion. That's Antichrist. Harmony with the infinite. You are part of the creation, pantheism. God is the creation itself, an impersonal energy. You are part of God. You are God. You just need to remember that you are God. And you can do so through supposed spiritual practices such as meditation and yoga, etc. This is satanic. God isn't the creation itself. He created the creation. He is holy, which means separate from the creation. That concept for them is blasphemy. To say that God is separate from the creation and he's a righteous God interested in righteousness and evil and sin. Okay. Be not a cancer on the earth. Leave room for nature. Leave room for nature. Again, this emphasis coming back to the other commandments. The first one, the world is overpopulated. Leave room for nature, etc. Be not a cancer. Humans are a cancer on the earth, in other words. This is satanic. This is evil. The conspiracy theories are true about this stone, this Georgia Guidestones. I have personally seen a video in which a drone flies on top of the Guidestones, and on top here, it's clear that it's set up for conducting blood sacrifices. There's even evidence of a recent blood sacrifice on top of it. But the way the stone is cut out, is like ancient pagan religion when they cut out of stone for purposes for their blood sacrifices. So, in other words, satanic rituals were done on top of the Georgia Guidestones, and it was intended for that purpose. This is the satanic worship place. Okay? So I think it was worthwhile to go, oh, by the way, 500, the 500th word in Strong's Concordance, speaking of the 500 million, is the word Antichrist. And it is mentioned 5 times in the New Testament. The word demon is mentioned 5 times, and the word adversary, which is what Satan means in Hebrew, is mentioned 5 times. This is pure Satanism. Okay, it's satanic. Okay, so this was worthwhile to go into because of the diagram that we're studying here, because of God's signs and connections pointing to the Georgia Guidestones. You will not hear anywhere else how God has incorporated the Georgia Guidestones into his big picture of signs and point to the funeral of the longest living president, who became so on the date 322, 39 years exactly after the Georgia Guidestones were opened. Okay? The 39th president. Now, we have another connection to the Georgia Guidestones. And again, the 39th president is from Georgia, and his funeral will be in Georgia. And this president, as I explained earlier, was born in 1924, and will die in 2024, which hints at G2424, the word Jesus in the Greek Concordance, which is why the Georgia Guidestones were demolished, blown up by a protester on this date. The end of the Georgia Guidestones was July 6th, 2022. 7-6 again hints at Jimmy Carter, the 76th governor of Georgia, which is why the Georgia Guidestones were blown apart on the date 7-6. Exactly 24 plus 24 months, 2 years, to his funeral in Georgia. 24 plus 24 months hints at 2424 in concordance, the word Jesus, and it hints at Jimmy Carter, JC, who was born in 24 and will die in 24. All right, before we continue, I just want to insert something here back to the date 7-7 and the Hurricane Beryl hitting Texas and the US on the date 7-7. It was just realized that the wind speeds of Hurricane Beryl when it hit the mouthpiece, the Yucatan Peninsula, at 110 miles per hour, didn't only hint at Joshua, but it also hinted at Joseph. Joseph in the Bible, like Joshua, is a type for Jesus, typology for Jesus, and Joseph had his dream in Egypt that involved a period of 2 sets of 7 years. 7 years of prosperity followed by 7 years of famine. And in the typology, this 7 years of famine is symbolic of the final 7 years of the end times period, which is only in itself symbolic and symbolically began in 2017. That's another story, but anyway, the prediction in this video, the purpose of it from God is to prove this, that the 7 symbolic years began in 2017 and the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ is in October of 2024. Well, anyway, this date 7-7 hints at this. It hints at the 7 years of prosperity followed by 7 years of famine. And so that's another reason why it had 110-mile-an-hour winds, which hints at Joseph and his dream of 7 years and 7 years, which is a typology for the end times, which we are in, and the destruction that's coming, hinted at with Hurricane Beryl crossing over the border wall of security on the date 7-7. It's amazing. All right, now just continuing on in the email thread that I was exchanging with a friend regarding what happened on July 6th. Again, this was spontaneous. This was brainstorming. This is just coming to realizing what was happening in real time. I'm just going to read through it and explain to you how things became learned over the period here, over the time here. And the next email in this thread is this, which I wrote. The other time in which a birthday was a sign, the birthday itself, because again, we are talking about the birthday of George W. Bush and him turning 78 on this date, 7/6, July 6th, and also Rocky, Sylvester Stallone, his 78th birthday on this date. And what I'm saying here is that drawing from the hundreds and hundreds of signs that I'm aware of, the only other time in which a birthday itself was a prophetic sign was the birth date of James Earl Jones, his 90th, but it was confirmed as a sign because it was in the 11th state. He celebrated his 90th birthday in the 11th state, which was a confirmation. And there's more to how that confirmed it, but that's another story. No doubt, George Bush's 78th birthday hints at Revelation 17:11, the 7th and 8th kings. Furthermore, George Bush is the 5th king out of the 8 kings in this prophecy. It's a prophecy about the 5th through 8th kings. All right, and the question is, how can we confirm this? Is there something else we can, point to that happened on this date, for example, that confirms all of this? The answer is yes, but I'm going to get to it. That's at the end, actually. So unless this is incorrect and the birthday is enough for it to be a sign by itself, but that doesn't feel correct. Okay, here is what my friend sent me here. The name Methuselah means when he dies, judgment. All right? So there you have it. That's what the name Methuselah means. And again, God is saying in his signs that Methuselah is equal to Carter. In other words, when Carter dies, judgment. All right, I already mentioned this, but this email thread, like I said, is documenting how this understanding unfolded in real time. And so anyway, I just wrote here, I think that the date 7/6 and the 78th birthday of George W. is for the purpose of pointing to Revelation 17:11 and Obama as the 8th king. Again, the date 7/6 hints at the 6th, 7th king, and then 78th birthday hints at the 7th and 8th king, which is this prophecy in Revelation 17:11. And then I wrote this, aha, Bush is the 5th king. This is why 7/6, the birthday of Bush, is 5 days before Carter's death on 7/11. So now it's becoming clearer. Part of the reason for establishing 7/6 and why it is about George Bush, which we are in the process of proving here, how it is that the signs on 7/6 center around this birthday of George Bush, George W. Believe me, it's going to get amazing. Hang in there. But we are now figuring out that the reason for this is one reason is that Bush is the 5th king in this chronology of symbolic kings that began with Carter. And that's why 7/6, this date for George W. and his birthday, is 5 days before it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on the date 7/11. Jimmy Carter's death will also be 99 years, 9 months, and 11 days before July 11th. So that's amazing. The date that he is predicted to die will point to 9/11. And not only the warning of judgment on 9/11 in 2001, but also Revelation 9:11, which is the verse that symbolizes Revelation chapter 9, and that is about the crossing over of the fallen angels, demons, into the earthly realm. When, for one, they will pretend to be aliens, and that's why Jimmy Carter is the UFO president, who officially filed a report on his supposed UFO sighting. This is a big revelation. This revelation came early, although it's a little further on in the email thread here, but this was realized on the night of July 6th. Sorry, I have a little bit of food coma right now. I just ate a big lunch, and the show must go on, though. There is no time to take a pause. I must continue recording, and so I'm going to be messing up, as you can tell. So, Carter's death will be 5 days before the funeral and 8 days before James Earl Jones, who is King Symbolism, his death, okay? I'm writing to a friend. It's like abbreviated short form notation, really. So Carter's death will be 5 days before his funeral and 8 days before the predicted death of James Earl Jones, who is also King Symbolism, just like Carter. And this hints at the 5th and 8th kings in the prophecy. Again, this prophecy is about the 5th through 8th kings. And that's why Carter's death will be 5 days before his prophetic funeral, in which the presidents, who are symbolic of kings, will be lined up, the 5th through 8th kings, in other words, and Carter's death will be 8 days before the death of James Earl Jones, and that's a 5 and an 8, and therefore it's more confirmation. It's a hint at the 5th through 8th kings in Revelation chapter 17. All right. Okay, it seems Rocky's 78th birthday on this same day is confirmation for Georgia granite rock guide stones, which equal George H.W. Bush New World Order, which is what I have mentioned already. Rocky was released in 76. That's a number that hints at Carter, but Rocky, the actor who portrayed Rocky, had his 78th birthday on the date 7/6. All right? That's amazing confirmation. Now, in other words, this is a second witness. This is a confirmation for the relevance of Sylvester Stallone's 78th birthday on July 6th, 2024. All right? The fact that the movie Rocky was released in 76, and that is actually significant. It's the year that Carter was elected, but what I mean by it being significant is that Rocky, the story of the movie Rocky, is more than the actual movie. It's the production of the movie and the popularity of the movie itself. In other words, it's not just the plot, the character, Rocky. What I mean is the actual movie. The movie had a parallel. The plot of the movie had a parallel with the actual movie in real life, because in the movie Rocky, the character Rocky is a huge underdog, and he takes on the heavyweight champion, and he perseveres and makes it through to the end, etc. All right. This was an independent movie produced on, I believe, a budget of $1 million, which is extremely small. And but it became the highest grossing movie of the year and beat all of the big Hollywood movies, including the big one of that year that otherwise would have won Best Picture at the Academy Awards, All the President's Men. And that's what I mean by Rocky being significantly tied to the year 76, because the movie Rocky beat all of these other movies in 76. That's the point. It became the highest grossing movie, and it won Best Picture for the year 76. And the movie that it beat was All the President's Men, which is why we have this. Rocky was released in New York City on November 20th, 1976. 8 weeks and 5 days, which hints at the 5th and 8th kings, before Carter's inauguration in 77, which began the fulfillment of this prophecy about the 5th through 8th kings. Okay? Now, Rocky was released widely in the U.S. on December 3rd in 76, 48 days before Carter's inauguration. And 48 days is 6 weeks and 6 days, because the Antichrist is described in the last book of the Bible, the 66th book of the Bible, in which the Antichrist's symbolic number is 666, and the Antichrist will be the future 48th president, Barack Obama, all right, who was born on the date 8/4, which is written as 4/8 outside of the U.S., etc. And his name, Barack Obama, in Hebrew gematria is equal to 84. Well, anyway, the movie Rocky. So the movie Rocky, you know, I haven't even begun to explain the prophetic significance of the movie Rocky. That would take another video, but I'll just sum it up. The movie Rocky is about its location, which is Philadelphia, which is one of the 7 churches that Jesus wrote letters to in the book of Revelation, and said that this would be the only church that would be spared the hour of tribulation. So God uses this city of Philadelphia in his signs for this purpose, for prophetic purposes. Rock is symbolic of Christ in the Bible. The rock in the Bible is symbolic of Jesus. And the theme song became a major hit, a big hit. It's the instrumental. There's really no singing aside from a little bit of chorus, but it's a trumpet song. It's a song. It's Gonna Fly Now. Okay, you probably know. Anyway, you probably know the song, right? It's the trumpet song and at the end of the movie, the song is playing, and the iconic scene, which is the last scene of the movie, is Rocky at the top of the steps at the Philadelphia Art Museum, and he holds his fist into the air in a sort of victorious moment, and then the movie ends. The scene freezes. It's a freeze frame, and that's the end of the movie. But the song is playing during that the end of the movie there, or it's gonna fly now, and that's because the Church of Philadelphia that will be spared the hour of tribulation will fly. They will be raptured, as it says in Bible prophecy. They will meet the Lord in the air. And so the point is that this movie Rocky is very, very important in God's signs. And this is another example that was only just learned, because there's many other examples that I could list for you for the reason for how it is that God has used the movie Rocky and his signs. But this one was just discovered the other day. And that's because of the 78th birthday of Sylvester Stallone, which had us look at a connection between the movie Rocky and Carter. And sure enough, of course there is, because Rocky was released in the same year that Carter was elected. But not only that, we have the confirmation, which are these prophetic connections to the date that Carter was inaugurated. So there you have it. And okay. So, and like I say, it's the movie Rocky is a rags to riches movie. Oh, by the way, Carter, same thing. Carter was selected out of obscurity, and the reason why he was selected was because of that. The Democrat Party thought it was a good idea to nominate this guy from the South who talked about his religious faith, and they thought that the Democrat secular leftists, the atheists, could use this to their advantage and get votes that they wouldn't otherwise be able to get. And that's because Carter and his brand of Christianity fools people. It isn't Christianity, right? Carter basically has the same values as the secular progressive leftists, and it's all a lie. Whether Carter believes I don't believe personally that Carter was intentionally fooling people. I believe, was fooling himself, contrary to Obama. But the reason why God is using Carter and his signs is a template for Obama, who was of the same vein. But in Obama's case, he really does know that he is hoodwinking the people, the masses, presenting himself as a centrist. But anyway, Carter was all about his moralism. And that's why he rightly so, was criticized by conservatives of the time and for years after. And also, Barack Obama is constantly moralizing, although when he moralizes, it's 100% lie, but it sounds good. And his moralizing is what the foolish people, the unwise people, find attractive about him, one of the things about him. But he's constantly moralizing and really talking down to people that don't agree with him, etc. Just like the left, just like the illiterate, ignorant people on the left that know nothing about history and know nothing about anything really, but they think they are so smart and more educated and more informed than anyone, and so they talk down to people. They think of themselves as the elites, the enlightened ones, which is why they feel justified in bending the law and trampling on rights, because the ends justify the means. It's classic communism, right? Anyway, I'm getting off track here, but we got to point here to arriving at the significance of the movie Rocky and its connection with Carter. And as I mentioned, it was the independent film underdog that beat All the President's Men. That's amazing, because here we have another connection to the president, right? Because of Rocky beating All the President's Men in the Oscars. It was the big showdown between these two movies at the Oscars that year. And the thing about it is that Rocky was produced by this outsider, Sylvester Stallone, a Hollywood outsider, and on a really small budget, whereas All the President's Men was your typical high-budget Hollywood movie. Well, anyway, it points to in other words, it points to the president and points to President Carter. Furthermore, it points to all the presidents that Carter is symbolizing, because again, Carter is the beginning of this symbolic chronology of 7 kings. And so it's all the presidents. You could take away the apostrophe and have all the presidents. That's what it's hinting at. Okay, as I explained, the parallel between the character Rocky and the real-life Rocky movie's popularity in the culture. Okay, and All the President's Men will hint at the presidents lined up, all of them, at the funeral of Carter's. That's the point. That's why the 78th birthday of Rocky, which also hints at the granite rock of the Guidestones, which I just explained, and how it connects to the date of the 78th birthday of Rocky as well. But Rocky also hints at Carter because, and the 78th, of course, also hints at the 7th and 8th kings, Trump and Obama. And Trump trumpeting Obama. That was the purpose of Trump and his presidency. It was to trumpet the arrival of the Antichrist, the 8th king. Okay, and so Rocky and his 78th birthday also hints at that. Here we go. Carl Weathers. Okay, actually, that's a typo. His name is Weathers. Carl Weathers, who played Apollo Creed. Now get that. Okay, so there's more going on than just Carl Weathers, but let's just do this first. Carl Weathers, as in the Noah's flood, storm, and Methuselah, died 156 days before July 6th. The reason why God uses the number 156 is because the 156th prime number is 911, which hints at 9/11, the warning of judgment. Okay, and so Weathers hints at Methuselah and the Beryl hurricane, right? And he died 156 days before the 78th birthday of Sylvester Stallone, his co-star in the movie. Right? Because Sylvester Stallone's character Rocky battles it out with Carl Weathers' character. Okay, not only that though, the date that Carl Weathers died, which by the way was February 1st, is exactly 23 weeks, which is also 44% of a calendar year before the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die. And the movie Rocky, in which Carl Weathers stars, was released in 76. And Jimmy Carter was elected in 76. Before that, he was the 76th governor. So there's your Weathers. It's pointing to this barrel storm, which, as I have been explaining, is pointing to Jimmy Carter, and that's why it'll hit the U.S. on the date 7/7, because it hints at Carter, who was inaugurated in 77, right? It's just amazing. So that's Carl Weathers, but also his character's name in the movie is Apollo Creed. Apollo is a hint at Apollyon. It's the same word, it's the same derivative. It's a derivative of the same name. And in Greek, in Revelation chapter 9, the meaning of the name Apollyon is spelled out. It's in Revelation 9:11. Oh, and speaking of which, because, like I was saying, the 9:11 doesn't only hint at the warning of judgment on 9/11, but it hints at Revelation 9:11, which is Apollyon. Wow, I didn't even know that till just now. So Revelation 9:11 speaks of King Apollyon. That's another reason for the king symbolism in Carter, for example. Right? So King Apollyon is mentioned in Revelation 9:11, and Carl Weathers died a number of days that hints at Revelation 9:11 before the date of Sylvester Stallone's birthday, his 78th. Now, King Apollyon is a name being used in lieu of Satan. It is Satan. It's the king of the underworld, the king of the demons that are coming out of the bottomless pit, as described in Revelation chapter 9. Apollyon, the meaning of the name, as it even says in the text, means king of destruction. Okay? Now, Creed, Apollo Creed, is the name, and creed is a hint at the gospel. It's a hint at believing the truth. So, that's amazing. I didn't realize, so Carl Weathers' connection also hints at Revelation 9:11. Okay. And again, the date of Carter's death will also be a hint at weather, because it's a hint at the date or when the flood began, which is in Genesis 7:11. And it was weather, it was rain and weather that flooded the area that Noah was in. I personally don't believe that there was a worldwide flood, and there is excellent reason to believe so from the text of the document. Contrary to what others believe, it's the earth doesn't mean the entire earth. It just means, anyway. I'm not going to get into that argument. If you want to look up more about that, you can look it up online. There's a very good argument to be made that it was not, in fact, a worldwide flood. And by the way, I subscribe to the theory, too, that it's describing how the Black Sea was flooded when the strait where Constantinople is. I forget the name of that. I think it begins with a B. But anyway, that broke. So it was the Mediterranean Sea didn't flow into the Black Sea prior to it breaking, like a dam, which is actually what's described in Revelation chapter 7. It's alluding to a dam bursting. There's archaeological evidence to support that this Black Sea area was flooded really rapidly after the wall of water broke through that strait there. And this would also explain why Noah's ark ended up in the mountains in Turkey there, where the Black Sea is. So, okay. Now, another Rocky movie actor recently died. It was Burt Young. He was Rocky's trainer and friend in the movie. And Burt Young, get this. Oh, you know what? I didn't even realize this until now. Okay, so anyway, he died 39 weeks exactly before the date 7/6 and the prophetic 78th birthday of Sylvester Stallone. 39, Jimmy Carter was the 39th president. And again, God pointed to this date ahead of time in regards to Jimmy Carter, the 39th president. Okay, so this, although this wasn't known ahead of time, this would have been confirmation that God was pointing to Jimmy Carter on July 6th. Now also, Carter, I explained earlier, is the longest living president, and the date that he became the longest living president hints at this lie of immortality without God through technology, etc. And so that's why the name Young. Because Jimmy Carter's, that's the thing about Jimmy Carter, right? He's the longest living president, and as I explained, it hints at this transhumanism technology and the Georgia Guidestones and immortality. Well, yeah, that's why the name Young, Burt Young. That's why he died 39 weeks before this date that was regarding the 39th president. July 11th will be 2 times 203 months exactly after 9/11 in 1990. Okay, this was the day of George H.W. Bush's toward a New World Order speech that he used to address the Joint Congress. All right, this was exactly 11 years before 9/11 in 2001, when Flight 11, with a crew of 11 people, struck the Twin Towers that looked like a giant 11 in New York State, the 11th state in New York City, which is made of 11 letters. The reason why, well, one reason why in this context is because of Genesis chapter 11, which speaks of the world coming together. That's why it was the World Trade Center that looked like a giant 11. Towers coming together to build a tower to the heavens without God. Okay, it's this allegory in the Bible that speaks to our time, the parallel being this quest for immortality and transhumanism through technology and the world coming together and bringing in believed in utopia with a enlightened leader governing the world. This is the dream of the leftists, the people on the left. They worship the state. When one ceases to believe in and worship a god, you don't worship nothing, you end up worshiping the state. And their dream, their utopia, their heaven, if you will, consists of this fantasy of the world coming together under some enlightened form of government with enlightened leaders quelling the other unenlightened people that are made to shut up and go along with the enlightened utopian program. The values that they have are the enlightened values, and everyone should have them. And if they and how that comes about, well, the ends justify the means. And anyway, that's in a nutshell Barack Obama, the Antichrist, and the world coming together. And that's why this is also the equivalent of well, it hints at the 48th president, because 2 times 203 months hints at the number 223, which is the 48th prime number, which hints at the 48th president, the future president of Barack Obama. Okay, and that's why Jimmy Carter and his death will hint at this. And again, Jimmy Carter is all about this prophecy that's pointing to the Antichrist, who will bring the world together and point to the utopia under his enlightened leadership. He will be the savior of the day in the moment of crisis. People will be willing to give him unchecked power in an emergency, in a crisis, which is classic textbook communist strategy in a revolutionary takeover. And so, anyway, God is pointing to all of this through this connection. Okay? This exact 2 times 203 months, which hints at the 48th president. Now, this is the reason why Rocky hints at the Granite Rock, Georgia Guidestones, and why it connects to the birthday of Sylvester Stallone, the actor who portrayed Rocky. Okay, so in other words, Rocky is part of all of this that points to the Georgia Guidestones, which is part of this symbolism that's pointing to the New World Order, and that is why the date that Carter will die will also be pointing to George H.W. Bush's famous speech toward a New World Order. Rocky is all about its location, which is the second state. Carter is about his location, the fourth state, and you will hear this at the time of his death. The news will be talking about how he spent his entire life in this one location, this small town in rural Georgia, before he became the governor, and then after leaving the White House, went back to the same small town in the fourth state. Okay, so Carter, in other words, is Mr. Georgia, and Rocky is about the second state, Philadelphia in Pennsylvania. That's, like I said, a big part of the movie Rocky is its location, and that's why God uses it, because it's Philadelphia. So anyway, you have here the second and fourth state, which hints at Carter, who was born in 24 and will die in 2024. And G2424 is the word Jesus, Jesus Christ, Jimmy Carter, JC. Okay, also, you could also reverse the 4 and the 2 and get the number that symbolizes the Antichrist and the period of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy, the number 42. On June 6th, 1966, in other words, 6-6 in the year 66, New York Senator Robert F. Kennedy used the phrase New World Society in his Day of Affirmation address in South Africa. This was exactly and by the way, this is the Rainbow Nation, as it's called. And Obama is the Rainbow President, who famously lit up the White House in rainbow colors and said that Bishop Desmond Tutu was his role model. Anyway, and Desmond Tutu is a leftist communist. This was exactly I shouldn't have gone there. Now I have to explain it a little bit. Well, anyway, Desmond Tutu, his death was a major prophetic sign, and he is also Antichrist symbolism. Desmond Tutu was in rebellion with God. He was not of God. And long story short, just like Obama and Carter, they present themselves as, even Obama, although not quite like Carter, presents himself to be a Christian, but he isn't. And anyway, it's this leftist brand of Christianity. But Carter and Desmond Tutu too was anti-Israel and anti-God. I'll just give you one example and then I'll move on. Desmond Tutu once said that if God is against homosexuality, then he is against God. Well, the news is that God is against homosexuality. It is a sin. It is an abominable sin. And, well, there you have it. Well, anyway, let's just move on. But there's a reason spiritually why Obama is tied to Desmond Tutu and South Africa. Well, anyway, this was the day that, on the 66666 date, that Kennedy used the phrase New World Society, all right? This was exactly 4 times 40 months, which hints at the 44th president, before the first pope visited Carter at the White House. Okay, that's a very important date. The Pope is this world figure too. He's also a communist, Pope Francis. And he is the first of the 2 antichrists, in fact. Barack Obama is the second one that gets his power from the first one, as it says in Bible prophecy. And these 2 men will be the leaders of this new secular left world government, etc., and new world order And that's the reason for this connection. Okay? The Pope is obviously a man of the world. He doesn't even live in a country. The Vatican is a state on its own, and because it's an international place, if you will. Anyway, and speaking of which, their goal will be to make Jerusalem an international city. And just like Desmond Tutu would want to. Okay? And Desmond Tutu was a big UN guy. That's the other thing I forgot to mention. Desmond Tutu was a big UN guy, just like Barack Obama and the Pope will be leading a new, the UN, but, you know, well, anyway, let's just move on. It'll be like, I don't think it will be in its current form. There will be something, the UN will have teeth, as to use the words of Pope Francis. Pope Francis is desperate to have a world government that has teeth, as he puts it. Well, so anyway, so the 4 times 40 months between this 666 sign about the New World Society and the visit of the first ever Pope to visit the White House, which was when Carter had the first Pope visit to the White House. This connection is 4 times 40 months, which hints at the 44th president, which ties him, the 44th president, to the Pope, the Antichrist. Okay, and the Pope visiting the White House is very Antichrist too. I mean, why would you even do that? The supposed leader of denomination that isn't a legitimate denomination of Christianity. Anyway, okay, and so anyway, the date that Carter had the Pope at the White House is exactly 44 years and 9 months to the date 7/6. In 2024, Sylvester Stallone's birthday and George W. Bush's birthday that connects to the Georgia Granite Rock Guidestones. Okay, Franklin Roosevelt spoke of the New World Order on Armistice Day on November 11th, 1940, exactly 83 years and 8 months before July 11th, 2024, the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die. 838 is the 252nd semi-prime number, which is a number that is only divisible by 2 other prime numbers, and God uses these numbers. The number 252 hints at 2,520, which is the number in Bible prophecy that symbolizes the period of the end times. So let me read that again. The President Roosevelt, by the way, the 32nd president, which is 4 times 8, which is the 48th president, Roosevelt was the only president to serve more than 2 terms, just like Barack Obama will serve more than 2 terms. Okay, and Roosevelt, the 32nd president, the name Obama in simple English gematria is equal to 32. Okay, and so Roosevelt spoke about the New World Order on Armistice Day on November 11th, 1940, exactly 83 years and 8 months, which hints at this number 252, which is symbolic of the period of the end times and the Antichrist. Roosevelt was the 32nd president. Carter was the 39th president, which is 7 kings symbolism, because there's 7 kings between the 32nd and the 39th. And again, Carter, in turn, begins this chronology of 7 kings after his inauguration in 77. But to give us another witness, a second witness confirmation, we have the 32nd president connecting to the death of the 39th president through this mention of the New World Order. Okay, that's amazing, because again, the 8th king, that's it, actually. Because if you read the prophecy, the 8th king isn't actually a person. It's a system. It's not a nation, but it's a conglomeration of nations. It's a UN, if you will. But I don't know it's going to be. I personally think, well, no, I take that back. There will be some form of new UN, but the 8th king isn't even about the UN. It is about the revived Roman Empire. In other words, among the Western nations, the seat of power and the capital will once again be Rome, right? So another part of that prophecy is the 10 kings, which are different than the 7 kings, okay? But these 10 kings will give the 8th king their power. And what it's meaning is the leaders of these other nations handing over their power and authority to the seat of government in Rome, which will be the Vatican, after the aliens have come and the Pope claims that they have made him the ambassador for the world. All right? So the 10 kings are also only symbolism. I'm not expecting a literal 10 kings. It may be, but it certainly doesn't need to be. But the 10 kings are alluding to the 10 kings that will be together in on this, and they will be Western nations, which is why it will be a revived Roman Empire, because the West is the former Roman Empire. Okay? So, okay, so you get the idea. Now, George H.W. Bush spoke of the New World Order in his address to Congress on March 6th, 1991, after the Persian Gulf War, exactly 400 months before 7/6, this date that God was using to point to Carter. This is amazing. Now, first of all, Carter was known for the Camp David Accords, which forced or pressured Israel to giving back to Egypt the Sinai Peninsula. Okay, so Carter is tied to Egypt. In the Bible, the king of Egypt is a type for the Antichrist. And the Israelites were afflicted in Egypt, and they were afflicted for 400 years, which is why the symbolic significance of 400 months. Okay, and so this speech about the New World Order given to Congress after the Persian Gulf War, which is in the area of Egypt, it's the Middle East, was exactly 400 months before this date that God was using to point to Jimmy Carter, which was the 70th birthday of George H.W. Bush's son. Okay, so that's amazing. As a first step toward his ambition of a new world order, Bush announced the Madrid Peace Conference, okay, which ended on the same date of the 1991 Perfect Storm. Now, a Hollywood blockbuster movie starring George Clooney was made titled Perfect Storm. It was made after this storm in 1991. It was based on real life. And so this storm covered the entire east coast of the U.S., and I forget the details. But I made a video about this in the first 5 videos I ever made, a series of 5 videos, that talked about how these record-setting weather events coincided with the U.S. and the world, these symbolic moments of the world seeking to divide Israel, God's land. And this is an example of it, okay? So that's why the perfect storm occurred on the very day of the end of the Madrid Peace Conference that was organized by Bush as a first step for his New World Order. So the New World Order is this system that's coming, but the big thing that it'll do that will be the big transgression against God is the division of Israel and the making of Jerusalem an international city. So that's why Bush's mention of the New World Order ties directly, right after that, as his first step, the Madrid Peace Conference. Okay. Now, when the talks resumed, the day that the talks resumed, because they stopped and then they resumed in 1992, that was the day that Hurricane Andrew hit. And at the time, it was the costliest and I think the deadliest hurricane that ever hit the U.S. It hit Miami. Okay, so that was another example of the long string of examples of these weather events that coincided, these destructive record-setting weather events that coincided with this effort to divide Israel. Because Genesis chapter 12, 15, I believe, says, paraphrasing, God saying to Abraham, I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse those who curse you. And that's a warning to the nations. Those nations that curse Israel will be cursed and destroyed, and the nations that bless Israel will be blessed. And that's why America has been blessed. It has been in alignment with God and therefore has been supportive of Israel. The two go hand in hand. But now that America has departed from God, has become feminized, has become leftist, has become communist, has become atheist, because communism and atheism are the same thing. When you don't have God, you have a vacuum that is inevitably filled by communism. That's what's happening right now. That's why the communist coup that is underway currently in America, it's because the vacuum is being filled after America's departure from God. And so when that happens, the nation inevitably turns against Israel as well, because it's in rebellion against God. And spiritually, that's what a people do when they are in rebellion against God. They resent Israel. Okay, so now Bush's Toward a New World Order speech on 9/11 in 1990, which in itself, the date hints at 9/11, was exactly 11 years before Flight 11 and the crew of 11 hit the Twin Towers that looked like a giant 11, which was the World Trade Center, as I explained. Okay, I already explained that. Now, so George Bush equals Georgia Guidestones equals Carter from Georgia, who, in the vein of the New World Order, pressured Israel to return the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt, which is the reason for this 400 months connection again between this date pointing to Carter and George Bush's speech about the New World Order. Okay. Does all of this connect to George Washington and King George? Symbolism for tyrannical government and the Antichrist. George Washington defeated King George's army, right? So, and of course, the revolution, the birth of America, was symbolism for a tyrannical government. Because before the revolution, the government of America was King George and the British Parliament, right? So it was a rebellion against their own government. But that's what's coming. The tyranny will be coming from our own government. The Antichrist for America is a president. It has to be. It's King George. It'll be the new King George. The tyranny from the centralized government in Washington, George Washington, D.C. Okay, on 9/11 in 1813, the British landed at Washington's Mount Vernon estate and then proceeded to burn down the Capitol building and the White House. The portrait of George Washington was famously rescued by Dolly Madison. The only other time a foreign enemy attacked the nation's capital was exactly 188 years later on 9/11 in 2001. And this is huge, okay? So the two times that a foreign enemy attacked the nation's capital were exactly 188 years apart, all right? The reason why is because of the 188th word in Strong's Concordance, the Hebrew word that means woe exclamation mark, which is used in the context of extreme judgment from God in the Bible. Okay? Now, what I'm getting at here specifically, though, is this connection to George Washington, because the British landed at his estate. That's where they came in and then went to the Capitol to burn down the White House and the Capitol building. And also, in the process, George Washington's portrait was famously rescued by the First Lady, Dolly Madison. The ceremonial groundbreaking for the Pentagon was on 9/11 in 1941, exactly 128 years after 9/11 in 1813. Okay, so the Pentagon, which is symbolic of America's defense against a foreign enemy, the ceremonial groundbreaking was exactly 128 years after the time that a foreign enemy attacked the nation's capital. And of course, the Pentagon is located in the nation's capital. Now, the reason why 128 is because this identifies the Antichrist. Because the 128th word in Strong's Greek Concordance is the word the Ethiopian, and Barack Obama is the Ethiopian. He was born in East Africa, near Ethiopia. Okay, it might as well just say the East African. That's all it needs to say. Okay, so now let's see. Also, 9/11, 1941, the symbolic beginning of the Pentagon, was exactly 2 times 30 years, which since that Obama, whose jersey number in high school was number 23, the basketball president, before 9/11 in 2001, when a foreign enemy attacked the Pentagon. That's amazing, right? This also identifies Obama, who will take command of the Pentagon to use it against its own citizens. Yep. Which, by the way, is the reason for the obsession of the left to take away the guns. The people on the left, being as ignorant and as illiterate as they are, they have no clue as to the reason for the Second Amendment. But the Second Amendment, the reason for it, is for the protection of the individual's rights, which the left does not believe in because they're communists, against a tyrannical government. It's not only the Second Amendment wasn't only to protect against a foreign invading army, but against a tyrannical government. For example, King George's army, because that was the government until the Revolution. It became tyrannical, and the way that the Patriots defeated the Loyalists was through arming themselves. Okay? Not only that, though, the history of the Second Amendment goes back centuries in British culture. It, for centuries, was a requirement of every man capable of going into war to be armed and weekly practice with their arms. For example, it goes back even to the days of archery, where the men were required to practice archery on a regular basis, and it was a requirement. It was a law, you know. And of course the reason is because it was for self-defense for the community. But that self-defense didn't only, like I'm saying, mean to defend against a foreign enemy, but also a tyrannical government, which happens, especially and inevitably, when the people in government don't believe in God. See, when people don't believe in God anymore, and that man is just another animal, the person's rights no longer come from God, they come from the state. And the state can dictate as it wills what it believes to be in the best interest, which inevitably leads to trampling of the individual's rights for the supposed greater good. The ends justify the means. We saw this in the last three years, for example. The trampling of every one of the amendments in the Constitution except for the Second Amendment. The left was not able to get at that one. But in other words, the reason for the last 3 years is exactly because of the misunderstanding that the left has regarding government. The only purpose, the sole purpose of the government is to protect the rights of the individual. But when an individual is not created in the image of God, there is no respect for the individual's rights, and the rights of the greater good become paramount over the individual's rights. But what created America and British civilization, and the reason why the world wants to move to a Anglosphere nation, Australia, Canada, America, the UK, is because of its culture of individualism, which is rooted in its Protestant Christianity and individual rights and rule of law. But the founders knew, and they even said so repeatedly, that what they had created was wholly unfit for an ungodly, unreligious people. A people, a culture that does not believe in the God of the Bible cannot have democracy. And that's what we are seeing currently with the left. In the name of supposedly protecting democracy, they're bringing it down because they have a spirit of Antichrist within them. They are evil. Communism and socialism and progressive liberalism, secular liberalism is evil. And they will do evil things, such as the oppression of individuals. But although they don't consciously know it, because for one, they're illiterate and they're ignorant, they know nothing, they're unenlightened people, they're really dumb, they do not understand the Second Amendment, but unconsciously they have a spirit of Antichrist, because it's all spiritual. And the reason for the drive to take away the guns is because the powers that be, if you will, which, and what I mean by that is the leaders of the left, but also spiritually underneath that, Satan knows that the thing that stands in their way to their new world order are conservative Christians in America and their guns. The Soviets knew that it would be futile to invade America because of the overwhelming amount of guns. You could not take over this people, which was the exact purpose of the Second Amendment. It's every man's duty and responsibility to be armed and own a gun, and all kinds of guns. No restrictions on the type of gun either, because there aren't restrictions on the types of guns that the government has. And the purpose of the Second Amendment is to protect the community against a tyrannical government, including one inside their own nation. Right? You connect the dots and you put together what should have happened during the last few years. But in places like Australia, they were fooled into disarming themselves many years ago. They furthermore do not have the values to understand anything. Not only that, with the proof of that, and for the UK but for that matter, and France just yesterday, after all that happened, they tossed out their centrist governments and brought in an even further left government. This just tells you how sick the Anglosphere culture is at this point. And the emphasis is on, in God's wrath, on the Anglosphere countries. Let's just also clarify that. The wrath that is coming is primarily focused on America, the UK, Australia, and Canada, and New Zealand. Because these were the nations that had received the most amount of light, the most amount of blessings. And the cursing will be commensurate with the amount of blessings it received. That's why Australia and Canada and the UK and the blue states in America were the worst in the world in the response to the CVD disease. These were the worst totalitarian, Australia being the worst of all. Okay, so, and by the way, another thing that the left is so ignorant about, the mass shootings are not the result of guns, they're the result of people no longer believing in God. As Nietzsche said, God is dead and it'll take generations for us to wash the blood off our hands. He knew that the result would be the 20th century being the bloodiest in history. But this also applies to the mass shootings. The mass shootings have become a form of suicide. These people that are angry and want to kill themselves figure that they'll take out a few people out when they go in revenge, and because they don't fear God. They don't believe in a God. They don't fear God. That's a result of secular progressivism, not conservative Christianity and Christians with their guns. Again, just like the left, on every single thing, they have it completely backwards and upside down because it's a lie from Satan, and Satan's prerogative is to lie and turn everything upside down. The opposite is the truth in every case. And this is just another example. And so anyway, also, Satan is behind the mass shootings because he's behind the left and he's behind this drive to take away the guns, which is what's coming. Which is why what is coming is the tyrannical government coming for the guns, which will lead to all kinds of problems. Let's just put it that way. So, now I really got off track here, but I think it was worthwhile because, again, the globalist future cannot happen without taking down America. And to take down America, a big part of it is coming for the conservative Christians and their guns, right? Because the left hates it, but there's still enough red states to foil their plan. It's still frustrating for them to get what they want done. In this New World Order plan, the globalist vision, the technocratic led left utopia government that they desire, and the reason for the left's hatred of America is rooted in this, but it's spiritual. America being God's Gentile nation is the reason why the left hates it, just like it hates Israel. It's like I said earlier, there's a spiritual reason why people on the left, the agnostic atheists and Islamists, the reason why they hate Israel is because, spiritually they're in rebellion against God. Well, the same applies to their sentiments toward America. And the thing that stands in their way is America, but really it's the red states, and really it's ultimately the conservatives and their guns. And so that's why it was worthwhile, I think, to go off onto this tangent when we were talking about this connection between the New World Order and the Pentagon and how it points to Barack Obama. With this, for example, exact 2 times 30 years connection from the symbolic beginning of the Pentagon and 9/11 and the collapse of the World Trade Center. The One World Order, New World Order, World Trade Center. Okay, so 9/11 in 1813 was also exactly 11,000 weeks, or 77,000 days, before July 6th, and George W.'s 78th birthday. It was Flight 11 that crashed into the World Trade Center, and it was Flight 77, which is 11 times 7, that crashed into the Pentagon. Okay, so on 9/11 we have a 77, because it was Flight 77. This connection is George Washington symbolism, because it connects to the day that the British landed at George Washington's Mount Vernon estate. Furthermore, through the 9/11 events, God pointed to George Washington. The death of Jimmy Carter, who was inaugurated in 77, will be 5 days after the 78th birthday of the symbolic 5th president, George Bush, George W. which hints at George Washington, which was 77,000 days after 9/11 in 1813 when the British landed at George Washington's estate. That's amazing. So you get that? So the British landing at George Washington's estate, which I've established already to be a significant date, is exactly 77,000 days before this date, July 6th, that hinted at Carter, who was inaugurated in 77, but it was also George W., as in George Washington's birthday, and he was the 5th president in this chronology of kings, and George W.'s birthday is 5 days before the predicted death of Jimmy Carter, who was inaugurated in 77, which is why the 77,000 days. George Washington died exactly 146 years and 6 months before the birth of President Trump. 1,446 is the 430th semi-prime number. H430 is the word in the Hebrew concordance that means God. The Israelites were also afflicted for 430 years. Trump is the 7th symbolic president who is symbolically trumpeting the Antichrist 8th king. Also, through the 9/11 events, God pointed to George Washington's walk down Wall Street, and on 9/11, Trump called into Channel 9 News and trumpeted his tower on Wall Street and how it had to become the tallest tower in Lower Manhattan. In other words, this is the connection between Trump and George Washington. Okay, so in other words, Trump is, if you will, a sort of type for George Washington, who is this symbolic figure that God is using to point to things. And this is why the birth of Trump connects profoundly to the date that George Washington died. But also the two men overlap. They point to each other, or rather, Trump is pointing to Washington on 9/11, when Trump called in on 9/11. Because he was talking about his tower on Wall Street, and 9/11 was all about pointing to George Washington's walk down Wall Street. Because the towers collapsed and cracked the foundation of Federal Hall, which is symbolic of America's foundation in God being cracked. Federal Hall is where George Washington was first inaugurated. Upon being inaugurated, he marched down Wall Street into Trinity Chapel, where he consecrated the nation to God, saying that if the nation were to ever turn away from God, it would lose its divine protection and blessings. Trinity Chapel was the only building at Ground Zero that didn't suffer any damage, not even a broken window, and on and on. God was pointing through the events at Ground Zero, the beginning of the nation. Really, Ground Zero was the ground zero for the nation, the beginning of the nation, and God pointed to this one chapel to point to George Washington's consecration to God, because on 9/11, as George Washington warned, God's divine protection and blessings was temporarily removed. The prophecy in the book of Revelation, chapter 17, speaks of 5th through 8th kings. Washington died 1758 months before Trump was born. All right, so this 1,446 months is also, 146 years and 6 months is also 1758 months. And that hints at the chapter 17 about the 5th through 8th kings prophecy. George Washington died at the age of 67. On 7/6, George W., the 5th king, turned 78. This hints at the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th kings in Revelation 17. Okay, because we've got the two George W's, right? The George Washington and George W. And trust me, as you'll see, this is why George W.'s name is George W. And why there is an emphasis on his middle letter. I mean, he really was known as George W., right? Short for George W. Because of his father engendering this emphasis on the middle letter. But anyway, prophetically, the purpose of this is to point to George Washington. So you have these two George W's. One died at the age of 67, and then we have this prophetic sign on the birth date of George W. when he turned 78. But he is also the fifth king. So this gives us this fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth kings that is described in Revelation 17. Trump is the seventh king of these kings, and he was born 1758 months after George Washington's death. George W.'s 78th birthday was exactly 77,000 days after the British landed on George Washington's estate. George Washington was born on 2/22, the date 2/22, and died at 67, and George W.'s 78th birthday was 22 days after Trump, the seventh king, turned 78. The eighth king is the Antichrist king, and George Washington defeated tyrannical King George's army. George Washington's portrait in the White House was rescued by Dolly Madison. Presidential portraits are hung in the White House in chronological order. The presidential portrait of George W., the fifth king, was unveiled at the White House in a ceremony with the sixth and eighth king, Barack Obama, on May 31st, 2012, 2,969 days before the seventh king, President Trump, moved George W.'s portrait from its place of prominence. 2,969 is the 128th prime number. God uses 128 to identify the Antichrist, who was born in East Africa. Again, G128 in the concordance is the word that means the Ethiopian. The 45th president moved the presidential portraits of the symbolic fourth and fifth kings, the fifth king being George W., from their place of prominence into a room barely used and off the list of rooms visitors see on tours. He replaced these portraits with the 25th and 26th presidents. Bama is the Hebrew proper noun word that means high place. The 25th president was McKinley, and during Obama's presidency, America's highest mountain, Mount McKinley, was renamed Denali. Denali in Simple English Gematria is equal to 45. During the 45th president's presidency, he asked to have the mountain renamed McKinley again. The eighth king, Obama, will replace a president through the 25th Amendment, thus overcoming the 22nd Amendment, which is why the fifth king's birthday was 22 days after the 45th president's birthday. The day the news broke regarding the moved presidential portraits, July 17th, 2020, is exactly 400.00% of a year before the predicted date of Carter's funeral, when the presidents, the symbolic kings, will be lined up in chronological order. In the Bible, the Israelites were liberated from their persecution from the king of Egypt, who is Antichrist symbolism, which is Obama, after 400 years. That's why this 400.00% of a year from the day that the president's portraits were moved out of order to the date of the presidents sitting in their chronological order at the funeral is amazing beyond words. It's so amazing. It's so amazing. Not only that, we have a second witness to this, because Bama means high place, and the nation's highest place was renamed from McKinley. It was renamed from McKinley to Denali, And then President Trump, who moved McKinley's portrait in place of the fifth king's portrait, George W., wanted the mountain, the highest place in America, renamed back to McKinley. But it's also the 25th president, and that's because the 25th Amendment will be used to fool around with the chronology of presidents, making Barack Obama the president again. It's so amazing. The 8th king will be appointed through the 25th Amendment. The 25th prime number, and that's how he'll get around the restriction in the 22nd Amendment on someone being elected to the office more than twice, he will be appointed instead. Okay, so the 8th king will be appointed through the 25th Amendment. The 25th prime number is 97. The 25th president died while in office, and that's how the president will become the president again. Well, I'm jumping ahead. So the 25th president died while in office exactly 97 years before a famous racehorse named Barack Obama died. Obama will become the president again through the death of Kamala Harris while she is in office. Barack Obama's presidential portrait was unveiled in the White House on the date 9/7 in 2022, exactly 97 weeks before it is predicted that the presidents will be lined up in chronological order at Carter's funeral. That's so amazing. Okay, so the president, because the portraits are all about them being hung in presidential order, right? The president Obama's got his unveiled on the date 9/7, which hints at 97 and the 25th prime number and the 25th Amendment. And this date, 9/7, is exactly 97 weeks before Carter's prophetic funeral, in which the presidents will be lined up in chronological order. This 97 weeks is also 1 year, 1 month, and 9 days, which hints at 9/11. And through the 9/11 events, God pointed to George Washington. It was George Washington's rescued portrait from fire and destruction by the enemy that began the tradition of hanging presidential portraits, which is why George W.'s portrait was unveiled by the enemy, Obama, and why it connects to the day that the 7th king, Trump, moved George W.'s presidential portrait. And to refresh your memory, that date that the George W. portrait was unveiled by Barack Obama in the White House was 2,969 days to the day that President Trump moved the portraits. And that hinted at the number 128, which hinted at the Ethiopian. Okay, so back to what I was saying here. Which in turn, okay, so Trump moved George W.'s portrait in July of 2020, and that was in turn, it connected to the predicted date of Carter's funeral with exactly 400.00% of a year, when the 7th king will sit next to the 6th king, who will also be the 8th king, Obama, who will be sitting next to the 78-year-old George W., which will be 5 days after the 5th king, George W., turned 78. Well, actually, no, it'll be 10 days. The funeral will be 10 days. It'll be 5 plus 5 days. 5 days later will be Carter's death, and then 5 days after that will be the funeral. Okay, so 5 days after the 5th king, his birthday, will be the date of the death, and then 5 days after that will be when the 5th king, will be sitting next to the 6th king, who will be sitting next to the 7th king, which trumpets the 8th king, Obama. The day that the 45th president moved the 25th president's portrait into a place of prominence was exactly 25 plus 25 days before the Kentucky Derby on the date 9/5, September 5th, which hints at 9 times 5 equals 45, and the 45th president. As the horses were being led out to the track, the horse named Thousand Words reared back and fell over onto its trainer, fracturing his arm. The horse was scratched from the race. The name Thousand Words hints at the saying that a picture is worth 1,000 words, which is why Thousand Words was scratched on the date 9/5, which hints at 45, 25 plus 25 days after the 45th president moved the 25th president's picture. Thousand Words' number in the race was number 10. The winner of the Kentucky Derby, the horse named Authentic, was horse number 18. In the winner's circle, this horse behaved erratically and again knocked over its trainer, which was Hall of Famer horse trainer Bob Baffert, who that year was the trainer of both Thousand Words, number 10, and Authentic, number 18. In Luke 10:18, Jesus said that he saw Satan falling like lightning from heaven. The name Barack Obama in Hebrew means lightning from heaven. Barack means lightning, Obama means high place, which in the Bible is a metaphor for heaven, as it is said that Lucifer fell from the high place. And in the language Jesus would have spoken, Aramaic, the word for from is O. And so Barack Obama means lightning from heaven. Either Jesus didn't know what he was saying when he said this, or he said this knowing that there would be a president, famous one, named Barack Obama, and said this anyway, knowing that it would confuse us, or he was revealing the identity of the Antichrist. Obviously, the latter option is the only one that makes any sense. And so, okay, on the same day that the Kentucky Derby sign pointed to Bama, a high place, was the day that Trump boats sank to the depths of a lake in Texas at a Trump boat rally. These Kentucky Derby and Trump boat signs that pointed to Luke 10:18 and high place, Bama, involving 1,000 words, were 25 plus 25 days after Trump moved the 25th president's picture. The 25th president was McKinley, whom the nation's highest mountain was named after until Obama changed it, followed by Trumpet's request to have the highest peak changed back to McKinley. Methuselah died at 969. Does this hint at 9 plus 6 plus 9 equals 24, and therefore 1924 and 2024, the years that Carter was born and will die, and G2424, the word that means Jesus in the Greek concordance, JC, Jesus Christ, Jimmy Carter. Is there another way to connect Methuselah to Carter? Okay? So I'm looking for how. So the thing is, like I've explained already, Methuselah or Carter is symbolism for Methuselah. When Carter will die, it'll be the beginning of judgment. Just like when Methuselah died, it was the beginning of judgment, which is what the name Methuselah means. All right, so what can connect Methuselah to Carter? Now, I was just brainstorming here. It could be this, but there's more, okay? There's also this too, which is that Jimmy Carter is predicted to die on 7/11, which hints at Genesis 7:11, which was when the flood began and when Methuselah died. Okay, but there's probably another way, and yes, there is. I'll just get to that. Here is an amazing one that my friend thought of here. Methuselah links to Carter, who is the longest living president in U.S. history, while Methuselah was the oldest person in the Bible. That's amazing. Because I explained already the profound reason why, prophetically, Jimmy Carter is the longest living president. It hints at this theme of immortality, the first lie ever told, and will be again the last lie at the end of the age. And so Methuselah also is connected to Carter in this way, because Methuselah was the oldest person in the Bible. Jimmy Carter is the oldest president ever to have lived. Okay, so Methuselah is also the 8th generation from Adam. Okay, and well, again, the storm Beryl is pointing to Carter, and it's the 8th storm named Beryl, and the beryl usage in the Bible is the 8th stone used in the foundation of the New Jerusalem. I don't know if I emphasized this enough, but Hurricane Beryl is hitting Harris County on the date 7/7, which hints at Kamala Harris, the 49th vice president, and 49 is 7 times 7. Furthermore, her flight path will mirror that of Flight 77 on 9/11. It will be a flight from Washington, D.C. to Los Angeles when she will crash in St. Louis. The flight that was hijacked on 9/11 that departed Washington was on its way to Los Angeles before it was hijacked and crashed into the Pentagon. Oh, this is pretty interesting. Methuselah is equal to 112 in simple English gematria, and so is Kamala Harris. And so Beryl is a storm that hints at Methuselah, as I have explained, and it's hitting Harris County, which is a location that God has been using in his signs to point to Kamala Harris and her death in a plane crash, which will be, by the way, due to weather, just like this storm is a weather event. So Methuselah and the name Kamala Harris are equal to 112 in simple English gematria. McKinley is 8 letters. Michelle is 8 letters. McKinley sounds like Michelle or Michael. McKinley was the 25th president, which hints at the 25th Amendment, which will be used to make Michelle Obama the vice president and then the president, after Joe Biden will step down, which is predicted to be on August 2nd. Okay, McKinley died exactly 44 years and 9 months, which is the same connection as the Pope's visit with Carter at the White House to July 6th, as I mentioned before. So McKinley died 44 years and 9 months before Trumpet was born. And again, Trumpet was trumpeting Mount McKinley, and therefore Obama, because Obama means high place. McKinley died 97 years before the Barack Obama racehorse died. His vice president, Hobart, died in office exactly 117 years and 9 months before the eclipse peaked over St. Louis at 1:17 p.m. The eclipse engendered an X, which hinted at in Ezekiel which is hinted at with Ezekiel chapter 9. Also, the Antichrist was the president from 09 until 17, which is why this 117 years and 9 months connection. But it's also hinting at how Kamala Harris will die in office in St. Louis, and Hobart died in office with this 117 years and 9 months connection, and the eclipse peaked over St. Louis at 1:17 p.m., and that's, by the way, why Kamala Harris will die while in office in St. Louis. It will be pointing to the eclipse that peaked at 1:17 p.m., which again is the reason for the 117 years connection. Trump, and by the way, you need to watch the eclipse 1:17 p.m. video. That's like the foundational video. You need to watch that video. I'll say it again. There is a video titled something to the effect of eclipse equals peaked at, Kamala Harris will die on July 22nd equals eclipse peaked at 1:17 p.m. Trump descended the golden escalator of Trump Tower exactly, this isn't related to this video, so let's move on. July 6th, 2024. Okay, this is amazing. July 26th, 2024, the date we are talking about in this video, was 1,880 days exactly, which hints at H188 in Strong's Hebrew Concordance, which again is the word that means woe, exclamation mark, used in the context in the Bible of extreme judgment from God. So, therefore, this is important. Very important. July 6th, 2024 was 1,880 days after the heritage tree fell on May 14th, 2019 at the Washington Monument due to the soil being too wet. Okay, so we were talking about earlier. What we were talking about? We were talking about how George W. and his birthday on July 6th could connect to George Washington, which would just confirm everything. This is it, because it's the Washington Monument we're talking about. So there was this heritage tree, I forget the type of tree, but it was like a 200-old or more tree that was there at the time of the construction of the Washington Monument, all right? It fell over due to the soil being too wet, all right? Exactly 1,880 days before this prophetic birthday of George W., as in George Washington. In the news that day, it was reported, the day that the tree fell at the Washington Monument, it was reported on that same day how Washington, D.C. had received its wettest 365-day period in history with 71.05 inches. This was on the exact 71st anniversary of the rebirth of Israel. So in other words, this 365-day period coincided with the 71st year of Israel, and it was the wettest period in Washington, D.C. that resulted in, at the end of the year of the 365-day period, with the falling over of the tree at the Washington Monument. And in the Bible, the felling of trees is symbolic of God's judgment. The National Park Service, which gives this national symbolism, posted on Twitter about the fallen tree at the Washington Monument at 9:20 a.m. In Genesis 9:20, Noah began to be a man of the soil and planted a vineyard. That could have been, that's a quotation there, okay? He began to be a man of the soil and planted a vineyard. George Washington was known for being a man of the soil and for the vineyard at his Mount Vernon estate that he planted. Truly, after he left the president's office, he became a horticulturalist. He is famous for it. If you visit the Washington, the Mount Vernon estate, it's largely focused on the horticulture that Washington had there. Okay, so and part of that known history is how he tried to start a grape vineyard, but it didn't work out. But today, still to today, the area of the estate in which there are produce, where there is produce growing, is called the vineyard area. Okay, so there's still an area of the estate called the vineyard. And anyway, Noah began to be a man of the soil and planted a vineyard in Genesis 9:20, and the tree fell at the Washington Monument, as in George Washington Monument, at 9:20 a.m. Or it was officially recognized by the National Park Service at 9:20 a.m. Okay, this was also the day that Trump trumpeted a return to the moon by 2024. The moon is a giant rock, and in the Bible, rock is symbolic of Jesus, and that's why this communicated the Lord Jesus Christ's return in 2024. All of the return to the moon by 2024 signs have been hinting at Christ's return in 2024. But this was the big one. And the big one occurred on a date that was expected in advance to be a date for very, very big signs. And we had the falling over of the tree and Trump trumpeting the return to the moon by 2024 on this date. Huge. And it was an Israel date. because the Lord is returning to rule from Israel for the 1,000 years of peace. Okay, so this was a huge date. Now, this huge date that was about George Washington was 1,880 days before this George W. Day, the birthday of George W., the 78th, and the prophetic reason being it pointing to the death of Carter 5 days later, the 5th president in the chronology, and also pointing to, at Carter's funeral, the lineup of presidents and hinting at the 7th and 8th king, Barack Obama. Okay, Carl Weathers, we talked about him earlier, right? The actor in the movie Rocky. Carl Weathers died 22 weeks and 2 days before the birthday of Sylvester Stallone. And Washington was born on the date 2/22. God pointed to Washington through the 9/11 events, and 22 weeks and 2 days is 156 days, and the 156th prime number is 911. Which I mentioned earlier. I mentioned the connection between Carl Weathers and the birthday of Sylvester Stallone and how it hints at 9/11. I mentioned all of that earlier. But now I want to revisit this because of this connection here, pointing back to the George Washington Monument and how George Washington was a man of the soil. We have clear connection between George Washington and George W. But a second witness to this is that Carl Weathers died with this connection of 22 weeks and 2 days, which hints at 9/11. Or George Washington, who was born on the date 2/22, and the connection is a number that hints at the 156 days, hints at 9/11, and through the 9/11 events, God pointed to George Washington. And again, this connects to the date of Sylvester Stallone's birthday, which is the reason for the connection from Carl Weathers. So it all confirms itself. It's like everything is a second witness to everything else. The name George means farmer, earth worker. Carter is known for being a peanut farmer, a man of the soil, just like George Washington. Before he was the governor, he was a peanut farmer. Okay, so, and George also hints at this. This is why the birthday of George W. on this date that God was using to point to Carter, the date 7/6, because Carter was the 76th governor of Georgia after he was a peanut farmer. Okay? This connection confirms that the birthday of George W. at 78 was a prophetic sign. Was there a sign in Washington, D.C. on the date 7/6 to confirm this? Because now it's clear we're focusing in on Washington. We have this connection from the tree that fell at the Washington Monument. God is connecting clearly George Washington to George W. here. The presidential paintings, for example, which began with the rescued George Washington painting and included the connection from the George W. painting. But we even have the 1,880 days to this date, July 6th, from the Washington Monument. Could there be a prophetic sign bookending the 1,880 days connection from the Washington Monument in Washington, D.C. to another prophetic sign that occurred in Washington on July 6th? That's when the light bulb went off in my mind, and I checked to see, and sure enough, it was correct. The St. Louis Cardinals baseball team played the Washington Nationals in Washington, D.C. on July 6th. The score was 6-14. The Washington team won. Genesis 6:14, okay, the score was 6:14, and in Genesis 6:14 is the verse, quote, "Make yourself an ark," unquote. And then it says out of gopher wood. And that's it. That's all there is for this verse, 6:14. Make yourself an ark. The ark that one needs, that a person needs, is Jesus. Jesus is the only way to weather the coming storm. which is symbolized by the coming beryl storm the following day after the 6-14 game. The 6-14 game score is a difference of 8 runs. Beryl, Hurricane Beryl, is the 8th stone in Revelation. Beryl is the 8th stone. Hurricane Beryl is the 8th storm named Beryl. Methuselah, who died at 969, which is 1,711 in octal counting, hints at the 8th king, Beri, as in beryl, in Revelation 17:11. In God's signs, pitchers on the pitching mound are symbolic of the Antichrist on the Temple Mount. The prophetic final out, which God uses in baseball games as signs. I know this because I've been studying his big picture of signs, patterns, and connections for more than full-time hours, from morning until night for 6 years. And anyway, I know that final outs are a good place to find the prophetic sign in a particular baseball game. So the prophetic final out of the game was a strikeout thrown by pitcher number 21. 21 is 7 plus 7 plus 7. The pitcher's name is Rainy. The pitcher's name is Rainy, which confirms the 1,880 days connection from the fallen heritage tree at the Washington Monument due to the excessive amount of rain in Washington that was reported on that date. As again, I said, the wettest 365-day period of rain in Washington, D.C. history was reported on that date. 1,888 days, which hints at whoa exclamation mark, to this prophetic final out with a pitcher on the pitching mound named Rainy. Furthermore, the 3 sets of 7 here are symbolic of judgment because of the symbolic 3 sets of 7 that the Israelites enacted before the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment on the city of Jericho. But in the account of the flood, there are 3 sets of 7. All right, so including the loading of the ark with the 7 clean animals, the 7 birds, the 7 unclean animals, and the 7 days warning, okay, before the rain started. So Rainy was pitching here, the final out. Rainy also confirms the beryl storm. A hurricane is about rain. And the ark symbolism in the 6-14 score. Okay, so the fact that the pitcher's name is Rainy also confirms what I mentioned earlier about the significance of the score, because that's flood symbolism. Make yourself an ark. God is warning individuals and the nation. Judgment is coming with the death of Carter. Make yourself an ark. Time is up. The only ark that will weather the storm is Jesus. The jersey number of the batter for the St. Louis Cardinals, who struck out, is number 63. 63 hints at 3 sixes, and 666, the number of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. So the pitcher was number 21, the batter was number 63, which hints at adding the 2 together to equal 84. And in Hebrew gematria, the name Obama is equal to 84. But also, Obama was born on the date 8/4. This date, July 6th, is 4 times 4 days, as in the 44th president. Before Harris's predicted plane crash in St. Louis due to a bird, as in the St. Louis Cardinals baseball team, strike, as in the strikeout. In fact, the last strike on the St. Louis Cardinal was a foul tip strike caught by the catcher. Oh, and I just realized this. This foul is a play on words because foul also means birds. It was a foul tip, meaning that the ball touched the bat lightly and then bounced off the bat and into the catcher's glove. That's what a foul tip is. it still counts as a strike. And so this is amazing. The final thing of the game, the last strike in the last out, was a foul tip, as in a bird strike, because fouls are birds. Okay, and it was caught by the catcher to end the game. If the catcher didn't catch the ball would have been live and the batter could have run to first base if he wanted to, but the catcher caught the ball. This is perfect symbolism for a bird strike hit on a plane. The catcher's name is Ruiz, which means powerful, famous ruler. His number is 20, which hints at 9 plus 11 equals 9/11. But also hints at Revelation 9/11, the ruler, powerful ruler, King Abaddon, King Apollyon, the king of the fallen angels that come out of the bottomless pit in Revelation 9. So finally, we have our tangible sign on July 6th that confirms confirms George W.'s birthday. So if you recall the beginning, I said, well, we have had a birthday before be a prophetic sign, which was James Earl Jones's 90th, but he did also celebrate it in the 11th state. So that's something tangible that occurred on that date. Well, this is it. This is huge, as I just explained. Hopefully your jaw is dropped because it is amazing. From everything from the 8-run difference, hinting at the barrel 8th stone and the 8th storm barrel, and it's all flood symbolism. And then at the end with the last strike, hinting at Kamala Harris's bird strike 4 times 4 days later, which will result in the appointment of the 44th president as the president again, which is the reason for pointing to George W. and George Washington, the first president. It's amazing. This email, by the way, was the 100th email, and this one here is the 101st email in the thread, which I've numbered the number 9 thread. That's a coincidence. This is the end of the thread. There's no more. It ends with 9/11 symbolism as a coincidence. That's just a personal sign. I'm just saying that for interest's sake. It doesn't qualify in the league of these other signs because this is a personal sign. You get the I think you can appreciate the difference. And so I have now explained how or what happened, what God was doing through July 6th. It was pointing to the New World Order connections, George W. As I explained, the Georgia Guidestones connections, the Pope visiting the White House connections, and the birth dates of George W. and Sylvester Stallone, and on and on. It was quite something. That's why it took so long to explain. And that would be expected because God pointed to this date ahead of time and to that degree. And so we would expect it to take an hour or two to be able to explain, and sure enough it did. But now that I've explained it, I'm going to now play the explanation for the diagram that was explained before July 6th and the reasons for why and how God pointed to July 6th ahead of time. It is definitely worth listening to, as is really every minute of the Jimmy Carter videos. All right? All right, folks. I thought the video was finished yesterday, but a new revelation, a new epiphany came to me last night or early this morning, and that led to so much else regarding what happened on July 6th and the importance of July 6th. It is so amazing. It's going to take what has already been explained to an even higher level, as if that were possible. Okay, and so what happened was, it occurred to me, because this is the thing. The biggest thing about the tangible sign that I was just talking about at the end of the video yesterday wasn't even fully explained, because the biggest thing about the tangible sign, which was this baseball game in Washington, D.C. with the Washington Nationals, is about this. And so this is what I wrote to a friend this morning. The video is already posted, unfortunately, but it occurred to me that at the end of the highlights video of the game, after the final prophetic out, the announcer said, "A big curly W for the record books." Okay? This is because the guy speaking is a broadcaster for the Washington Nationals baseball games. And so in Washington Nationals culture, it's recognized what he's talking about, because the logo for the team, the Washington Nationals, is a big curly W. All right? It's this font. Maybe I should just pause here. Okay, so you can see it here. This is the logo for the Nationals. It's this big W. It stands for Washington, obviously. And so the sportscaster said, "A big curly W for the record books," was like his signing off statement after the Washington Nationals had won the baseball game with that final prophetic strikeout with the foul tip that hinted at foul birds in the bird strike, and the team is Cardinals, and it was from St. Louis, the team, and Harris is predicted to die in a plane crash due to a bird strike in St. Louis, and on and on. Well, the big curly W. Now, what were we talking about for the last couple of hours, really? We were talking about how it was the birthday of George W. And George W. used to go by the nickname W, if you recall. That was his nickname from his friends, and he would even joke about it sometimes, from what I recall. There was this ongoing, well-known thing about George W. Bush being nicknamed W. He would even say it in the Texas accent, W, right? W, right? So that's, and again, we were looking for this tangible sign on July 6th to go with the prophetic birth date of George W. And this was it. And it was the big curly W win, because the W also stands for win. So that's why it was a double entendre when the sportscaster said a big curly W for the record books, because it was a W for the record books, which stands for win, but it's also the Washington Nationals, whose logo is the big giant curly W. All right, now, the W letter is the 23rd letter in the alphabet. And Barack Obama's number is 23. He is the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 when he played basketball in high school. And his jersey was auctioned off in a big prophetic sign in August of 2019, number 23. And Michael Jordan and LeBron James, the GOATs of basketball, also wore 23, and on and on. I've explained it many other times in other videos, okay? So this number is associated with Barack Obama, but we have this big W. So the sign is pointing to the W, the Washington Nationals, on W's birthday, right? That's clear, I think, right? Okay, so now I'm just going to start reading what I started writing as the revelation started coming to me, and I wrote it down in this email thread. I think we're on to something here. August 23rd, 2011, the Washington Nationals baseball game against the Diamondbacks, the team from Arizona, which, by the way, is the 48th state, which hints at Barack Obama, the 48th future predicted 48th president. And Diamondbacks are, of course, a type of snake, and snake in the Bible is symbolism for evil, and the two antichrists are symbolized by this because, as I'll explain. Okay, so the Washington Nationals baseball game was being played in Washington, D.C. on the day of the extremely prophetic Washington, D.C. earthquake that occurred on August 23rd, 2011. This was the strongest earthquake east of the Mississippi, and I forget how many ever years. It was felt by 1/3 of the U.S. population because of the amount of people that live on the eastern seaboard, but the earthquakes on the East Coast are felt at long distances because of the way in which the ground is, or whatever, I know, like the tectonic plate or whatever it is. The earthquake vibrations can travel further. So that's why, anyway, 1/3 of the US population felt this earthquake. This is extremely prophetic, but it occurred just outside of Washington, D.C., and it cracked the Washington Monument and caused $34,000 in damages to the Washington National, otherwise known as the spiritual home of America. Did I say 34,000? I mean 34 million. And 34 is a number that symbolizes Barack Obama as well, but that's another story. So this baseball game was delayed 20 minutes because of the earthquake, and it began because of the earthquake at 7:26 p.m., which hints at 726, a very prophetic number, because the 726th word in Strong's Greek Concordance is the word rapture, okay? And so this is applicable to the American church. So the score was 2-0 for the Snakes, which hints at the two snakes that met in the White House garden, and they literally met in the White House garden exactly 49 months earlier, okay? This is when Pope Francis visited Barack Obama at the White House, and there was the big ceremony, and they met in the back of the White House, in the White House garden. And this is interesting because, of course, the snakes, the serpent deceived Eve in the garden, but also when Barack Obama met the Pope for the first time at the Vatican, he gave the Pope a gift of a box of seeds from the White House garden. And in appreciation for the Pope being the first Pope to open the papal gardens for the first time to the public, and when the Pope came to the U.S., he held Mass in Madison Square Gardens, and he met the other Antichrist, Barack Obama, in the the White House garden. Okay, so August 23rd, 2011, pitcher number 49 for the team from Washington State. Now, this is a different baseball game on the same day. This is the Seattle Mariners, but they are from Washington State, okay? And during the earthquake, pitcher number 49 on the pitching mound, and God uses pitchers on the pitching mound to symbolize the Antichrist on the Temple Mount in Bible prophecy, okay? And so he, during the earthquake, he was on the pitching mound, okay? And the earthquake was felt in Cleveland, which is where the game was being played, and President Grover Cleveland was the 22nd president, and during the earthquake, a double was hit off this pitcher by a 22-year-old batter on a pitch count of 2-2 with 2 outs. And again, Cleveland was the 22nd president. The teams played a doubleheader, which means that they played 2 games in one day that day. And, okay, and also, what was I going to say? The double, which means that he got 2 bases, okay? The 22-year-old batter, 2 outs, hit for 2 bases. Now, George Washington was born on the date 2/22, and again, this game in Cleveland was against the team from Washington State on the same day that the Washington Nationals lost their game to the Snakes 2-0 in Washington during the earthquake, or just prior to the earthquake. This game was played during the day because they were playing 2 games in one day. What they do when they do that is they're making up for a previous day in which the game was rained out. So they had an evening game, which is typical on a weekday, which is what this was, and then the other game was during the day, which made it conveniently during the earthquake for this prophetic sign. Now, July 6th, 2024, the date we are talking about in this video, is 50 days before August 25th, when it is predicted that Barack Obama will become the 48th president. Okay, the Washington Nationals won the World Series in their 50th year, exactly their 50th year as a franchise. Okay, so that's why it would be relevant from this Washington Nationals sign on July 6th to add 50 days to get the date of the president, the Antichrist president, and his second presidency. Okay, because again, we were talking about the Washington Nationals and the Washington, D.C. earthquake and these numbers of 2, which hints at the second presidency for Barack Obama in Washington, which will be 50 days after this Washington Nationals W sign. And that's relevant because, again, the Washington Nationals won their first ever World Series in their 50th year as a franchise. Okay, all right, the Washington Nationals sign on July 6th, 2024, was 1,711 days after they won the World Series. Okay, this is amazing. What were we talking about for the last few hours? We were talking about how Carter is symbolism for this prophecy in Revelation 17:11. We were talking about how Carter is symbolic of Methuselah, who died at the age of 969, and in octal counting, 969 is equivalent to 1,711. Okay, and Beryl, the eighth named Storm, the 8 run difference in the prophetic sign in the game, because again, the prophetic sign was the score of the game, and it was an 8 run difference. 8 storms named Beryl, Beryl being the 8th stone described in the book of Revelation. And octal counting makes that relevant. That gives us the number 1,711, as we were saying earlier. Okay, well, so and again, it's all about this prophecy about the 5th through 8th kings, and George W. was the 5th king in this prophecy, and this parallel with the prophecy. Carter beginning this 7 kings prophecy, right? So that's all in Revelation 17:11, which is why it's amazing that we have the day that the Washington Nationals won their prophetic World Series, there's more to be said about that in a second, was 1,711 days before this Washington Nationals sign on July 6th. That, my friends, completely confirms the significance, the relevance of this prophetic sign. And but what I mean is it confirms that it is a prophetic sign, this Washington Nationals game with the last prophetic out and the score 6-14, hinting at Genesis 6:14, make yourself an ark, the last pitcher named Rainey, right? All that, right? Okay, so that's huge. So let's move on though. The final prophetic out was a strikeout by pitcher number 44. This is in the World Series, okay? In the Washington Nationals World Series win in October of 2019, again, as I mentioned, God uses the final outs of these games for prophetic significance. So the final prophetic out of the World Series that won the World Series, and then they celebrated, was a strikeout by pitcher number 44. And again, pitchers on the pitching mound in God's signs are symbolic of the Antichrist on the Temple Mount in Bible prophecy, who is the 44th president, the Antichrist. So in this prophetic sign, the pitcher is number 44. And who is he striking out? Player number 23 for Cleveland. And Cleveland, incidentally, no, it wasn't against Cleveland. Why that I said that though? Okay, so this player was playing for the team from Harris County, the Houston Astros, and God uses Harris County to point to the coming death of Kamala Harris in a plane crash, okay? And also Houston is the 4th biggest city, and that goes with this number 44 right here. Okay, now this player was number 23, and God pairs the numbers 23 and 44 together to confirm his big picture of signs, patterns, and connections. This is how God's big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works. It works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter, as the Bible says is required. And this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination, and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And if we think about it, one simple way in which he would provide a second witness for us is through pairing certain numbers together, such as 23 and 44, because and I know this because I've been working and studying God's big picture of signs from morning until night for more than full-time hours for more than 6 years. And the reason is because the 44th president is the basketball president who wore jersey number 23. So he pairs number 23 and 44 together, and so we have the 44th pitcher here, number 44, striking out for the final prophetic out, number 23. Now this player for the Houston Astros, the Harris County batter, number 23, also played for Cleveland, and he was in the final out of the prophetic last out when Cleveland lost the World Series to the Chicago Cubs. And that's a whole other story, which I'm not going to get into here. But that also points to Barack Obama, who's from Chicago. That was dramatic because the 2 teams with the longest droughts without having won the World Series were Cleveland and Chicago and on and on. Well, anyway, this player played for Cleveland in that team, and then he's playing in this World Series again, and he's the last batter to strike out here. Now, I think he was involved in the last out, from what I recall. I could be wrong, though. I just want to I don't want to say something that isn't true. I'm not 100% sure that he was the final out in that World Series, but I know that he played for Cleveland in that World Series. And again, Cleveland skipped the 23rd presidency, which is why God is using Grover Cleveland, the only president to serve non-consecutive terms, having skipped the 23rd presidency, which is why Barack Obama wears number 23, because he will also serve non-consecutive terms. Well, anyway, okay, so this batter, though, he struck out swinging on his knee. He fell onto his knee as he swung the bat. All right, he couldn't maintain his balance, if you can picture that. I don't think it's necessary to get the video out, although I used to have it. I don't know if I still do. It's in other videos, in the other really old videos. But he swung out swinging on his knee, okay? Picture that. He's at the plate, he's swinging really hard, and he's swinging so hard that he loses his balance, and he ends up on one knee on the ground, okay? That's very symbolic and prophetic because it symbolizes kneeling to Satan. And this is going to get so huge. Bear with me. Be patient. Remember this kneeling symbolizes kneeling to Satan. There's lots to be said here. It's going to climax in such a way you have no idea. It's going to be so amazing, all right? Now, this was exactly 23 weeks, okay? The day that he swung kneeling, player number 23, was exactly 23 weeks, which happens to be, by the way, almost exactly 44% of a year, a calendar year, after Obama posted a pic on Twitter of him at the Washington Nationals Youth Academy, where the kids and the counselors were surrounding him while kneeling on one knee. Okay? So they were kneeling. There's a picture of, let me just get that picture for you. Okay, this is very, very important. What I'm describing, this is a big, important thing in what God is communicating in this story that I'm telling and explaining to you. This is the Washington Nationals Youth Academy, okay? The Washington Nationals Major League Baseball team is known for how it serves the underprivileged in Washington, D.C. with this, sports thing. I think it focuses on baseball, but it might include other sports. I know it at least focuses on baseball if it isn't only about baseball. But so they have a little practice field that they get together on in Washington, D.C. And one day, Barack Obama decided to pay a visit. Okay? And here in the background of this picture, and this is the picture that he posted, making it prophetic. Barack Obama, posted this image on Twitter, and as I will explain, the date that he posted it and everything confirms that it is a prophetic sign. But here's that W again. So W, again, is the 23rd letter in the alphabet, and this is Mr. 23. Okay, he used to wear number 23. And 2 divided by 3, by the way, is 0.666. Another reason why he used to wear number 23. It identifies him as the Antichrist. 666, the number of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. So we've got the big W in the background here, but we've got all these people kneeling. Different ages, it's not just kids. We've got the older adults, the counselors. Okay, they're kneeling. And they're kneeling in front of this guy who is Satan's representative. In other words, they are symbolically kneeling to Satan, the Antichrist. Okay? As he supposedly gives them some wisdom here, which is also characteristic of what the Antichrist will be doing. Leading people that are listening attentively to what he has to say regarding his moralism and his instructions. Okay? So this is perfect. Now, what else happened on this day that he posted this image will make it even more amazing for you. Okay, so where was I here in the paragraph? So, again, the Washington Nationals won the World Series 1,711 days before the prophetic W sign on July 6, 2024, and then the World Series win also was in turn, which involved the final out involving number 23, who also played for Chicago, or Cleveland, I should say. This was exactly 23 weeks, which is 44% of a year, after Obama posted this pic. Okay, so we got all these, all of it still connects, right? In other words, the Obama Washington Nationals pic connects to the Washington W sign on July 6th. 2024. Okay, so let's see. The Washington Nationals Youth Academy through that's a typo. It should be threw, as in throw the baseball. They threw the first ceremonial pitch before the World Series game in Washington. And pitchers on the pitching mound are symbolic of the Antichrist on the Temple Mount. Okay? So in other words, so if you don't know baseball, they have a ceremonial first pitch before games. And before one of the World Series games, they had the Washington Nationals Youth Academy, a few of the kids come out onto the field, and one of the kids threw the baseball to the catcher for the ceremonial first pitch. But the thing is, just prior to this, Barack Obama visited the Youth Academy, and pitchers on the pitching mound symbolized the Antichrist on the Temple Mount in Bible prophecy. So in other words, this connects to Barack Obama, the fact that the Youth Academy threw the first pitch just shortly after Barack Obama visited them. Now, the Washington Nationals Youth Academy pitched the first pitch of Game 4, and this was exactly 22 weeks and 2 days after Obama's picture with the Academy kneeling in front of him. Washington was born on the date 2/22. This 22 weeks and 2 days, which is what that hints at, is also 156 days, and the 156th prime number is 911. It was through the 9/11 events that God pointed to George Washington. Okay, that's amazing. By the way, that's amazing. How is it that 156 days is also 22 weeks and 2 days? Because it hints at 9/11, and through the 9/11 events, God pointed to George Washington, who was born on the date 2/22, which is why, by the way, exactly 222 months after 9/11 was CVD Disease Day, when the World Health Organization officially declared the CVD to be a pandemic, etc. It was a date that I predicted in advance, by the way, as explained in many other videos. So, okay. So anyway, this is amazing because it's clearly we've got a clear connection here with George Washington. And of course, the city Washington is named after George Washington, and the baseball team is the Washington Nationals. All right, now, the Washington Nationals went on to win their first World Series after the first pitch in Game 4. I think they won in 6 games. No, it was 7 games. The Washington Nationals went on to win their first World Series in franchise history. Oh, and by the way, that's significant because this is like a strange World Series when every game that was played in the home field, the home team lost. And I think that might have been the first time that ever happened, or something. I would want to look back into that, but there's too much going on. I'm not going to. But anyway, that was interesting in itself. So the Washington Nationals went on to win the first World Series in franchise history, and their franchise began in Montreal. It was formerly the Montreal Expos, and they moved to Washington, D.C., I forget which year. So Montreal is French for Royal Mount, which hints at the Temple Mount. The Temple Mount in Jerusalem. It is the Royal Mount. The King of Kings will dwell in the Temple Mount, or on the Temple Mount in the temple, in the 1,000 years of peace on earth. It is the Royal Mount, and that's what the name Montreal means. The Montreal Expos, that's the team, baseball team, were named after the 1967 World Expo in Montreal. The 1967 was the year that the Jews recaptured the Temple Mount after 19 centuries. What a coincidence. Which is why God pointed to this team that began its French franchise in Montreal 50 years ago. And 50 years, by the way, 50 years is extremely prophetic in the book of Leviticus, and it symbolizes 50 years, the returning of God's people to their original land and inheritance, which is what happened in 1967, which was, by the way, 50 years after the Balfour Declaration in 1917, because of the 50 years in the prophecy in Leviticus chapter 25. So that's why the team that began in Montreal won in their 50th year, because the team began in Montreal and the team was named after the Expo in 67, and it was in 1967 that Jews recaptured and returned to their ancient capital, East Jerusalem, in the 6-Day War, a preemptive war that the Arab neighbors forced them into, and then as a result, they expanded their territory in self-defense. Okay. The day that Obama posted the pic of him with the kneeling Washington Academy was the day of the prophetic tornado warning in Washington, D.C. Okay, now let me just explain that. So there was a tornado warning in Washington, D.C. on the same day that Obama posted the pic about him visiting the team in Washington, D.C. Okay, now the tornado warning occurred in the Capitol building. There was an emergency alert in the Capitol building telling members of Congress to seek emergency weather shelter. So they've got these shelters set up in the Capitol building, and on the PA system it was announced, seek shelter in the emergency weather shelters immediately. This announcement, this alarm of the tornado warning occurred right as the vote was underway for the aid package for the relief aid for the hurricanes that occurred in the latter part of 2017. These three hurricanes, Harvey, Irma, and Maria, which spelled out him, as in the Lord, him. And so they in themselves were second, third, and they were second witnesses, three witnesses to the prophetic significance of the eclipse that passed over America in 2017. Because the eclipse exited the US and made a bullseye. It ended precisely where Hurricane Harvey was forming in the open Atlantic. And then Harvey landed 4 days later and dumped 4 feet of water over the fourth biggest city over 4 days, and it was Category 4, Harvey. All right, and the eclipse occurred on the 21st, and the Harvey landed on the 25th, and Luke 21:25 is there will be signs in the sun and the sun and the moon, and the roaring of the waves. You know, I haven't memorized the passage, but it talks about the sign in the night sky, or it's not the night sky, but the sign in the sky of the sun and the moon, which is an eclipse, and then the roaring of the waves, which is Hurricane Harvey. All right, so anyway, back to what I was saying. So that's when the tornado warning occurred, right when that vote was going underway for the relief aid for the victims from these hurricanes. Okay, and so anyway, in other words, God was pointing to the eclipse and the hurricanes as the prophetic signs, warning of judgment and destruction, with the tornado warning. Okay, now. Let's see. And the day that SpaceX launched, this was also the day that SpaceX launched its first 66 Starlink satellites. This was the beginning of Starlink on this same day, May 23rd, 2019, with a stated goal of launching an average of 44 per month, which hints at the 44th president, the Antichrist, whose number is 666. This was 9 days, which pairs with the 23 weeks connection, because again, 5/23/2019 was 23 weeks before the World Series win, but it was also 9 days, and God pairs 9 and 23 to confirm the signs and connections, because the Antichrist was inaugurated in 2009, and he was the basketball president who wore jersey 23. So 9 days before this was the day that the heritage tree fell at the Washington Monument. Fortunately, I've already explained this in this video, coincidentally. Well, not really coincidentally, but I didn't expect to come around again through the Washington Nationals baseball game on July 6th, as it now clearly is doing. So anyway, the Washington Monument tree that fell connects with 9 days, and then 23 weeks, and then 1,711 days to the Washington W sign on July 6th, 2024. Okay, now, also in that windstorm, the tornado warning, the tree fell for a second time 9 days later, because they were in the process of trying to erect it and make it stand up again, and then it was propped up, but the wind knocked over the apparatus that was propping it up, and it fell over again a second time. And again, in the Bible, fallen trees are symbolic of judgment on the nation. So on May 23rd, 2019, 9 days after the tree fell, it fell a second time in a wind storm during an attempt to upright the tree. This storm included the tornado warning at the Capitol building, which was during the vote of the aid package for the victims of the 2017 hurricanes, which were prophetic signs that pointed to the eclipse. The eclipse engendered an X over the nation, the two eclipses, the one in 2017 and the one in 2024, which hints at the mark of the Antichrist, which is why SpaceX, because SpaceX is symbolic of this X and the mark of the Antichrist, launched its first 66 Starlink satellites on the day of the kneeling before Obama pic posted on Twitter. Okay, that's SpaceX did that on the same day as this kneeling to Satan. And what is taking the mark of the Antichrist tantamount to? Kneeling to Satan, kneeling to the Antichrist. All right? It's amazing. I hope you got that. Also, Elon Musk, who owns Neuralink, is symbolic of transhumanism technology. And, well, anyway, let's move on. The tornado warning in Washington and in the Capitol building on the day of the fallen tree and 66 SpaceX satellites was exactly 110 months after Obama signed his Obamacare law. All right? 110, Joshua died at the age of 110 after the walls of security collapsed on Jericho. Well, the 110-story World Trade Center towers that collapsed symbolized the two arms of a chromosome. How to prove this? Well, exactly 70 weeks, the most central prophecy in the Bible, Daniel chapter 9, involves a period of the 70th week, a prophecy of 70 weeks, and the 70th week being the symbolic period of the Antichrist in the end times. Well, exactly 70 weeks after the World Trade Center officially opened was the day that Philip Petit evaded security and stretched a tightrope between the two towers and walked across the two towers. Quite something. Anyway, Philip Petit, because petite is a French word that means small. This is why one of the two arms of a chromosome, because chromosomes are made of two arms, is named petite. Okay, and that's a hint that the two towers are actually symbolic of these two arms. But also, the replacement One World Tower resembles a thing, right? You know what I'm talking about. If you look at it, it looks exactly like a thing. It's not a coincidence, it's not an accident. And it replaced the two towers that resemble chromosomes, or hint at chromosomes. Okay, through the 9/11 events, God pointed to George Washington. The logo for the Washington Nationals is the curly W, the 23rd letter. Obama wore number 23 in high school. There are 23 pairs of chromosomes. That's another reason why Obama wore jersey number 23. And a reason for his Obamacare, because we are talking about healthcare, and that's what the thing is. It's about healthcare, right? The mark of the Antichrist that changes one's chromosomes. The 23 of them. The thing changes one's chromosomes. Obamacare connects with 110 months, then 23 weeks, then 1,711 days to July 6, 2024, and the W, the curly W, the W, George W. sign. Then 8 plus 8 days to Harris's predicted crash in St. Louis, near the midpoint of the X engendered over the nation by the two eclipses, which is why she will crash in St. Louis. It will be pointing to the midpoint of the X that was engendered over the nation. It'll be 8 plus 8 days after July 6th. In other words, Obamacare connects to the day that Kamala Harris will die next to the X, or point to the X, and Obamacare, healthcare, is used to enforce the mark of the Antichrist. It's about healthcare, socialism healthcare, right? That's Obamacare, and so is the CVD reaction. It was communism in disguise. But for those that have any wisdom, it was clear to see that it was all hype propaganda for the purpose of furthering the communist agenda. Anyway, so Obamacare connects to the day that Harris will die at the X, which is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. And by the way, to prove that, X's are about their midpoint. The two straight lines that cross each other in the middle form an X. The mid date, the middle date between the two dates of the eclipses in 2017 and 2024 that engendered an X, the midpoint date was December 14th, 2020, which was the first day that an American outside of a trial took the thing, the mark of the Antichrist, which proves that it is the mark of the Antichrist furthermore. The final pitch in the prophetic final out strikeout in the World Series win was 88 miles per hour, which hints at Back to the Future, the movie, a movie about a prophecy, because Marty is trying to give Doc a prophecy about the future, which Doc is refusing to look at, if you recall the plot. And the movie prophesied 9/11. That's a whole other story, which I explain in the must-watch Back to the Future video on this channel. It's very amazing and clear. God was communicating 9/11 through the movie Back to the Future. It's very, very clear. Make sure you watch that video. The events of 9/11 pointed to George Washington. According to Wikipedia, there are 88 places in America named Washington. And again, the iconic scene in the movie Back to the Future, which is why the 88 miles per hour, is when Doc jumps up and down excitedly after the DeLorean first time travels after hitting 88 miles per hour in the parking lot of the mall. Doc jumps up and down shouting 88 miles per hour, 88 miles per hour, right? And so that's the iconic scene of the movie Back to the Future. And that's why the last prophetic pitch was 88 miles per hour. God, through the 9/11 events, pointed to George Washington. The movie Back to the Future prophesied 9/11, and according to Wikipedia, there are 88 places in America named Washington. Furthermore, in the 9/11 events, there was the heroes of the 88th floor. Okay, this 88 miles per hour pitch was 1,711 days before the Washington Nationals sign on July 6th, 2024, in which the score was prophetic and was a difference of 8 runs. This was during Hurricane Beryl, and Beryl is the 8th stone, and there are 8 storms in the Atlantic named Beryl. Okay, July 6th, 2024 is in turn 8 plus 8 days before it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis. The 88 miles per hour pitch hints at the 8th storm named Beryl, and which that was about its miles per hour wind speed when it hit the Yucatan. And the 88 miles per hour pitch hints at the 8 plus 8 days from July 6th to July 22nd, the date of predicted of Harris' crash. The Washington Nationals beat the team from Harris County in that World Series with the 88 miles per hour last pitch. It's all amazing. It's so amazing, okay? Because that, again, it connects with 1,711 days to July 6th, and July 6th is all about the Revelation 17:11, and then it's 8 plus 8 days to Harris's predicted crash, which is why the Washington Nationals beat the team from Harris County, Houston. The tornado warning in Washington, D.C. on May 23rd, 2019. The day that Obama posted his pic of him with the kneeling Washington Nationals Youth Academy was exactly 23 weeks before they won the World Series for the first time in franchise history, which was exactly 44 months after the two antichrists met in the White House garden. Sorry, I phrased this incorrectly. The 44 months is actually from the day that Obama visited or posted the pic about him, of him visiting the Washington Nationals Youth Academy, okay? Okay, so this, in other words, it's in reverse. So the Washington Nationals won the World Series 23 weeks after Obama posted the pic of him visiting the Washington Nationals Youth Academy, which was in turn exactly 44 months after the two antichrists met in the White House garden. That's amazing because it's a pairing of 23 and 44 that confirms the signs and connections. This is how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works, which is only being explained on this channel, okay? So I know this from years of experience now. It's very, very simple, and it's amazing how it's so simple to understand how it works because God just frequently pairs these 23s and 44s to confirm for you what's going on. You don't have to really think about it too much and guess whether, oh, is this really correct or is it just my imagination here? It's so clear, right? Okay. So the Washington Nationals won the World Series, and the last out was number 23, and it was 23 weeks exactly, which is also 44% of a year after the day that the president who used to wear number 23 was at the Washington Nationals Youth Academy, and that in turn was 44 months after he and the other Antichrist met in the White House garden. Okay, and that day that they met in the White House garden was exactly 49 months after player number 49 of the team that from Washington State was pitching on the pitching mound in Cleveland. Cleveland was the only president to serve non-consecutive terms. Cleveland, the 22nd president, was the only president to serve non-consecutive terms. Was the only president to serve a second presidency. Hence the double, which is 2 bases, by the 22-year-old batter with the pitch count at 2-2 and with 2 outs in Cleveland, the 22nd president, against the team from Washington State during the Washington, D.C. earthquake. All right? Literally, the double, the hit was made, the play was ongoing during the earthquake. Okay? There's a nickname for it. It's the baseball earthquake. I don't know. It is through the death of the 49th vice president that Obama will serve a second presidency. That's the reason for the 49 months connection from pitcher number 49. Okay, and he will overcome the 22nd Amendment. That's another reason for all the 22s in Cleveland, 22nd presidency. He will overcome the 22nd Amendment after the 49th vice president dies in a plane crash. Barack Obama will be appointed instead of elected. That's how he will overcome the 22nd Amendment's restriction on someone being elected to the office more than twice. He will be appointed instead. The 2 Antichrist snakes met in the White House garden exactly 66 months. They met, by the way, on 9/23 in 2015. This was exactly 66 months. The mark of the Antichrist and the Antichrist, whose number is 666, are described in the 66th book of the Bible. Okay, so the 2 Antichrists, snakes, and again, the day that they met, during the earthquake, the Washington Nationals played the Snakes team and lost 2-0. Okay, so the 2 and that connects. It connected with 49 months. Okay. So the 2 Antichrist snakes met in the White House garden. So it's in other words 49 months from the earthquake in Washington D.C. to the day that the Antichrist snakes met in the White House, and then in turn it is exactly 66 months before the Suez Canal ship got stuck, clogging the world's trade artery, the Suez Canal, which was symbolic of the clogged arteries that people get from taking the thing. That's what God was communicating there. And when did that happen? It happened, and which is why the ship got stuck when the things first started to be thinged, put into people, right at the beginning. It was March 2021, right? Okay. Now, it was actually March 23rd, to be precise. And by the way, that date was exactly 42 months after the Revelation 12 rapture sign was fulfilled in the night sky. And the rapture will be an escape, a rescue from the Antichrist, who will be enforcing the thing. Okay, and so that's why, another reason why the ship got stuck on that date, it was symbolic of what people are being raptured from. Okay, the thing, the mark of the Antichrist, which was what was being hinted at, obviously. I mean, not obviously, but also the ship became free, got unstuck due to the moon tide. And the moon symbolizes Jesus. The moon is a giant rock, and the Bible rock is symbolic of Jesus. So okay, which is why in the Bible, watching for the timing of the moon is important, and why watching for the Lord's signs, including moon signs for the Lord's return, is important. So, the ship got stuck in the Suez Canal 32 days, which since at 4 times 8 and the 48th president, Antichrist, after Hank Aaron died. The 32nd prime number is 131, and G131 in Strong's Greek Concordance is the word that means blood disease, which is what a person gets when they take the thing. The home run king, Hank Aaron, number 44, as in the 44th president, died 6 plus 6 plus 6 days after he took the thing publicly at the request of the agency in Atlanta. Number 44 died exactly 444 weeks after the mass shooting in the theater in Colorado, which is why I expected a prophetic sign on that date, and then that was the day that the home run king died. And he really, and his death is the biggest sign of all regarding the thing and how it is the mark of the Antichrist. Player number 44, the home run king, died 444 weeks exactly after the mass shooting in the theater in Colorado, the Batman movie massacre. And in God's signs, mass shootings are symbolic of the thing. The bullets that come out of guns and go into people are symbolic of things that come out of things and go into people. The SHOs. Okay, and so, anyway, the Dark Knight Rises massacre was in turn exactly 42 months, and in Bible prophecy, the period of 42 months is symbolic of the period of the Antichrist, after the Dark Knight, the 44th president, rose at his inauguration. And so there's so many more connections beyond that too, right? Because it also is exactly 117 months after the first of the mass school shootings in Colorado also. And Colorado is the 38th state, and the 38th president was the only president to never have been elected. He was appointed, never elected vice president or president, just like Barack Obama will be appointed. And it's also, Colorado's the highest state, and the name Bama in Hebrew means high place, and on and on. But also the 107, well, no, I've explained it in other videos. Make sure you watch, and this is a very serious admonition here, make sure that you watch the Trucker Freedom Convoy prophecy video. The trucker, I'm talking about the Canadian truckers, right? Make sure you watch that video on this channel. Now, G500 is the word for Antichrist, okay, in the Greek Concordance. The W sign on July 6th, 2024 was exactly 500.00% of a calendar year after the prophetic flooding in Washington, D.C., including the Washington Monument on July 8th, 2019. All right? This, by the way, was exactly... Okay, I'm so glad I remembered this. All right, just in time for this video here. So now we're talking about this prophetic flooding in Washington, D.C., okay? So the flooding included the prophetic flooding in the basement of the White House, in the offices, in the office of the media press corps, which was a prophetic sign, a judgment from God condemning the wicked, lying, left mainstream media that is most definitely on their way to the lake of fire. Okay, and unless they repent immediately. Also, there was flooding in the Pentagon. This was covered in the news, okay? There was flooding in the floor of the Pentagon, the marble floor. So we had, and it was also flooding at the Washington Monument. So there's this big flooding day in Washington, D.C. on July 8th, 2019, which was partly because of what I explained earlier, how Washington, D.C. had experienced its wettest 365-day period in history, which is why there's so much flooding with, some rain in one day here on July 8th, 2019. Okay, now this date, it hints at Antichrist because it's exactly 500.00% of a year before the W sign, the Washington Nationals baseball game. Just more confirmation of how important this July 6th Washington Nationals baseball game is, okay? Now, the thing is, like I'm saying, I just explained a little bit of background here as to what happened with this flooding on July 8th. Now, July 8th, 2019, was also the day that Rosie Ruiz died. Ruiz was already mentioned in this video. That's the last name of the catcher that caught the foul tip, as in the bird foul strike. He finished the game. The catcher's name was Ruiz. The name Ruiz means famous, powerful ruler. Okay, so Ruiz means famous, powerful ruler. The bird foul strike of the end of the game there, 8 plus 8 days before Kamala Harris's predicted bird strike foul crash, is leading to the return of Barack Obama, the famous, powerful ruler, right? Well, July 8th, 2019 was also the day, July 8th, this day of the flooding in Washington, D.C., was the day of the death of Rosie Ruiz. Rosie Ruiz is infamous for having cheated and to win the Boston Marathon. In the 84th Boston Marathon. The 84th Boston Marathon, what she did, and I used to live in Boston, she ducked into one of the subways, and she got on a subway and got ahead in the Boston Marathon, came out of the subway entrance, and snuck her way onto the marathon road, and then crossed over the finish line pretending to be out of breath and all of that. And she wasn't caught right away. The only reason why she was caught as well is because she tried to also steal the New York City Marathon and then got caught. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been caught probably with the Boston Marathon theft. So Rosie Ruiz got caught for cheating. She died at the age of 66, which hints at the Antichrist, 666. Her name is Ruiz, which means powerful, famous ruler. But Ruiz died and we're talking about Washington here because she died on the day of the flooding in Washington, D.C., the prophetic flooding. And what she's famous for cheating. And how is Obama going to become the president again? Through the shoplifted referendum in the year that ends with 20, the 2020 referendum that was exactly 999 weeks after 9/11, and the number 9 is the most important number in God's signs. It's from the Bible. It symbolizes God's judgment. Okay, so Rosie Ruiz died at the age of 66 on the day of the Washington flooding sign, with the Washington, D.C. monument even being flooded. Okay, and that date, July 8th, 2019, was exactly 60 plus 60 plus 60 years after the birth of John Rockefeller. And 60 plus 60 plus 60 years, first of all, the 84th marathon is the one she cheated on. Well, the name Obama in Hebrew gematria is equal to 84. And he was born on the date 8/4, which is the 216th day of the year of the calendar year, which is why July 8th, 2019 was also exactly 2,160 months, which is a 216, after the birth of John Rockefeller. Okay, and 216 is 6 times 6 times 6. Barack Obama was born on the 6 times 6 times 6th day of the year. Okay, and in other words, John Rockefeller was born exactly 6 times 6 times 60 months before Rosie Ruiz died at the age of 66 on the day of the Washington flooding sign. And obviously, flooding is a warning sign for the nation because it's the nation's capital, right? And also, it was 60 plus 60 plus 60 years exactly, which also hits at 666, the number of the Antichrist, to the date that Rosie Ruiz died at the age of 66. Why John Rockefeller? Well, it was John Rockefeller's Institute that pioneered the thing industry. And the thing is the mark of the Antichrist. Furthermore, John Rockefeller's Institute is responsible for the flu that was named after people from Spain. The 50 to 100 million, which is a gross exaggeration, it's not even close to that amount. But according to the story, that all of those deaths, regardless of however many there was, are the result of the Rockefeller Institute, because of the experiments they were doing in, well, I don't want to say too much. The place that begins with the fort, that the fort Riley, okay? Anyway, before we get off track too much more, if you if you want to learn more, you can find this information. It's not a conspiracy theory. This is actually a fact. There's all kinds of documented evidence for this. That's where it all began, and it was because of what the Rockefeller Institute was doing to the unaware soldiers on the way to battle in Europe, and which is why it spread throughout Europe and all that. But anyway, so, okay. So, and also there's a parallel with our time because, of course, the CVD thing, the thing that was supposed to combat the CVD disease, will and has already killed millions of people, but we haven't seen anything yet, because the ver begins with the ver, ends with an eons. Okay, ver begins with the ver, ends with the eons of the CVD disease are the result of the CVD thing. Right? CVD would be gone by now, would be ancient history. We wouldn't even have it still going around if it weren't for the CVD thing. And that's basic virology, by the way. Anyway, but the masses are hypnotized. Spirit of Antichrist. That's another whole explanation. But anyway, so, but not everyone. And anyway, including reputable virologists, okay? And so also what's going to happen, though, is that those that have taken the thing are going to reach a point where the next begins with the ver, ends with an eons, will override their destroyed immune system, and we're going to see people drop in a tsunami wave of deaths. But only those who have taken the thing. I don't know what the story is going to be, though. They're not going to say, they're not going to admit it. I doubt. And they're going to say we need another thing, but it'll be because of the thing that they took that the next begins with the ver, ends with an eons thing is coming soon. That's going to wipe them out. Lots of people. And there's a. You can find. I'm going to give you his name, but I'm going to spell it out for you. It's Gert Vanden, and then you got a bush. Okay, you got it. Okay, you can find out more from him, and what he'll explain this to you more. He is the world-class virologist. Used to work with the WEF and the UN and things like this. He's got his credentials, right? So anyway, getting off track here, but I wanted to get into that because I've been wanting to get back to this July 8th, 2019, and I didn't even expect it. This has just happened, and I totally forgot that I wanted to get this back into a video somehow, this connection between Rockefeller and July 8th, 2019. And I just remembered just as we were speaking here. So this is great. And again, the mark of the Antichrist, which is what we were talking about with the connection with John Rockefeller, is connected with 500.00% of a year, and 500 is symbolic of the Antichrist because of the 500th word in the Greek concordance meaning Antichrist. And it connects to July 6th, which again connects with 8 plus 8 days to the date it is predicted Kamala Harris will die near the X in a plane crash, which will point to the mark of the Antichrist. All right, so, wow, okay. So, This was, okay, so the flooding in Washington, D.C. was exactly 4 times 4 weeks, which is the 44th president, before the day that Tiger Woods became the GOAT, greatest of all time, as in GOAT Antichrist symbolism, with his 82nd PGA tournament win. This was at the Zozo tournament in Japan, and in English, Zozo is derived from, I believe, Greek, meaning it's a name for a demon. Okay, but just so happens that this tournament in Japan is named Zozo, which actually means demon. But anyway, it was Tiger Woods' 82nd win, and it tied him with Sam Snead for most wins. But Sam Snead took a lot more time to win all of his 82nd wins and 82 wins, and also it was in an era that wasn't nearly as competitive as today. So anyway, this tournament in Japan is the only one in the PGA that's played in Japan, in the PGA Tour. This tournament that year, in 2019, was delayed a day due to epic flooding of the golf course from a typhoon. Okay? And it was exactly 4 times 4 weeks after the other flooding in Washington, D.C. And God uses 4 times 4 weeks because of the 44th president who was in Washington, D.C. This golf course, God pointed to this golf course. It is the only location in the world in which, because the golf course was flooded, it is the only location in the world in which a particular microbe is found. This microbe that was discovered by a microbiologist who is also an avid golfer, picked up a sample one day, a Japanese microbiologist, and shared it with his colleague in the US, and the two of them went on to win the Nobel Peace Prize for their discovery I'll spell it out for you, the IV and ends with an ectin. Okay, it begins with Iver, okay, and then the word ends with an ectin, right? So you know what I'm talking about, which is God's cure for the CVD disease. And that's what this prophetic sign is pointing to. There's far more confirmation for this, but I've explained it in other videos many other times. And so because it was 82 weeks before Phil Mickelson won the PGA at the age of 50, the PGA Championship on the Pentecost, which literally means 50th day. And that was exactly 50 weeks after the storm had 50-mile-per-hour winds, Cristobal, which means follower of Christ. The crossover storm crossed over from the Pacific into the Gulf of Mexico, and it was known for its tornadoes, which blew a huge billboard sign right up against the church. It was a literal judgment warning sign for the church. It was an evangelical church. 50 symbolizes church, so does Pentecost. And that day in turn was exactly 4,000 days, and G4000 is the word that means 5,000, after the day that Michael Jackson, as in Phil Mickelson, died at the age of 50 after taking a thing. How did Michael Jackson die? Through a thing. All right, that's why it all connects. And Phil Mickelson's golf course was also prophetic, which confirms the prophetic significance of the golf course location in Japan, because Phil Mickelson's golf course was right at the coast in South Carolina where the eclipse exited the U.S. So there you have it. I actually summed it up really quickly. It was exactly 82 weeks after Tiger Woods' 82nd win. GOAT stands for greatest of all time. I just explained all that. So anyway, okay, that's all confirmation that the begins with an IV and ends with an ectin thing is the cure for the CVD disease. Now, so let's see now. So the flooding in Washington, D.C., including at the Washington Monument, and by the way, it all connects to John Rockefeller, the pioneer of the thing industry, as I just explained, because it's 60 plus 60 plus 60 months, and then exactly 4 times 4 weeks to Tiger Woods' win at the Zozo Championship, okay? The Zozo tournament. Now, the flooding at the Washington, D.C., including the Washington Monument, on July 8th, 2019, was 2 times 30 days, which is the number 23, after the tree fell at the Washington Monument. Okay? The Washington Monument flooding was also 2 times 23 days, which is at 223, the 48th prime number, which is at the 48th president, after the tree fell at the Washington Monument a second time during the prophetic tornado warning at the Capitol building on the day that Obama posted his picture of him with the Washington Youth Academy kneeling in front of him. Okay. Again, the prophetic W, is the 23rd letter in the alphabet, and this sign on July 6, 2024, at the Washington National game, in which the run difference in the score was 8 runs during Hurricane Beryl, the 8th Beryl storm, was 1,711 days after the Nationals won the World Series with an 88-mile-per-hour pitch against batter number 23, which was in turn exactly 23 weeks after the Washington Nationals Youth Academy kneeled in front of Barack Obama on May 23, 2019, and Barack wore jersey number 23. The Academy kneeled in front of Obama 8 times 8 times 8% of a year before the 8-run difference in the score in the Washington Nationals game during the 8th storm named Beryl. H 1288 in Strong's Concordance is the word Barak. I should say Barak, which means to kneel. By the way, this is the big climax to all of this, okay? The H1288 word in Strong's Concordance is the word Barak, and it means to kneel. The name Barak means to kneel. Okay? And so the definition of this word Barak is to kneel, by implication, to bless God as an act of adoration, also by euphemism, to curse God or the king as treason, which is exactly the word we would use when speaking of kneeling to Satan. When we speak of kneeling to Satan, when I use this phrase, it's the exact meaning of this word, because it's an act of treason. It's like symbolic of kneeling to God or a king, but it's a euphemism in this case, kneeling to Satan, because it's the opposite. It's like the opposite of the true meaning. It's a form of treason. When one kneels to Satan, it's a form of treason, and taking the thing, the mark of the Antichrist, which is the thing, is tantamount to kneeling to Satan. That's the entire point of why it is the mark of the Antichrist. It is tantamount to denying Jesus and kneeling to Satan. Okay, and that's this word here, okay, 1288. Okay, so the Washington Nationals WW sign on July 6, 2024, during the storm named Beryl, which hints at Barry and Barack, was almost exactly 1,288%. In other words, it was 1,287.95%. It's 1,288%, in other words, of a year after the Washington, D.C. earthquake on August 23rd, 2011. We get a direct connection from this extremely prophetic Washington, D.C. earthquake during the presidency of Obama that caused significant damage to the National Cathedral. And July 6th, 2024 is 5 days before Carter's death, and which is 5 days before the funeral at the National Cathedral, which is the reason, again, for the 1711 days connection from the World Series win to the July 6th Beryl storm and Washington Nationals sign, the W sign. And W will be at the funeral. He'll be the 5th king lined up, okay? And he turned 78, right? Again, the big reason we're talking about all of this is because George W. turned 78, which hints at the 7th and 8th kings, and he turned 78 on the date 7/6, July 6th here, on the day of this Washington W sign. Okay, but this is the climax. This is the big jaw-dropping thing here, okay? So the Washington Nationals W sign on July 6, 2024, during the storm named Beryl, which hints at Barry and Barack, was exactly 1,288%, and 1288th word is Barak, of a year after the Washington, D.C. earthquake. Again, this earthquake that cracked the Washington Monument was on the day that the Snakes team beat the Washington Nationals 2-0. The game that started at 7:26 p.m., which hints at the rapture, the escape from the mark of the Antichrist, the thing. Okay, and this was the day of the double, the two-hit base, hit by the 22-year-old in Cleveland, 22nd president, with the pitch count at 2-2 with 2 outs. Jesus said to look for earthquake signs of his return. Not only is the extremely prophetic Washington, D.C. earthquake 1,288% of a year before the Washington Nationals WW sign on July 6, 2024, and the storm named Beryl, which hints at Barry and Barak, which is what that word means, 1,288th word, Barak. But it was also 4,701 days. 4,701 is the 1,288th semi-prime number. 8 exclamation marks. Okay, so there's this connection between the earthquake and the Washington Nationals sign on July 6th is 1,288% of a year, but the number of days also hints at 1,288 because 4,701 is the 1,288th semi-prime number. Even the 88 in 1288 seems to hint at the 8 plus 8 days from the 8-run difference score and the 8th storm named Beryl, meaning Barak, to the date of Harris's predicted plane crash in the 8 plus 8 plus 8th state, the 24th state, Missouri, which will lead to Obama's second presidency, which is predicted to begin on August 25th, 2024, 50 days after the Washington Nationals W sign, and the Washington Nationals won the World Series in their 50th year. All right, in this truly profound video, I will explain this truly profound diagram that you were looking at. This video, unlike the other Jimmy Carter videos, will be talking about the Lord's signs that are communicating, predicting the date of Jimmy Carter's funeral. The post date of this video is before the death of Jimmy Carter, which is predicted to be on July 1st. This video is predicting the date of his funeral in the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. Okay, as I mentioned in the beginning of this video, the video was originally produced prior to July 1st and July 6th. And I did just give you the update, of course. We now know that July 1st was a step, and it revealed adding 10 days, as I explained, to get to the date of Jimmy Carter's death, predicted death on July 11th. Now, regarding July 6th, as you can see, this diagram is clearly, and I'll explain this diagram, and it is amazing. It's clearly pointing to July 6th in regards to Jimmy Carter. The Lord did not disappoint with the signs that occurred on July 6th, which is what I'm about to explain now. It's going to take a few minutes. It's amazing. And then after this explanation as to what happened on July 6th, then I will come back to this and explain to you how God pointed to July 6th. And it is relevant because, as I said, I didn't say necessarily in this video yet. If God were to simply make a prediction, let's say he would tap someone and say, hey, this is going to happen on this date. And then that person tells the world, what would be the point? There wouldn't be much point to it. God, through his big picture of signs, on the other hand, is communicating extremely important knowledge that could only come about through connecting relevant prophetic signs that end up giving the signs their full intended meaning, because the prophetic signs cannot be properly understood without their connections and context with the other prophetic signs, like what is being illustrated with this diagram. All right, just for example, I'll get back to it later. But July 6th was exactly 666 months after this very important Jimmy Carter date. So that in itself is huge. That because of where we are in the timeline and being so close to the second coming and how important Jimmy Carter is, and given that he's very old, it's very obvious that this couldn't be a coincidence. And sure enough, all of these other connections confirm it, that July 6th is important because it is 666 months exactly after the date that Jimmy Carter had his UFO sighting. All right? But let's get back to that, because what I want to do first is explain what happened on July 6th. It's amazing, okay? And anyway, when the prediction comes to pass, you should know, the wise person will know, that they need to watch every minute of every video on this channel, including every minute of this video and the Jimmy Carter videos. This will be a major prophetic sign in itself, the funeral. One reason being, just off the bat here, is it will be the first time that trumpet, God's trumpet, President Trump, that God uses to trumpet and highlight his prophetic signs, it will be the first time that he will be with Barack Obama since the funeral of George H.W. Bush. The rise of Trump politically coincided with him calling out, trumpeting the Antichrist. He replaced the Antichrist. His presidency was all about trumpeting the Antichrist into the end times. He is the trumpet. In archaic English, the word trump means trumpet. And so he will be sitting next to Barack Obama. It will be a trumpet trumpeting the Antichrist. God juxtaposes frequently. Many times God has juxtaposed Trump. That's even an understatement. God, in general, juxtaposes Trump with Obama in his prophetic signs. And this will be one such instance. They will actually literally be next to each other. Now, the date of the funeral, the predicted date, July 6th, 7/6, is a hint at Jimmy Carter in itself, because Carter was elected in 76. Also, he was the 76th governor of Georgia. The number 76 in God's signs hints at the 76th semi-prime number. And God uses semi-prime numbers in his signs and connections. The 76th semi-prime number is 226, which hints at H226, the 226th word in Strong's Hebrew Bible Concordance, which is the Hebrew word that means prophetic sign. In other words, Jimmy Carter is a prophetic sign. All right, Jimmy Carter, his initials JC, hint at Jesus Christ. His campaign slogan in 76 was, JC can save America, because it was a prophetic sign that only Jesus Christ can save America. It was a judgment warning for America that had already by that time been well underway to rejecting JC, Jesus Christ. Okay, so this date of the funeral was initially discovered because it was realized that the date that the UFO president, Jimmy Carter, cited a UFO is exactly 666 months before the predicted date of Jimmy Carter's funeral. In Bible prophecy, 666 is the number that symbolizes the Antichrist, Barack Obama. Well, let me elaborate some more, because there are two Antichrists described in Bible prophecy. The first of the two from which the second one gets his power, is Pope Francis. Barack Obama is the second of the two antichrists, who speaks like a dragon, as is described in Bible prophecy. Because Barack Obama is the biggest liar that ever walked the earth. All right? Jimmy Carter was the first U.S. president to host a pope at the White House, which is extremely prophetic. Because not only is Jimmy Carter JC and symbolic of Jesus Christ, and let me elaborate that a little bit more too. Jimmy Carter was born in 1924 and he will die in 2024. It's a 24 to 24 because the 24th word, 2424th word, in Strong's Greek Concordance is the word Jesus. And so JC hints at Jesus Christ, and the dates, or rather the years in which he was born and will die, also hint at Jesus. Okay, but that's not to say that Jimmy Carter is symbolic of Christianity or anything like that. In fact, it's quite the opposite. But I've already explained this more than enough in the other Jimmy Carter videos. He is, in fact, Jimmy Carter in God's signs, a foreshadow, someone with many, many parallels with Barack Obama. Deceivers. Moralism people. Jimmy Carter's presidency was known for his moralism. He was known for his actions during his presidency were motivated by his moralism. Everyone knows this about Jimmy Carter. This is the big thing about Jimmy Carter. He was, well, for example, during the oil embargo, he turned down the thermostat in the White House and wore sweaters. Barack Obama is constantly moralizing to the public, to people. He's the great moralizer, but it's phony. And the moralism that Obama spouts is lies. He is the constant liar. He speaks like a dragon, as is described in Bible prophecy. All right, so that's why we have at Jimmy Carter the parallel foreshadow for Barack Obama, trumpeting the Antichrist Obama. Okay? Now, what I was getting at is that popes have always been antichrists, lowercase a. Bible prophecy is extremely clear. Old Testament prophecy, more than clear, that the Antichrist would be a pope. There wouldn't have been a Reformation, for example, without this knowledge. That knowledge, of course, has been conveniently lost right before the end times so that the Pope can fool the masses. But the office of papacy is in itself the height of blasphemy. The Pope claims to be the representative of God. That is the office of the papacy. That's why he has the authority. Catholics think that he is the representative of God and that he can make up doctrine, etc. Okay, so popes have always, in Bible prophecy is clear that one day the Antichrist would be a pope, which is Pope Francis. Which is why the president that is the parallel foreshadow for the second of the two antichrists, who is symbolic, who is symbolism that points to Jesus, because Jimmy Carter's brand of Christianity isn't Christianity, just like Catholicism isn't. Jimmy Carter would be is more of a secular progressive than a Christian, his brand of Christianity. But Carter hosted the first pope at the White House, so this is very significant. It's not only that the first pope was at the White House, but it was also Carter. And that date points to Barack Obama too. because October 6th, the date of this visit of the Pope, John Paul II, is exactly 44 years and 9 months to the date that it is predicted that Jimmy Carter's funeral will take place at the National Cathedral, known as, also nicknamed, the spiritual home of America, which is why it suffered massive damage in the Washington, D.C. earthquake during Obama's presidency. It was a judgment warning. But this connects with 44 years and 9 months because God, in his signs, pairs the numbers 44 and 9 together to confirm the signs and connections. And this is how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works. It works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter as the Bible says is required, and this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination, and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And one simple way, if we think about it, in which God would provide a second witness for us is through pairing certain numbers together, such as 44 and the number 9. And I know this because I have been studying his big picture of signs from morning until night for more than full-time hours for more than 6 years. But it is simple. 44 and 9 because the 44th president became the president in 2009. That is only scratching the surface of the 44 and 9 and why they are paired together. All right. And that's why we have this 44 years and 9 months before this prophetic sign regarding Obama. In fact, maybe Obama will say something prophetic at the funeral. I wouldn't doubt it. There probably will be even more to this prophetic sign. But the fact that he will be in attendance along with Trump is in itself the sign. All right. Now, Bible prophecy describes in chapter 17 of the book of Revelation the 7th and 8th kings. Okay, the 7th king in the prophecy is Pope Francis. That's also more than clear because the 7 kings are symbolic of Rome. It's widely known. Rome is known for having been founded after the 7 kings that ended in 509 BC. Okay? And 509 because it hints at the 7th super prime number, 59. Right? If God were to confirm this prophecy for us, he would choose a year which would hint at this. And the years would be 590 or 509. Not only that, though, 59 is the 17th prime number, and this prophecy occurs in Revelation chapter 17. But it is the 7 kings we are talking about that ended in 509, and 59 is the 7th super prime number, because 17 is the 7th prime number. That's also a way to point to Revelation 17, the fact that 7. But also in the prophecy, the beast that is the metaphor for this has 7 heads and 10 horns, which hints at the number 17 also, which again is hinted at with Rome, with its foundation beginning in 509 BC after the 7 kings. Well, so the 7th king is Pope Francis. It's very clear that it's the Pope. It's the prostitute that rides the beast. The beast, as it is described, was, isn't, and will be again, as it's described. And that's because Rome was the seat of power in Western civilization. Then Napoleon stripped Rome of its temporal powers. It suffered the mortal head wound, as is described. The beast suffered the head wound. It was no longer the temporal center of power. And then it will be briefly again at the end, just as Bible prophecy says. So the Bible prophecy also speaks of the 10 kings giving the power to the beast, the 8th king, who is of the 7 kings. Right? The 8th king is the beast, which is the revived Roman Empire, with Rome as its capital. The seat of authority, not just spiritual, but temporal as well. Okay, so that's the 7th and 8th kings. And the 7th king, the prostitute, the harlot, rides the beast, the 8th king. It's very clear if you read that prophecy. Okay, because it even says in the prophecy that the 8th king is the beast, right? Okay, so we have a 7 and 8. So God uses the number 78 to hint at this, which is why on this big day here, that will be pointing to the Antichrists, George Bush, who will also be in that seating arrangement, will be celebrating his 78th birthday. All right? And that's why, by the way, this funeral will be 7 months and 8 days after the funeral of Rosalind Carter, at which Laura Bush attended. She will be attending with George Bush, who will be turning 78, 7 months and 8 days later, which hints at the 7th and 8th kings. This is amazing. Okay, now, and that's all about Pope Francis, because the second beast gets his power from the first. Barack Obama gets his power from Pope Francis. Who will get his power? Pope Francis, when the key, and the Vatican and Rome are symbolized by keys, opens the shaft to the bottomless pit, and the fallen angels cross over into the earthly realm, as described in Revelation chapter 9, which is symbolized by Revelation chapter 9:11, which speaks of the king, King Abaddon, the king of destruction. Okay, which is why George Bush will be there in attendance. He is the 9/11 president, which hints at Revelation 9:11, symbolically beginning 7 plus 7 plus 7 days after the funeral for the president who was inaugurated in 1977. See how all of this is amazing? Now, Bible prophecy is clear that the first Antichrist is first apostate and only then political from his seat of apostate power. That's the Pope. That is not anyone else. Okay, it's very clear. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, he's first the deceiver from his apostasy, which is Catholicism and the papacy, and only then political, right? So many people are confused about this. They think that because of the wording of false prophet that it somehow alludes to a religious figure and that therefore is Pope Francis. No. Pope Francis, it's very clear from all sorts of Bible, it's overwhelmingly clear that Rome, Mystery Babylon is Rome, and on and on. All right? So, and he's the 7th king, okay? That's on the city of 7 hills, Rome, right? Again, and the scarlet that they wear, the scarlet and purple that's worn by cardinals. It's Rome. Okay? And the beast is scarlet as well. Okay? So, and on that note, ancient Rome was known in the ancient world famous for its production of purple fabric. Jimmy Carter, who was inaugurated in 1977, was the beginning of a symbolic 7 kings that is mentioned in Bible prophecy. If we count 7 presidencies, beginning with Jimmy Carter, who was inaugurated in 77, which is the clue to begin this 7 kings prophecy, the fact that he was inaugurated in 77, the seventh president, which would symbolically be the seventh king in this prophecy, is President Trump, who on Inauguration Day was 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. And Trump's inauguration was 73, which hints at 3 sets of 7, the 3 and the 7 and the 73. And I'll just explain why that's important, because God frequently uses 3 sets of 7 in his signs to hint at judgment, because the Israelites marched around the walls of security of the ancient city of Jericho, and before they collapsed in God's judgment, they enacted a symbolic 3 sets of 7. And Trump's presidency was synonymous with his border wall of security, which collapsed after he left office. He was trumpeting, and also the Israelites blew trumpets before the walls of security of Jericho collapsed. Okay? So, on Inauguration Day, Trump was 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old exactly, and it was 73 days, which hints at 3 sets of 7, after he was elected by a margin of 77 electoral votes. The day he was elected by 77 electoral votes was in turn exactly 73 weeks after he first descended the golden escalator and announced his candidacy for president. In the context of Jimmy Carter's funeral, this provides an astounding prophetic sign. At Carter's funeral, the 5th king, George Bush, and I'm talking in the future, this is a prediction, but at Carter's funeral, the 5th king, George Bush, will be 78 years old. This will be 7 months and 8 days after the funeral of Jimmy Carter's wife, which Laura Bush attended. Trumpet, God's trumpet that he uses to trumpet and highlight his prophetic signs, especially trumpeting the Antichrist and the arrival of the Antichrist, Trumpet will be sitting next to Obama for the first time since the funeral of Bush Sr. All of this seating arrangement, this order of presidents on the bench at the funeral, or in the seats, this will hint at the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th kings described in the prophecy in the book of Revelation. And that prophecy is all about their chronological order. That's what the prophecy is about. In the prophecy, the 8th king is said to have been, is not, and will be again. This prophecy is about a revived Roman Empire. The Vatican in Rome was stripped of its temporal powers by Napoleon at the end of the 18th century, but in the last days, Rome will again be the capital seat of power of the Western nations. However, in this Jimmy Carter sign and 7 presidents sign, God has demonstrated a secondary fulfillment, a symbolic overlap that identifies the second of the 2 antichrists described in Bible prophecy. Because that is the primary purpose of the prophecy about the 7th and 8th kings. It identifies Pope Francis as the 7th king and the revived Roman Empire as the 8th king that is said to be of the 7 kings but isn't quite the 7th king, and in other parts of the prophecy make it clear that it is the Roman Empire. All right. Just like how Rome was, is not, and will be again, Barack Obama was, is not, especially at this moment of the funeral, with the chronological order of the presidents sitting next to each other, and will be the president again. Just like Rome, Barack Obama was, is not, and will be the president again. The reason why Biden is not the eighth president in this symbolism, in this prophetic sign, is because Biden isn't really the president. All of the people in the current administration are Obama's people, and it is in reality a second Obama presidency. As well, it is during this presidency that Obama will take over as president after Joe Biden will step down, predicted to be on August 2nd. Okay, so you can see in this diagram what I was just explaining. This lineup of the presidents in chronological order in the seating arrangement at the funeral will be hinting at the funeral of the president who became the president in 77, the first of the 7 symbolic kings here, this secondary overlap fulfillment, if you will. You can see that it's 7 months and 8 days after the funeral of Jimmy Carter's wife, which Laura Bush attended, and George Bush at this funeral, it will be his birthday, his 78th birthday. That's just amazing. It's clearly pointing to this prophecy about the 7th and 8th kings. But to get to this description of the 7th and 8th kings, God has some very clever, creative language in the prophecy regarding a 5th king, which would be George Bush. Okay? And okay, so I just explained everything. Now, also, this prophecy about the 7 kings, beginning with the president who became the president in 77, is also why we have this 7 plus 7 plus 7 days to King Abaddon Day, Antichrist Day, July 27th, 2024. Revelation 9:11 about King Abaddon, which is just more clever play on all of this. This is 3 sets of 7, and I just explained why 3 sets of 7 are relevant in God's signs, as I just explained. So from trumpeting the 8th king, by him virtue being the 7th king, the 8th king that was, isn't, and will be again, trumpeting, and as I said, the trumpets were blown in the 3 sets of 7 with the Israelites. We have a 7 plus 7 plus 7 from the 7th king here in this sign, God's trumpet that he uses to trumpet and highlight his prophetic signs. So this gives us 7 plus 7 plus 7 days to the day of the rise of the 7th and 8th kings. The 7th king primarily being Pope Francis, and again the 8th king that the 7th king is riding in that prophecy, because the prophecy describes much more than just a 7th and 8th king. It's all allegory. It's all symbolism. The 7th king is the prostitute, as it says, and the prostitute is riding the beast, which, as it says, was, is not, and will be again, the Roman Empire. Okay, so that's the beast that the 7th king rides as from his seat of power in Rome. Okay, so I think I've explained this. This is an amazing thing. This is so amazing to actually see this illustrated in God's prophetic signs, this fulfillment of the 7th and 8th kings. It's so amazing. Okay, so this is why it's described how the Pope, the Antichrist, will get his power through all false signs and wonders and wicked deception from Satan. That will begin on July 27th, 2024. Something is going to happen. I think it's most likely the day that Pope Francis will announce that aliens have arrived and have made him the ambassador for the world. All right, this will be the test of faith for quote-unquote Christians, because although most quote-unquote Christians do not understand this, it is impossible for there to be aliens. And if you believe so, you are not a Christian. And that will be how, because the primary purpose of the end times is to weed out who is and who isn't a Christian, and this will be one of the tests of faith. Aliens. And I'll just say, if it's not obvious, because it isn't, I know from anecdotal evidence, and polls, surveys, that most people don't know what I'm about to say, but they should. It should be very obvious. In the Bible, if you have a biblical worldview, the earth is the center of the universe, and man is the center of God's creation, which is why God became a man. Christianity is about Christ, God becoming a man and dying for the sins of man and conquering death by resurrecting himself in a body of a man. And if there are aliens, and if they visit us, it would imply that they are superior to us. What does that mean? Does that mean that God took the form of other aliens and hopscotched around the universe, dying on crosses and paying for the sins of other aliens as well? Or does the atonement of him as a man apply to other aliens too? Okay, so it's silly to think that it's compatible in Christianity for there to be aliens. Okay? But the Pope will announce, likely on July 27th, whether or not he does do so on that day, something symbolic is going to happen on this day that will begin this period of the demonic realm colliding with the earthly realm. Okay? And this will be how Pope Francis becomes the Antichrist and leader of governments overnight. All right? When I believe, it's quite logical, that it's because aliens will make him the ambassador for the world, but it'll of course be demons pretending to be aliens. All wicked deception. All right, now, regarding this connection here, we had left this out. It's exactly 129 months between Carter's UFO sighting and the day that Carter hosted the first Pope at the White House. That's relevant because God uses 129 to hint at G129 in Strong's Concordance, which is the word for blood. And God also uses the word for blood disease in his signs because the thing, which is the mark of the Antichrist, gives people blood disease. And the thing is the mark of the Antichrist in its current form. It does not need an additional something to go with it, such as an additional technology or false form of religious worship. And it does not need a supposed new age of dispensation after supposedly all quote-unquote Christians will be raptured. In fact, one of the main reasons for why most quote-unquote Christians have already taken the mark of the Antichrist is that it is judgment for this doctrine, which is Nicolaitan, and as Jesus said, he hates this doctrine and is coming to make war with the sword of his mouth on those that teach and have the works that are a product of this doctrine that says that the things written to the seven churches does not apply to Christians and only applies to people after the supposed all Christians will be raptured. Nonsense. It is nonsense because, first of all, the letters were written to the churches in Asia Minor who were Christians before the rapture. And anyway, this dispensationalism is rooted in sovereign grace and Calvinism and free grace, which both lead to once saved, always saved, our righteousness is as filthy rags, one verse that was taken out of context by Luther to develop his entire theology, etc. Reformed theology, in other words. So anyway, make sure you watch the 23 church signs video on this channel. But anyway, that's the reason for 129. It is the mark of the Antichrist, and it's about the people's blood. But importantly, At some point, UFOs are going to be, or rather aliens are going to be a part of this. There's going to be a promise of immortality. Okay, and it's going to be massive, of course, demonic deception. It'll be the big climactic lie of the age, and it will parallel the first ever lie told in the Garden of Eden when the serpent suggested to Eve that she will surely not die. This thing that is the mark of the Antichrist, and you know what I'm talking about, is transhumanism technology, which is focused on immortality. Man, like the Tower of Babel, coming together and building a tower to heaven without God. This quest for technological immortality. But anyway, aliens are going to come and promise something of this related to the mark of the Antichrist. For those who have already taken it, etc. So, now, how that plays out remains to be seen. I know what God is communicating, and this will be explained in other videos. Make sure you watch all of the videos and every minute of them. Obviously, when the prediction comes to pass, the wise person will know to do that. Okay, now speaking of this concept of UFOs and the promise of immortality and aliens and demons, we jump up to the top here because the day that Jimmy Carter became the longest living president was a major prophetic sign because of the date. He became the longest living president in history on the date 3/22, March 22nd. The date 3/22 hints at Genesis 3:22, which is what I just mentioned, which is when the serpent suggested, which is about immortality. And the Lord God said, "Behold, the man is become one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat and live forever." Genesis 3:22. Now, Carter is the UFO president because he had the UFO sighting and he filed an official report of his sighting with International UFO Bureau. Okay, as I've explained in the other videos. And it's amazing because the UFO president connects to the date that he is predicted to have his funeral from the date that he became the longest living president. That and the date itself hints at immortality, living long, living forever, etc. Prolonged life through the technology, through the promise from the demons that will be coming. It's amazing. Okay, now this connects with exactly 276 weeks. And the number 276 is one of 3 unusually specific numbers in the Bible that are all triangular numbers. It is the 23rd triangular number. The number 23 is the 9th prime number, and the number 9 is the most important number in God's big picture of end time signs because from the Bible it symbolizes God's judgment. Okay? So, this connects also his funeral with exactly 4,500% of a year to his prophetic malaise speech, which I explained in other videos. But the point is that's one of the moments of his presidency. And 45 is the 9th triangular number. Okay, so we have 23, the 23rd triangular and the 9th triangular number. And that's clear. And as I mentioned earlier, God pairs certain numbers together to confirm his signs and connections. And he pairs 9 and 23 and 44 together. Because the 44th president became the president in 2009 and wore jersey number 23 in high school. The basketball president wore jersey number 23 in high school. It's just scratching the surface, though I could go on for quite a while regarding the pairings of 9, 23, and 44. Okay? Now, so in other words, this is a second witness. This connection here, the 9th triangular connection, is a second witness to this 23rd triangular connection, which is this longest living to the day he died, death symbolism, because it's his funeral. Okay, now we're almost done here. We've got this connection down here. I mentioned earlier how Trumpet will be next to Obama for the first time since the funeral for George H.W. Bush. On November 30th, 2018 was the day he died. And this day is 2,066 days before it is predicted that the Antichrist day, okay? This hints, 2066 hints at 266 because the Pope is the 266th Pope. So this is an amazing connection because also on the day that George W. Bush died was the day that the snake, the big snake, was caught on the western wall of the Temple Mount, which is where the age will climax with the Antichrist on the Temple Mount, making Jerusalem an international city. All right, and of course, snake is symbolic of Satan. So we had the snake on the Temple Mount, the last remaining wall of the Temple Mount. All right, now, and again, this George W. Bush, because George Bush spoke at this funeral, right? And George Bush will be at this funeral, and he'll be 78, which again hints at the 7th and 8th kings, which identifies the Antichrist, Pope Francis. But also on the day that the snake was on the Temple Mount and George Bush died was the 7.0 earthquake in Anchorage, Alaska. 7.0 because well, I'm jumping ahead, but because of the 7 days here, because in the Bible, the Israelites marched around the walls of security of the ancient city of Jericho for 7 days and enacted a symbolic 3 sets of 7, because then they marched on the 7th day 7 times while blowing 7 trumpets, as in trumpets. And then the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment due to an earthquake, which is the reason for the 7.0 earthquake in Anchorage, Alaska. It also hints at 70, and Jesus said, well, so I'm jumping ahead here. Jesus, let's see, which way do I go? Let's come back to this because we need to finish this up here. We also had on the day of the, well, Anchorage, because this is symbolic of Jesus, our anchor. There is a lot of ship symbolism in the Bible for Jesus. And the only building that burned as a result of the earthquake was an evangelical church. It was the roof of the church, which hints at the church because the church age began in the upper room on Pentecost. Okay? So this was a judgment warning for the church, one of many church roof destruction signs, including, for example, the cathedral in Paris that burned, which is another story. The day that Michelle Obama was on the cruise in the river, and the cathedral is situated on an island in the middle of the river, and her cruise had to be redirected because of the fire, the Notre Dame Cathedral fire, because Michelle Obama will become the president after Kamala Harris's predicted death, and then Barack Obama will replace Michelle as the president. Well, anyway, on this same day as this prophetic earthquake was this prophetic earthquake, the 3.8 magnitude earthquake, right as leaders were arriving for the G20 summit on this same date in Buenos Aires, Argentina, which is where Pope Francis is from. He was the cardinal from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Okay? Now, 3.8 hints at 3/8, which is the numeric value of the name Jesus in Greek in gematria. Now, this earthquake occurred right in the path of totality of a prophetic eclipse, and on, actually. But this is sufficient. This was also the 69th something regarding an international yoga festival in Buenos Aires. It coincided with this, which, by the way, in the most central prophecy is a 69 period followed by a 70th period. The 70th period is symbolic of the end times and the Antichrist, which is the reason for the 7.0 earthquake in Anchorage, Alaska that burned the church. Okay, so this is amazing. It confirms this 2066, which hints at this 266th Pope, who is from Buenos Aires, Argentina. This earthquake in Buenos Aires, Argentina, with the gathering of the leaders at the summit, is 2,066 days before Antichrist Day. This connection is huge, all right? I want to emphasize that. Not only that, though, on this day, Pope Francis was sitting in Rome, and he got very angry with things that Trump was saying, and he was angry with America, like all leftists are. They hate America, they hate individualism, they hate freedom, they hate capitalism. Okay? Because Pope Francis is a Marxist. That's not even controversial. Everyone should know that. There's evidence for that. He used to subscribe to communist magazines delivered to his house that's come out, he is a Marxist. And anyway, that's why he was very angry. And on this day of this earthquake and everything that I'm describing, the snake on the Temple Mount, etc., he called for a reporter to the Vatican to be interviewed. And in the interview on this day, he spoke of his anger, his discontent with America, and said that the world needs a government body with teeth in order to rein in America. Okay. All right. So, and that's the thing about America, is it's God's Gentile nation, which is spiritually why the left hates it and wants to bring it down to bring in the global order. America is the thing that stands in the way of the global order, the sovereign nation of America. Furthermore, more specifically, it is the conservative Christians that are, and conservatives that aren't Christians, that stand in the way of the global order that Pope Francis desperately desires. That's why America must be brought down and destroyed by the Antichrist and evil and the left, which is evil. Now, the 3 sets of 7 and the earthquake that I mentioned in the Bible with Jericho's walls of security collapsing is why, from this 7.0 earthquake, it is 7 days on the death of George Bush to the day of the 77th anniversary of Pearl Harbor, which was the first time ever that no one was in attendance that was at Pearl Harbor when Pearl Harbor was attacked in 41. The people that were still alive that were at Pearl Harbor in 41 could not make it. They were too old. So this was the first time. The reason for this relevance is George Bush is known for World War II symbolism. He was the youngest pilot. And in the Pacific Theater, which began with Pearl Harbor. Now, Pearl Harbor was on the date 12/7 because of Revelation 12:7, which says that war broke out in heaven and Satan and his angels were cast down to earth, which is this day here. Okay? Now, war broke out in heaven in Revelation 12:7, which is why war broke out for America on 12/7 in 1941. Now, George Bush was the last of the GI generation presidents. Carter will die after him, but in chronological order of presidents, the last of the GI generation presidents was George Bush. He, in other words, symbolized the passing away of a generation. The first time that no one was present at the ceremony that was alive during Pearl Harbor also represented a passing away of a generation. That's because Jesus said that when the fig tree puts forth its leaves in the springtime, and in the Bible, the fig tree represents Israel, and Israel was reborn in the spring, May of 1948, Jesus said that a generation would not pass away before the second coming. Psalm 90:10 tells us that a generation is 70 years, which is why on the day of George Bush's death, the passing away of a generation was the 70.0 earthquake in Anchorage. Oh, it's an amazing. And it was 7 days before the 77th Pearl Harbor passing away of a generation. This is huge. This is so huge. This is like, it should be made, a video in itself should be made about this because it's that important. And then, as I'm saying now, it's now known that this date connects with the date that symbolizes the Pope to the Pope Day, the Antichrist Day. It's amazing beyond words. Now, what's also amazing is that exactly this number of days that in Bible prophecy is mentioned 7 times as symbolizing the period of the Antichrist, we subtract this number of days back and we get the day of this earthquake in the Gulf of Aqaba between the Sinai Peninsula and Saudi Arabia on the beach of Nuweiba. Nuweiba Beach is the beach of the Exodus. It is where the 1 million or so Jews gathered in their escape of Pharaoh of Egypt and his army when the Dead Sea, the Red Sea parted. Right at Nuweiba, so the Gulf of Aqaba is quite deep, but right at Nuweiba Beach, there is this underwater land bridge, this shallow underwater land bridge between the Sinai Peninsula in Egypt and Saudi Arabia. There's all kinds of evidence that this is the location of the crossing, where the waters parted. The name Nuweiba in the native language is rooted in Moses parted waters. That's what Nuweiba means, in fact. There's evidence at the bottom of the sea of chariot wheels of the drowned Egyptians, as it says. There's inscriptions on the other side of ancient Paleo-Hebrew talking about the crossing. And those weren't put there in modern times because no one is allowed to go there because of Saudi Arabia. No one, the Saudi Arabia knows full well what's there. There's all kinds of ancient Hebrew inscriptions in that area of the desert. Further inland as well, near what is Mount Sinai as well. And Islam is the spiritual enemy, and it knows what all of it means. It means it's evidence for the Bible, and so that's why it's set up shop there with Saudi Arabia and prevents any form of tourism whatsoever from going and investigating that, but some people have gone and found it. And they've taken pictures. It's all documented. It's not a conspiracy theory or anything. And anyway, so there's all kinds of evidence that this is the crossing, all right? And it was at Nuweiba Beach, and that's where this earthquake was. It was a 5.2 earthquake, which hints at the number 52, which hints at 2 times 26, and the 226th word in Strong's Hebrew Concordance, which means prophetic sign. In other words, the magnitude of the earthquake confirms that this is a prophetic sign. Okay, and the Israelites that crossed were known as the Exodus generation. This is the name, the term used, the Exodus generation. Because a generation passed time in the desert before crossing into the promised land. There's more to it, but it's the Exodus generation. And we are talking about this profound connection to the passing away of a generation signs with the death of Bush and the Pearl Harbor sign. And it's all coming to the end of the age with the passing away of the generation as Jesus described in Bible prophecy, which is why all of this connects with this number that points to the 266th Pope, Pope Francis, the Antichrist, on Antichrist Day. It's the end. It's so amazing, okay? And I think I've explained that now. By the way, just random here, I'm just looking at it. Rosalind, because it hits at Roswell, which is more confirmation of the UFO president. But I explained all that in the other video anyway, so never mind. Okay, now one last connection here. Antichrist Day will be exactly 68 months after Barack Obama, the second of the two Antichrists, whose name Barack Obama in simple English gematria equals 68, which is the reason for the 68 months. This was the day that Barack Obama made a quote-unquote private visit to George Bush on his deathbed, 3 days before he died. Now, what was said in that meeting? I have to wonder. It was 3 days before the snake came onto the Temple Mount. Who knows? Who knows? Why did Obama make a private visit to Bush? Who knows? But anyway, this does, regardless, identify Barack Obama because of all of what I just described here, with the snake on the Temple Mount on the day of Bush's death. Okay? It isn't a coincidence that this Antichrist Day is 68 months after Barack Obama visited George Bush on his deathbed in a private visit. But it all connects to this too, because George Bush's funeral connects to Jimmy Carter's funeral. These are obviously the last two presidents that have died. That in itself is the connection. But also, again, Trump will be next to Obama, and they haven't been together since then. Okay, that's why this connection here between Obama and Bush, because Trumpet was with Obama at this funeral. Okay, this video is now complete. When the prediction comes to pass, you should know that you need to watch every video on this channel. I think a wise person would know that. And also, make sure that you don't ever stop sharing this video. It is a bag of gold. It is a massive bag of gold. It's the understatement. And as Jesus said to the Christian that did nothing with his bag of gold, Jesus banished this Christian to hell. It's quite clear. One needs to use their bags of gold, which represents a Christian's opportunities and abilities, and there is no bag of gold like this. Being able to predict the death of Jimmy Carter and James Earl Jones in the same video, okay? Because obviously, it's not, the skeptic isn't going to believe much about the prediction for Jimmy Carter other than it being a coincidence and chance. But when we combine it with the prediction of James Earl Carter with the prediction for James Earl Jones, well, that's not possible. It's obviously from God. This proves Christ. And it proves all of the other controversial things that Jesus wants other people to know. And so anyway, what I suggest you do is post the link to this video nonstop. Just work at it. Dedicate hours to it. Okay? And don't just put it into other Christian videos. Put it everywhere into videos that you would never watch. The enemies videos, the New Ager videos, the Catholic videos, the Islamic videos, everywhere. Secular videos. Just keep posting the link and put an interesting a catchy statement like, this video predicted Jimmy Carter and James Earl Jones's death. It's amazing, exclamation mark, whatever, right? Okay, so enough said. God bless, and catch you in the next video. Believe me, I know far better than you how the prediction made in this video was derived. And more importantly, I know far better than you why the righteous Christian God of the Bible has made this prediction. If you are a quote-unquote Christian or Muslim, this prediction was not learned through a demon, Be warned that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin. I want to be very clear about this. If you conclude that the reason for how this prediction was known was through a demon, it is willful ignorance on your part, and you will be judged for it. The videos on this channel provide countless hours of clear and easy to understand explanations for how these predictions are known based on reasoning that is derived from God's prophetic signs and the Bible. If you dismissively label this as astrology or numerology, it is willful ignorance on your part. The wise men recognized the prophetic sign in the night sky that was the Star of Bethlehem. Were they practicing demonic astrology? If you ask the average quote-unquote Christian today if they can name one single prophetic sign, they wouldn't even understand the question. Yet Jesus repeatedly commanded his disciples to watch for the signs of his return, which obviously implies that the signs contain revelation regarding the timing of his return, just as the Star of Bethlehem signaled the first coming. The most quoted verse in the Bible, "No one knows the day," is imprecisely translated from the original Greek. And this verse occurs in the context of Noah, who knew the exact date of the impending judgment, as did other servants of God in the Bible, such as Lot, know the exact timing of the impending judgment destruction. Lot and Noah also knew the exact timing of their rescue from the impending judgment destruction. Furthermore, Amos 3:7 tells us that God does nothing without first informing his servants. Many passages in the Bible flatly contradict the mainstream understanding of "no one knows the day" and the doctrine of imminence, such as Daniel chapter 12, which speaks of a specific number of days until the second coming. As well, Jesus warned that the 5 out of 10 bridesmaids in his parable that were left behind and shut out from entering the wedding supper were the 5 out of 10 Christians that were sleeping and not watching for the signs of his return, which is why the doctrine of imminence is deception from Satan. Also, Revelation 3:3, in which Jesus warned to watch for his return, otherwise he will come at an hour that those that are not watching will not expect. Therefore, if we are watching, we will know the hour that he is coming. The prediction made in this video proves this. I want to be very clear. If you tell others that this prediction is from a demon, you are blaspheming the Holy Spirit. You will be judged. This applies to people that claim to be anointed by God and call themselves quote-unquote pastors, something Jesus strictly forbid. Read the links in the description box below this video regarding this very serious subject of so-called pastors. Pastors are the many anointed ones that Jesus warned would lead many astray. The word Christ comes from the word Messiah, which means anointed one. And there are other instances of anointed ones in the Bible, such as King Cyrus, that aren't references to Lord Jesus Christ. Jesus said that there would be many people claiming to be an anointed one that would lead many people astray. Exactly what has been happening ever since the institution of bishops, priests, reverends, and pastors. Obviously, Jesus could not have meant that there would be many people claiming to be Lord Jesus Christ that would lead many people astray. The few people that have ever claimed to be Lord Jesus Christ have been ridiculed and regarded as someone in poor mental health. In other words, Jesus could only have been referring to the supposedly anointed priests and pastors. That said, it is more dangerous than ever to be following a pastor in these last days. The word Nicolaitan is a Greek word that means ruling over the laity. In other words, it means leaders ruling over the common folk. Jesus strictly forbade the leader-laity model of assembling, and in Revelation chapter 2, Jesus said he is coming in the last days to make war with the sword of his mouth on the Nicolaitans for their doctrines and works. This doesn't mean that he is only coming to make war on bishops, priests, reverends, and pastors. Jesus is also coming to make war on the sycophant followers of bishops, priests, reverends, and pastors. It is not random that the first of the two antichrists is Pope Francis. He is the ultimate Nicolaitan. However, the leader-laity model of church was not discarded in the Reformation, and pastors are essentially little popes. Watch the 23 church signs video on this channel. Also, be warned that Jesus said that the Christian that did nothing with his bag of gold would be banished to hell. This video and prediction is a massive bag of gold. You are obligated to work diligently to share this video and prediction that proves that Jesus Christ is the Lord and proves many other controversial things that the Lord wants other people to know. If you are watching this video on the YT platform, if you are copy-pasting the link to this video into the comments sections of other videos on other channels and other social media sites, make sure that you check on a daily basis that my YouTube channel still exists. If my YouTube channel disappears, you will need to copy-paste the link from my other channels on BitChute and Odyssey.com. The name of the other channels is Harris Crash Prediction. If you forget the name, go to TrumpPrediction.com. I suggest not only pasting the link to this video into comments sections of outlets that you are familiar with, but also paste the link into the comments sections of channels and outlets that you are completely foreign to. For example, if you are an evangelical Christian, post the link onto Catholic sites and New Ager sites and atheist sites and Jewish sites. Post it everywhere. And obviously leave an interesting sentence about the prediction. For example, this video predicted that Jimmy Carter would die on July 1st. You will be amazed! ! If you are a New Ager or New Spirituality person, this prediction was not learned through somehow tapping into the supposed universal collective consciousness. If you are a conspiracy theorist, this prediction was not learned through figuring out a supposed code that the Illuminati and Satanists are using. This prediction was learned through the Bible and through watching carefully the Lord's prophetic signs, which Jesus commanded all Christians to do. Besides proving that Jesus Christ is the Lord, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that the controversial things that I am saying in the videos on this channel are the truth. Therefore, a wise person will want to watch all of the videos on this channel. Once this prediction has come to pass, you should know that you need to watch every minute of every video on this channel and read the homepage of the website TrumpPrediction.com or HarrisCrashPrediction.com in terms of God's prophetic signs and knowing what God is doing. After having watched this video, you are now one of the most informed people on the planet. The question is, what will you now do with this information? And how many people will you help get this video to? Keep on posting the link to this video everywhere in social media. And if you are Christian, know that this video, which explains this prediction that is from God, is obviously indisputable proof for the God of the Bible and Jesus. And so make sure you keep sharing the link to this video. And if you would like the PDF file for the flyer I hand out on busy street corners, place on car wind shields in busy parking lots, and put in mailboxes, please contact me at darrenjacksinbox@gmail.com. In my opinion, every single believer, unless they have a health condition, should be doing something like this in the streets every day. Also, everyone should have some of these flyers in their pockets, handing them out as they go about their daily business, when they walk from their car into the bank or to the grocery store, As they walk up and down the aisles of the grocery store, hand them out to people. I personally don't know what someone is thinking if they are not doing this. And if someone thinks that they are too shy to do this, what I have to say is get over it. Courage isn't a lack of fear, it is action in spite of it. And God wants us to be courageous for Him. Now is not the time to be handing out typical evangelical tracts that are largely in error anyway. For example, it isn't appropriate to be telling unbelievers about the love of God or John 3:16, a passage John wrote for believers. In my opinion, you should be handing out the flyer I hand out. This flyer will be far more effective than any other evangelical flyer or tract. Please contact me. I think it is necessary to state the obvious here. The purpose of this prediction that is being made in this video is an evangelical tool. Unlike any other evangelical tool conceivable, it is necessary that you do something with this. The flyer that I hand out will also direct people to these videos. Keep in mind Jesus' parable of the 10 bags of gold. The bags of gold represent our abilities and opportunities, and the servants represent Christians. The knowledge in this video and the knowledge of the Lord's timing is a bag of gold. The Christian that did nothing with his bag of gold was banished to hell. The Reformed, Lutheran, Calvinist, once saved, always saved theology that says that a Christian doesn't have to do anything is false and is deception from Satan. And believe me, the reason why God has given me a voice through these predictions is to prove what I have just said. Make sure you watch the 23 church signs video on this channel. Also keep in mind Ezekiel chapter 33. But if the watchman sees the sword coming and does not blow the trumpet, so that the people are not warned, the sword comes and takes any one of them, that person is taken away in his iniquity, but his blood I will require at the watchman's hand. If you choose to not do anything about the information you have learned in this video, in other words, tell and warn others about it, it would have been better for you to not have learned this in the first place. If you really believe in this ministry and have the spiritual eyes to see that it is from God, then I have a small one-time favor to ask of you. It isn't financial. Please email me and let me know that you would like to help. The reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction, the purpose of this prediction in this video that is from God, is to prove the following things that I am saying. Make no mistake, this is the purpose for why God has given this prediction, and to not appreciate this is to miss entirely the point of this prediction from God, the purpose of this video, and the purpose of this video channel. Make sure that you also watch the video on this channel titled God's Purpose for These Predictions. Aliens and UFOs are demons masquerading as aliens and UFOs. These so-called aliens will make Pope Francis their ambassador for the world. The Pope is the first of the two antichrists. Catholicism isn't the Bible and isn't Christianity. Catholicism is ancient pagan religion presented in a wrapper to make it appear like it is Christianity. We know from the Old Testament that the thing that God detests the most is false pagan worship and religion. The Jews were exiled to Babylon for mixing pagan religion into their Judaism. And this is exactly what Catholicism is. It is a mixture of pagan religion with Christianity. If you are Catholic, believe me, you need to repent of this Catholicism immediately and have nothing to do with Catholicism. It is not a legitimate denomination of Christianity. Make sure you watch the video titled The Truth About Catholicism that is on this channel and visit the website. Catholicism is the wolf in sheep's clothing. There will likely be a massive Mary ghost that the whole world will see, but it will be demonic deception. Praying to Mary is praying to demons. God absolutely hates the pagan worship and traditions within Roman Catholicism. Please understand that I am only trying to help. I am not saying that God hates Catholics, to be clear. The New Age or New Spirituality or Consciousness religion is evil deception from Satan. the supernatural experiences that Catholics experience that confirm for them that Catholicism is true are demonic deception. The same applies to all other false religions and New Age spirituality. In 2 Thessalonians, it says we get the deception we ask for. But these spiritual experiences are demonic deception for those that refuse to love the truth and so be saved. In other words, it is foolish to rely on spiritual or mystical experiences, and those that do are asking for demonic deception. Satan is very real, he is very powerful, he has enormous power, and he doesn't fool people as a being with two horns and a tail. He presents himself and his powers as an angel of light. New Age near-death experiences are deception from Satan. There are also many near-death experiences of hell. Why would you believe the New Ager ones and not the ones of hell? The supernatural highs from yoga and meditation are demonic deception. They are the counterfeit Holy Spirit. Miraculous healing as a result of New Age practices such as Reiki, crystal work, yoga, etc. are demonic and from the power of Satan. There is absolutely no New Age or collective consciousness type of explanation for how these predictions were known ahead of time. They were known ahead of time through Bible prophecy and watching for God's prophetic signs. Jesus was not just another supposed enlightened master like the supposedly enlightened Buddha. Jesus was God incarnate, and he is the only way to eternal life and to God the Father. The New Age religion and new spirituality is in truth worship of the self. It is transgression of the first commandment, and it is the height of false idolatrous, false God worship. We are not God. We are not part of God. God is holy, which is a Hebrew word that means separate from. The big deception in the end times will be New Age spirituality, and this satanic deception will merge with Catholicism. The purpose for these predictions, the reason why God has given me a voice through these predictions, is to prove the things that I am saying. The New Age religion is deception from Satan designed to keep someone in their pride and for repenting for their sins, and for admitting that they need to be forgiven and that they need a Savior, Lord Jesus Christ. New Age religion is essentially atheistic spirituality, and New Age spirituality and New Agers are essentially narcissistic, immature children that are rebelling against a disciplinary father. Contrary to what New Agers and Muslims say, the Bible has not been tainted or changed. This is a lie from Satan. There is no evidence for this. And in fact, the evidence is overwhelmingly to the contrary. If you hold the New Age belief that life is for learning lessons, and that whatever we supposedly don't learn in this life, we will supposedly learn in the supposed next reincarnation, and if you believe that there is no need for justice, that Adolf Hitler and the child rapist and murderer will get off the hook, not only do you have a sick, twisted view of the world and your values are morally repugnant, and not only are you an enemy of the true God, which is the God of the Bible, the God of Israel, but you will go to hell unless you plead for mercy for your sin and believe in your Savior, Jesus Christ. The New Age Hindu belief that all religions are authentic expressions of the truth is a lie from Satan, in order to expunge the West of its traditional Judeo-Christian values in exchange for multiculturalism and an ethos of intolerance of intolerance. This credo of inclusivism of the cult of the political left, combined with the worship of science and backed by pseudoscientific assertions regarding physics, made for fertile ground for the Hindu belief that all religions are different paths up the same mountain, and fertile ground for the Hindu religious practices such as meditation and yoga. This New Age religion that is leading to the soon-coming one-world religion in which all religions come together in the spirit of peace is the Antichrist religion. Either the world is round or it is flat. Likewise, God is either a personal being, set apart from his creation. The word holy is Hebrew for set apart. Or God is the creation itself and an impersonal energy or collective consciousness, etc. This latter belief is called pantheism. God is either the creation itself or he created the creation. He is either pantheistic or monotheistic, but he cannot be both. The monotheistic God of the Bible desires to have his holy, set-apart spirit dwell inside your body, but because this God is good, he is also righteous, and he hates sin. We are created in the image of God, and as such, we have free will. Our free will is supremely important to God. God will not impose himself on anyone. No one wishes to marry a robot, and likewise, God wishes to have a genuine relationship with his creature that he has given free will to. Only when we choose God will he then choose to dwell inside us with his holy set-apart spirit. His holy set-apart spirit is the opposite of what New Agers and Hindus think of as the so-called universal spirit. For God to be able to dwell inside our body, which is a temple for God, we must first cleanse our temple, our body. The cleansing of our temple comes through repentance for our sins and commitment to follow God and his ways, which he revealed in the Bible. God will then reciprocate with his holy set-apart spirit inside us and begin the regeneration process of our souls, which will lead to eternal life. Claiming to be part of the impersonal energy God that is the creation itself, and practicing supposed spiritual exercises like yoga and meditation in order to enable supposed spiritual development is like trying to force God into yourself without first choosing God and without God choosing you. It is like a rape or a forced arranged marriage. God hates this. It is also worship of the self and the height of the transgression of the first commandment to not worship other gods. Through many clever lies, Satan has deceived many atheistic spirituality people into these New Age practices, and this is why the energetic highs and the miraculous healings they receive is a product of the counterfeit Holy Spirit. It is the product of Satan's power. As it says in the Bible, God gives those the deception that they ask for. You will go to hell unless you repent of New Age spirituality, and the purpose of this prediction that is from God that is in this video is to prove this to you. There is a spiritual reality behind the material world that we see. The wages for sin is death. Sin means to miss the mark. No one is good, all have sinned. Because of sin, people are captives of the ruler of this world, Satan. People's souls belong to Satan, whose power over people is death. God took the form of a man, Jesus Christ, and paid the ransom that is owed to the ruler of this world. Through Christ's death and resurrection, he defeated sin and he overcame Satan's power in death. It is through Christ and his Spirit that it is possible for everyone to be forgiven of their sin, and we can have eternal life if we choose it. We can choose to follow Jesus out of captivity from sin and Satan, or we can choose to reject this and remain a slave to this world, sin, and to Satan. If one rejects Jesus Christ, after they die, they will pay the price for their sin in hell, and then they will die the second death, and their soul will cease to exist. Believing in Christ means much more than simple intellectual agreement. It means to repent of sin and completely commit one's life and become a willing slave to Jesus and his kingdom. Jesus said we need to be born again, which implies a death of the self and a death to this world. Believing in Jesus implies living out one's faith through taking action that typically involves risk and sacrifice. This demonstration of faith through action is what it means to have faith and to believe in Jesus. Some Christians will tell you otherwise, but they are deceived and they ignore countless passages in the Bible. This channel is not a daily or weekly update on the latest news. Rather, this channel is a library that has documented God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections. Hopefully you at least found this introduction video to be interesting, and if so, please leave a like and upvote the video, and please consider sharing the video. It is essential that everyone immediately read the homepage of my website, TrumpPrediction.com, or PredictionsProveIt.com, and also check out the other information that I have linked to on the website. You should also pause this video right now and make a note of my other social media outlets. You never know when you will need them, and you might not be able to find them later. Also, if you want to download these videos as podcasts, I now have a podcast channel at Podbean, which is named Predictions Prove It.